CDS 2025. I'm going to tell you who's going to join us on the stage, and then we'll all welcome them with a big round of applause. We're delighted to be joined by the CTO of Future Insight, Rick Klooster, by the Senior Process Manager at the City of Rotterdam, Albert Engels, and by our wonderful moderator, partner at Ermit Innovators Global, and Professor of Practice at the Thunderbird School of Global Management, Bas Bourmstra. My dear friends, please give it up for Bas, Albert, and Rick. Thank you.
All of my friends in one room, amazing. Good morning, everyone. Yes, we're going to talk about the open urban platform that the City of Rotterdam has created, but not just for the City of Rotterdam, but something that could be leveraged by cities across the world. And we want to explain a little bit in terms, first of all, as to what is this. And let me start out with you, Rick, because you are the company that the City of Rotterdam has worked with in a public-private partnership in order to create this platform. And we know you got a beautiful movie waiting to be shared. So perhaps you want to make a few comments before we show it?
The Open Urban Platform, we've been working on it together with Rotterdam for several years in European projects. And what we found is that there's so many challenges which have to be tackled by the city. There's all kind of applications, there's all kind of data, but it doesn't work together. So in the end, the Open Urban Platform is a data and app sharing intermediate layer where you can really bring it all together instead of doing everything twice or 3 times or 4 times, making it easier to combine and to collaborate in the end.
All right. Do we have the movie ready? In which case, let's get it started. Good, thank you.
So this is the platform where you can see all kind of data from Rotterdam is being shared. And now we're going to use this data in a game engine, Unreal game engine, but we're not going to manually load all the stuff. We're just going to connect the data, which is still at a Rotterdam service. And typically this kind of stuff takes a huge effort to set it up, and now you can just reuse it everywhere. So not only in Rotterdam, but also in Valencia or wherever. Here you see the city in 3D. This is data which Rotterdam already has, but now you can really show it in a nice visual way. All the trees. You can walk around, you can drive around it. And now we're going to, on the fly, start a heat stress analysis. Becoming a huge problem all the time. So it's integrated into this one platform where you can see in real time what effect the heat is on the city. But now we also combine it with the flooding analysis. These are all different applications from different app providers, which are different apps currently. But we can connect all these kind of apps, and then you can combine them on the fly in this kind of environment. So depending on the use case, what your citizen or a challenge is, you can combine all this stuff and then make the best application for this certain question you're trying to answer. And this way you can make all kind of graphs or maps, but in this way real time really showing the flooding, of course, shows much more what's happening. And then when flooding happens, of course it has an effect on traffic. So this way you can start combining analysis from different providers for different questions. So it's becoming way more flexible. Instead of I just have the traffic analysis, I just have the flooding analysis.
Thank you, Rick. I think this is very insightful. I hope you felt that too. This is actually demonstrating how this works and how this is relevant to residents in Rotterdam, companies, public sector organizations. Albert, thank you for joining us in Valencia.
Thank you.
You work for the municipality of Rotterdam. This has been a plan that you've been building towards for a significant amount of time. Why did you decide to do this within the structure of a public-private partnership? Why was that necessary, and how has that worked for you?
Good question, thank you. Curiosity. I am a civil engineer for origin, and was not so very into digital infrastructures. I wasn't that at that time. It was years ago, and I was asked to coordinate a European consortium together with 10 nationalities, 34 partners. For example, with Future Insight, at that time, a startup with 2, and since then, now they are working globally, kind of, with more than 20 people. And that is, I think, trust the other guys. That is because I didn't know them in the beginning. And then we learned, and they convinced me by their enthusiasm that I thought, wow, they can really make the difference. I didn't understand the content, but I understood that if I could give them the opportunity to build, and they did it, and I'm very proud of that. And that's, I think, now already 8-9 years ago, but because of that trust, now we are thinking. I think we are now working together, really in a constant way, and that is beginning with curiosity, give them some possibilities, opportunities to work together, and now we have, I think, very constant work together internationally, and that is, I'm proud of that, to be a part of that journey, because a lot of my colleagues, and I have 13,000 colleagues, 13,000, they are always hesitating to take some risk. They are a little bit more risk averse, and that is, I think, when a city is willing to take some risks.
Thank you, Albert. Rick, you're on the other side of the marriage here. You're one of the partners here in getting married. How has this been for you? How is this evolving? And what have you learned that will allow for further deployment of this platform throughout Europe, for starters?
I've learned that the technology is pretty challenging, and at the same time it's already there. And what I see is that all cities kind of have the same issues. And it's a really complex organization everywhere, historically, right? You have all the departments and stuff. So it's really, when you look from the outside as a company, you have a different view, right? So the technologies are there. The challenge is to implement it in the organization currently, which we really see that's the real struggle. The challenges are there. Everyone is struggling with the same issues. The departments, data is flooding around. You can combine it, making it really difficult to collaborate and in the end to serve your citizens, right? And the solutions are there, but you also have to change the way you work, and you have to have the courage to change the way you work. And it takes a lot of effort and to make that happen, because change is difficult. People want you to we always do it like that. So, and we see now that the platform is there. It's working in the collaboration with the city, because we cannot do it alone, because the organization needs to change. We can help, and we can share the lessons we've learned in Rotterdam with other cities, and then that way it's becoming easier and easier. So you only can do it together. There needs to be a certain kind of trust, as Albert already mentioned. Really important, one of the most important things. But we also see that it can go really fast when you dare to start changing.
So this word has now been mentioned a number of times. I hope you noticed the word trust. And if you innovate, that trust must be there. And it has been said that if you are capable of what you're doing, you're going to generate trust. If you are actually delivering what the city expects from you, especially including its citizens, then you generate trust. If you underperform, if you do not deliver on the promise, then that will not generate trust. In fact, it may generate distrust. And we've seen that so much happen with the smart city narrative of the past. How do you think this is changing? Are you in a position where you believe that with what you build, you're generating trust?
Absolutely. We're sitting here together. We're working together for a long time already. And what I see, especially, you mentioned the smart city narrative, right? And it's a lot of PowerPoints. It's a lot of talking, a lot of promises. And I think we're starting to deliver now, really doing it. And just starting to deliver, but you can see that that starts working. So I think we need to change the promises and the PowerPoints to actually do it. And then the trust works, and then the organization also starts to work. We should get out of this innovation bubble and get into the change the organization bubble.
And Albert, I really want to have your response on this, because you work for the city, you work for the municipality, and if citizens are not happy with what you're building, you're going to get rotten tomatoes, and perhaps as bad, your elected leadership will get the rotten tomatoes thrown at them. So where do you think this stands? Is this the way forward, and what's the work ahead to get it right?
We already talked about trust, and everybody thinks that's a no-brainer, but in reality it is not a no-brainer, because it is very, very difficult to build trust, and especially when you work for a public service, because I mentioned it already, that it is rather risk-averse, and so that's when you meet people who are, sometimes you feel that they can make the difference, and then you make you try to do still some risky business, then I think we can make the difference. And when I call him or he calls me, we are in business. I think normally when for another example, when I make a mail to him, within perhaps a few minutes I get a response, because we know that there is interest. When I sometimes mail one of my colleagues, one of the 13,000, and there was one of it in the room, sometimes I didn't get in any. So that this trust is not only for colleagues, but especially with people outside your organization. And if you can build on that, then you can make a really difference. Because inside the concern, okay, good, but you're really making difference is outside, with universities, with companies like Future Insight and others. And that is it's difficult, but I think it's my daily job to make for the coming years, hopefully, to make that, to continue that difference, because it is necessary, and not only for digital infrastructure, but especially for real infrastructure, for bridges, etc. And there is lots to make the difference work.
So one of the critical points is, for no matter how beautiful the narrative is that you gentlemen put up here on stage, and how beautiful the technology is that you're presenting, which in fact is working and ready to do more, one of the, and I personally take it as one of the most unique and most beautiful items of this entire engagement in Rotterdam, is that all stakeholders, the city first of all, agreed it would be a very good idea to have a governance board that presides over this entire initiative, which consists of multiple societal stakeholders, to actually look over, observe whether the quality is actually the right one, whether data is being used properly, whether something that ethically is not just is happening. Tell me more, where did that come from? How has this been organized? And what type of stakeholders are involved in this governance board? Can I start out with you?
We did have a governance board with people more outside of the projects. We had a professor, we had a public director, and we had some from the businesses. And they were outside of the projects, and when we invited them, we did some presentations, and then they looked and they said, they give us a kind of a direction, and that is that was international, so different cultures. That it's because people from Sweden do really have another approach than people, for example, here in Spain. And how do you connect that? And that is the Germans. That is they have another approach, and how do you connect that? And those governance boards did understand that there are differences and how to connect them. And that was worthwhile.
Rick, you're sitting in that governance board. How do you view it? What does it do for you?
One of my colleagues is in the governance board, but what I see is that you're going to really change the way you work doing data. And so we will run into unknown territory, unknown issues, where we don't have the answer yet. And to prevent that, we're going to think and think and think and think about it and don't do anything. I think the governance board, also regarding trust again, it's really important, because the idea is, okay, we start and then we run into issues, and then we can discuss it with the governance board. How do we want to handle this? And you don't want to be fully dependent on a company who just goes for the money. You also don't want to completely be the government, because then you're missing a lot of innovation. So that's why the governance board is it's a mix between public, private, but also citizens, entrepreneurs. So 5 people, that's the first version. So it's also something new, but you want to be flexible and at the same time have the trust together that you can handle all the challenges which will come when you start working like this.
So what is next for the Open Urban platform in Rotterdam? Because you started out with this beautiful place where you can fully gamify it, walk through the streets, and yes, then there is heat stress, but also flooding as a major use case. And everyone that's been to the Netherlands, you know we're under sea level, right? We're several meters under sea level, so that hurts, or it potentially will hurt. And it will potentially hurt your house, your property, if it gets flooded. So actually having that use case makes sense. Now, this entire Open Urban platform is like a huge Lego base plate. And on this huge Lego base plate, a few little things have been built, like this one use case. What are the next series of use cases that you expect, and how much is that coming bottom up from the city itself in terms of, and residents, citizens, in terms of what they want from this Open Urban platform? What are the next use cases? Rick, can I start with you?
I see in different cities, I also see developments, especially near railroad stations, right? Every city has an area close to the railroad station where which needs to be really updated. It's a big project, takes a long time. So there's a lot of challenges over there environmentally, but also including citizens, explaining what you're doing, also in the long term. So you can use parts, some of these analysis, but you can also include the designs, the 3D, so it's easier to communicate. So that's one of the use cases which we see coming up. Also internally to check with your project team the designs, and are we doing the right thing all together? Because one of the things is already to, within a big project, to just give everyone who is involved the right information at the right time. Not all the information from half a year ago, and the same information, everyone the right version. That kind of stuff is becoming way easier, and you can use it in communication, in city development. We just discussed, right, maintenance of bridges, and it's a topic all around Europe to get the overview. And also maintaining a bridge, there's so many people involved. The traffic is already an issue. So all this kind of stuff you can get from the Lego plate, as you mentioned. Okay, which applications are handy, which data are handy. Okay, let's pick and choose, and then set up something which is handy. And typically we also see that then there are 2 more questions which aren't in there yet, but then we can try to add them, and that way the different Lego blocks, we get more and more available, which makes it easier. It's a growing ecosystem. And we're not just building it together, right? So there's all kind of companies who build these Lego blocks. It's not the city of Rotterdam, it's not typically us. So it's really also a business ecosystem. Everyone can connect and add their application to it.
So you essentially created the Spotify, and you invite everyone to build applications that can run on the platform, like there being artists and their songs on the platform. Is that right? Is that how it works?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. So we got that. So to the entrepreneurs in the room, if you build gamified stuff, use cases of relevance to public environments, to cities, an emergency service, entertainment, information services, this is also your new marketplace. You can develop it, plug and play, and make it work. Plug and play, is that correct, Rick? Is it that interoperable?
Yeah, in the end, that's where we want to go. Yeah.
Very good, very good. Rotterdam started out with a flooding use case. Great, because, you know, as I said, much of the Netherlands is at a level so many meters below.
7 meters below sea level.
7 meters below sea level.
Still, and we are still building.
And we can still swim.
Crazy people.
So, we know, we have identified areas, 12 blocks, together with stakeholder citizens in terms of what are the next directions for this. Albert, can you share a few insights? What is next for the stakeholders?
Yeah. Before I come to that, we creative people like Rick, we have lots of them, and they did a wonderful job. And now, as Rick already mentioned, I think yourself as well, it's time to implement, because there are lots of challenges within the city. For example, for flooding, for resilience, etc., etc. But before people understand, the citizens and our colleagues as well, understand the possibilities and opportunities of the creativity of Rick and his colleagues, that takes more time than we expected in the beginning. Because implementing is one, but accepting that you combine it with creative people like Rick, that's another one. And we underestimate that it takes more time than we think, but the challenges are rising. So that is, I think, for the coming years, together with my colleagues, and one of them is here in the room, that we have to amplify that work of how to implement that. Because we have 800 bridges in Rotterdam, we have lots of challenges, and many people are doing great jobs, but how to combine it with the other infrastructures, with the technology Rick can provide and his colleagues, that is, I think, a main challenge, because people sometimes they do not really understand what it can mean for them. And that is, I think, an opportunity for us, people like here in the room, and that is for the coming years to do. But don't underestimate the difference between creative people and implementing people. They have different brains to understand what we really can do with it.
So this is an important point, right? Citizen engagement. Having that conversation is always very tough. Generally, landing on the moon was regarded as one of the most innovative endeavors ever done, but Neil Armstrong wasn't dealing with citizens on the moon. So that makes it tough. But I still want to nail you on the use cases, because you haven't answered my question. Infrastructure, climate are among the topics, but when the discussion started with the various stakeholders, citizens, educational institutes, and so on, skills of tomorrow, poverty, became the much more important topics, actually outcompeting the green topic, so to speak. What is the city doing to address that?
Simple question, difficult answer.
Take your time.
Take your time, yes. We know that in several parts of our city, which is not the most romantic part of the city, technical developments in digital infrastructure is not on their agenda. And how to combine and how to convince people that what we are doing, sometimes behind the front door, is rather difficult. And I do not have the big answer. If you could do that, and that, it will help. That is not, but still, I think what we do is that we believe in that it is what we are doing is good. But to really convince people that we are, that when you ask them, are we doing good? It remains a challenge, and that is because it is not on the agenda. They just want to. Does it help? Does it lower my energy bill, for example? If we can say yes, then we are doing good. And sometimes it is not so very seen what we are doing. So it is.
Do you want to have a shot at the social use cases?
Well, one of the cases where we're talking to the Erasmus Medical Center about early pregnancy endings, right? But there's also a social component over there, and it's in certain areas. So there's all kind of analysis you can do. And what you see a lot of times, then it's a project, right? It's a lot of work. We get the data, and then we have an answer, and then next year, the data is old. And in this way, you can really set it up sustainably. organize the data, because the data is there. Maybe not at the medical center, but the city has a lot. There's a lot of open data. So almost all questions somehow have a data component, right? And everyone is struggling a bit with Excel, and then it doesn't really work, and it's complicated. You don't get the results you want. So by just changing aligning it a little bit differently, have some agreements on how you want to handle it, you can set up a sustainable dashboard app, whatever, like the pregnancy thing. There is definitely a social component over there, and there's lots of interests again. And this way we can set up something which you can stay using, and then you can also start using it again for the next use case, a social use case. And in the end, so it's not about technology anymore, it's about procurement and the agreements, right? We need a solution. Let's make sure that we ask the right question, make sure that they set it up sustainably, and then you can start using it for this kind of questions as well, definitely. So then it's not the city of Rotterdam anymore, it's the Erasmus Medical Center.
We have 2.5 minutes left, and I have 2 questions. So we're going to be very, very quick with answers. Let's say that the event leadership to VDS has this brainwave in 2 years from now and is going to invite you again to talk about the progress with the Open Urban platform in Rotterdam. What does success look like in 2 years from now? What have you accomplished in 2 years from now?
It should be way more really used within the city, right? So it would be great if a lot of departments are really sharing their data through the platform so that you can keep using it and other people can also find it. Let's say 10 apps which they are currently already using are connected to the platform, are getting their data from there. It saves a lot of money and the quality will be increased. And let's say we have 10 more cities who are around Europe. We're already, Tampere is here, who are also using it. Because it's a standard solution. It works everywhere. It's international. And the challenges are the same everywhere as well. So within the cities, we have more use and new cities who are also starting to use it. That would be great.
Albert?
The technology is there. So if cities and entrepreneurs are bold, then I think we can scale up for the coming years, because it is necessary, so implement on scale.
Okay. Gentlemen, this is something that's been created in Rotterdam, but it was designed for replication and scale. Whether it's another city in the Netherlands or whether it's Valencia, this is something that can be done. If there is a leader in this room that says, hey, hang on, I want to hear more about this. I want to see how we transplant this to our community. What do they do? Should they call you? And what does follow-up look like then?
We always try to check a real solution, right? We're not going to do architecture, so we really want to do a real solution, and we try to figure out how can it kind of work, and then that's what we're trying to build together. And the platform is online. We don't have to install anything. You don't have to put servers in your cellar or anything. It's there. So we're just trying to set up the solution together with you as a first draft, and then you can grow on that, like the Lego stuff.
We have 8 seconds left for you.
I want to thank everybody.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been very enlightening. Thank you for your presence, your time, coming to Valencia. I hope this has been informative and that you enjoyed it. And enjoy the rest of the ride at VDS. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. Landed with split-second accuracy, Baz. Outstanding work. Thank you so much. And thanks to our brilliant guests, the TLDR. It's complicated, but my goodness, if you get it right, it's really worthwhile. Do reach out to our brilliant guests, Albert and Rick.
Thanks.
Fantastic stuff there. Okay, let me tell you a little bit. Let me remind you about the app. The app is your gateway, your portal to all kinds of awesomeness. It's got the Wi-Fi password. It's got the schedule. It's got a mechanism whereby you can connect with all of the speakers, with all of the delegates. You can hook yourself up with some amazing meetings. You can meet fellow entrepreneurs, and you can really plot this course for the future together. Another little reminder, I see a lot of young folks in the audience. I bet you're all amazing on social media. Please do use the hashtag VDS2025, because we want to create some serious FOMO out there. You're here, your friends, family, and financial directors are not here. So let's make them all jealous. Thank you very much in advance. Okay. One more thing, we have simultaneous translation. If you want to know more, if you want to listen to this in a different language, find it in the app. We have you covered on the Santander stage. Right, my dear friends, we are now going to move on to our next session. I'm a big fan for cybersecurity. I spent the last fortnight emceeing cybersecurity events in Zurich and Scottsdale, Arizona. It is a big deal, as we've seen with AWS. When the internet goes down, life goes down. We're about to find out about security for future cities and look at blended threats and AI-augmented risk mitigation. This is very important stuff, so we are absolutely delighted to have the founder at Tenacities or Tenacities here. Please welcome to the stage, Knut Schoenfelder. Thank you. Great to see you, Knut. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Well, I have to say that the recent events in Paris at the Louvre put a strange spin on talking about security in a museum. But relax, the only thing I want to steal from you today is really your attention for a couple of minutes. So my name is Knut. I'm the founder of Tenacities. We are advising architects and urban planners on security in the planning process. And in that capacity, we have been involved in some of the most ambitious urban planning projects on Earth. For instance, NEOM in Saudi Arabia. Just reflect the shape and form of the most iconic development in NEOM, the line, and also the ambitions to create the world's first cognitive city. My takeaway from this exposure to those projects is that the current approach to security in the built environment is obsolete. And today I want to tell you how I came to that conclusion and then introduce my idea of unified invisible security. I want to start off with introducing you to 3 dilemmas of security. Well, first, security is always a trade-off. And you'll certainly agree that Alcatraz Island, the famous prison, is a very protected place. At the same time, it is arguably not a very livable place, which in the case of Alcatraz was the intention, right? But in most of the times when creating a security system in the built environment, the challenge is to get the balance right. So you want to have enough security to mitigate and address the risks, the security threats, and at the same time, you want to keep the security to a minimum so it doesn't negatively impact accessibility, density of a city, right? Talking about livability, what does it actually mean? The Economist, so the British newspaper, publishes on an annual basis a livability ranking where it scores global cities regarding their livability. The scoring is based on measuring 5 factors that are shown on the slide, and among them, with a weight of 25%, so together with culture and environment, the most important factor is stability, which is defined as the absence of violence, crime, terrorism, so essentially synonymous to security. What's interesting is that in 2025, the city of Copenhagen, Denmark, scored the first place, and by that ended a 3-year run of Vienna, Austria at the top of the livability ranking. The economists themselves stated that the reason for Copenhagen climbing up the ladder and basically pushing Vienna down are 2 events that happened in 24 and 25. The first one being a bomb threat to a Taylor Swift concert that was subsequently canceled. And the second one is a planned attack on a train station that was revealed. Note that none of those events actually happened, so nobody got injured, nothing was damaged. Yet Vienna, the perception of security in Vienna took a major hit, and that basically resulted in Vienna scoring only second place in this year. Which brings me to the second threat, that security is both a feeling and an objective reality. So you can feel protected, you can feel secure, and at the same time be at risk, and vice versa. And unfortunately, there's a human tendency to take security for granted until it is proven other way. So if you consider this recent security heist, or this recent heist at the Louvre, the attackers have definitely, so the challenge is basically to think about security at the earlymost stage. And as a security advisor, the challenge is to direct attention to a very abstract event that might happen somewhere in the future. And the best you can actually achieve is that nothing happens. Which brings me to the third challenge, that security is a process, not a product. So there's a strategic advantage of the attacker over the defender. The attacker has all the time in the world to really consider his approach, to consider his attack, to identify vulnerabilities, and remain invisible until he basically conducts the attack. So now take the example of the recent heist in the Louvre. The attackers will definitely have researched the security measures in place at what is considered the most protected museum in the world, and evaluated different attack opportunities until they eventually found a vulnerability, a window in the second floor that they were able to access via a truck-based motor lift. Then break into the window, the alarm was triggered, then they approached the display, stole a lot of jewelry, basically escaped the same way back with motor scooters without facing any resistance. The defender, so the security team in the Louvre at that time, had to make sure that they protect each vulnerability 24/7, 36 feet. And are we interested that the Louvre, there has been no security breach in roughly 100 years? No, we're not. So we're all talking about this one successful attack. Now, philosophical thoughts about security aside, how do we practically go about designing a security system in a complex urban environment? The first step is to think about the what, the why, and the what if. So to think about what is actually endangered, the why is it endangered? So what might pose a threat to the valuable assets, processes, informations, people of a city? And then think about what if a security incident takes place, what are the negative impacts? And to structure our risk analysis, we're borrowing a taxonomy that was introduced by the International Standardization Organization. The idea is to conceptualize a city as a complex system of systems. And the 12 city themes you see presented on the slide essentially represent infrastructure, services, and processes that are required to basically enable city services and quality of life in a city. So we are looking at each of those city themes and trying to understand possible, probable threat scenarios. And back to my claim in the beginning that I think the traditional approach to security is obsolete, I want to focus on what I call blended threats. So blended threats are threats that might initially start in the digital realm, but then have effect in the physical realm of a city, or vice versa. Let me give you two brief, hypothetical, but well-researched examples. So let's just imagine a city district that is focused on sustainable living, has its own smart grid, solar panels on the houses in this district, and the smart grid of this sustainable district is connected to the wider electrical grid with one substation. Now imagine a cyber attack on this substation, on the firmware of that substation, resulting in an imbalance in the load balancing between the wider grid and the smart grid, which then will result in temporary losses of electricity and heat. And you can imagine that this will ultimately have effects on the day-to-day life patterns of the citizens, of the inhabitants of the city district. Second example, let's imagine a public transport system that is using autonomous pods, like they're, for instance, in use in the Heathrow Airport. These pods are exposed to manipulated training data, and as a result, over time, they start to stop at strange situations while in full driving mode, take wrong turns, or even approach people to a dangerous distance. So this will, of course, lead to negative effects on the wider mobility network of the airport, of the city, but also in a degradation of trust of the people into this very advanced, innovative mobility mode. And to add a third one, less a blended threat, but quite directly emphasizing this cascading effect, is the recent incident that happened at Munich Airport in Germany. So over the course of 2 days, drones were sighted in the airport, in the airspace of the airport. It wasn't clear who basically directed the drones there, but what happened is that the airport was shut down for 2 consecutive days. So just imagine a drone that might be an off-the-shelf gadget for $400 resulted in an airport of a major town in Germany being shut down for 2 consecutive days. So massive damage, and you can just imagine the effects, the cascading effects. So what I'm trying to highlight is that in a smart city, from a security perspective, this complex network is very prone to negative networks effect. There are more nodes to attack, so not only physical vulnerabilities, but also digital vulnerabilities. And then there's a high likelihood that an incident propagates over the network, resulting in a higher impact of a security incident. Which brings me to my claim that the traditional approach to urban security is obsolete for future cities, because a future city has to deal with new vulnerabilities. I try to exemplify 3 of them, with new threats like drones. That wasn't really a danger or considered as a risk just a couple of years ago. But advances in technology also offer, and basically the new threats and vulnerability call for utilizing new solutions. And I've just highlighted a couple of companies which offer solutions such as virtual fences that can really change the way we do perimeter protection, access control, big deal. So not only in events like this, but also in office buildings, there's this dedicated access control point where you normally have to present your ID card. There are far more innovative ways to manage access control. Quick reminder, what are the key elements of security in the built environment today? Perimeter protection, access control, and CCTV. I've talked about perimeter protection and access control. Just remember or reflect this venue here. It's actually architectured and designed in a very open manner, but at the same time, there's one dedicated access point, and we all had to go through this access point. And else, the entire perimeter is surrounded, so not accessible from any other venue. CCTV, you can essentially have hour-long discussions about CCTV. The main points are the effect of CCTV is highly dependent on the use case. So are you using CCTV in a parking area in a dark park or in a very dense urban environment? The overall effect, and that has been thoroughly researched, of CCTV is modest to insignificant. At the same time, CCTV in specific regions of the world is often perceived as a violation of privacy expectations, and also might so the presence of CCTV might also already used to a degradation of the perceived level of security. Which brings me to a new paradigm for urban security. What are the key requirements? Unified security and invisible security. Unified security meaning all risks have to be considered and constantly updated, not only physical risks, but also cyber risks. And then the idea of invisible security. So the idea of having proper solutions in place that mitigate the security risks that have been identified, but at the same time ending up with a security system that remains as unobtrusive as possible. Talking about security solutions, the next step after having understood and researched potential threat scenarios is to pick adequate solutions in order to mitigate the risks and ensure protection. And we're essentially segmenting the space of potential solutions as seen here on the slide. So you have the upper level of physical intervention, which can be divided into 3 different groups: design, technical, and operational measures. Design measures could be as simple as basically emphasizing perimeter borders with plantery, or basically removing blind spots with lights or architectural intervention. Technical measures, I've exemplified a couple of them: virtual borders, innovative access control, CCTV or surveillance based on mobile autonomous systems, so ground robots or drones, and then operational interventions, community policing, for instance, with the idea that police officers closely engage and interact with community members to understand emergent threats and being able to react at the earlymost stage. The lower layer then represents the cyber intervention, also divided into 3 groups: design, operation, and response. Design essentially meaning coming up, designing a resilient and robust digital infrastructure for a city in the beginning. Then operational encompasses all those traditional cybersecurity measures: infrastructure security, endpoint security, identity and access management, et cetera, and response, and that's from an urban planning perspective, the most tricky, the most important thing is to understand the potential cascading effects of a threat scenario, and then coming up with mitigation plans with contingency measures. And then to complete, to finish my presentation, there's this middle layer that ensures that the available data in a city are fusioned, analyzed, that they as such support monitoring of security operations, facilitate decision making and incident response. And basically picking up the wider concept of a digital twin in a city, we have coined this idea a digital security twin with the essential features shown there on a map. So our idea at Tenacities is to develop the world's first and premier digital security twin. We're at the beginning. We think there are promising solutions that are renowned in the military environment. The challenge will be to probably integrate the solutions in the wide spectrum of digital twin applications seen emerging everywhere around the world, and then also ensure privacy. So thank you very much for your attention. If you're interested in collaborating on this idea, please get in touch, and else enjoy your stay, enjoy your time at Valencia. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Brilliant. Muy bien. Very good. That was great stuff. Some very sobering words there. I like the way he tied it into that audacious robbery at the Louvre. The things that we think are secure are sometimes not as secure as we think, and this applies a lot to connected cities where obviously everything is connected. Now, if we haven't met before, my name is Oisin Lunny. I help great people, organizations, and companies tell their best stories through podcasts, through media, and through events like VDS. So this is my second year here on the Santander stage. I'm thrilled to be back here. My personal motto is ABC, or always be connecting, because I'm a great believer in the power of connecting, seeing what happens over time, and the power of ecosystems to lift up an entire community. And really, this is not just Valencia, this is not just Spain, this is the world, and you're all part of this. So thank you very much for being here. Do feel free to find me on LinkedIn. I will send you a mixtape. I'll tell you more about that later. Okay, my dear friends, we are going to move on, and we're going to look at the anatomy of venture capital in Europe. And this session is hosted by our dear friends at Draper B1. So we would like you to give them all a big welcome when they come on stage. I'm going to tell you who's going to speak, and then they're all going to come on all together, and then we give them a big round of applause, because that's how we roll at the Santander stage. So I'm delighted to tell you we will shortly be joined by the associate partner at Flashpoint, Marton Medvetsky, by Juan Santamaria, CEO at Hawk, by Enrique Peniche Garcia, the founding partner at Draper B1, and by our wonderful moderator, the COO at Vidtex Technologies, Marcos Luengo. Give it up, big round of applause, Marcos, Enrique, Juan, and Marton. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the applause, and welcome and good morning to everyone. And I would like to start, given that we have an amazing lineup together today here. If you can explain briefly, what is the investment focus of the VCs that you are working for? So, Juan?
Yeah, thank you. We basically invest in deep tech, meaning infrastructure, software, cybersecurity, AI, meaning deep tech AI approach. So it's B2B, SaaS, and essentially deep tech. We've been investors in Panda Security. We've been investors in Devo, the first cybersecurity unicorn in Spain. So with a cybersecurity bias, but not only.
Yeah, from our side, Draper B1, we invest in amazing teams that usually are based in Spain. We are part of the Draper network, so our headquarters in the US, so we tend to try to help them make the jump to the US. And in our last fund is Frontier Tech. We invest seed stage in pre-seed, and it has to have some technology competitive advantage. So what we are doing is B2B SaaS with AI, blockchain, or something that actually, like cybersecurity and some other fields that the technology give a competitive advantage.
Yeah, so I work for Flashpoint, and Flashpoint is basically an international investor in B2B SaaS. We have a slightly different strategy, so we look for something we call the efficiency edge, which is basically teams that can build products efficiently and then sort of work with probably a little bit lower amount of capital and then get to like really good results. And we think that these teams are the best positions to like win on the markets overall. So we typically invest at the Series A stage with ticket size of like 2-3 million, and then can go up to like whatever 20-30 if needed. And we have offices in London, New York, Tel Aviv, so trying to cover a lot of ground from those places.
So thank you very much. I would like to ask you, Enrique and Marton, what are the two main factors that your investment committee is considering in order to make an investment or not to make an investment? Is it people? Is it market? Is it technology? What are these two main factors to take that decision?
Well, maybe I can go first because I usually go first investing. So, so the thing is that we are at pre-seed and seed stage. So our first and main focus is the team and the people behind the project, because actually there is not much numbers when we invest. But usually we invest in a moment that people are already together, full in, have the company incorporated, and have already some product and the first pilot or clients. So in that sense, we actually review a lot with the team. We need to understand that we share the vision and the ambition, and we have similar ideas because we are going to be married for 10 years. So we have to, have this chemistry or feeling. So that's the main part. But of course, we review the product because they already have a product. We put that product in front of some specialist people in the field because we need that product to have some competitive advantage. And then the third point probably is the upside, because we have a good team, good product, but if the market is ridiculously small, then it's something that it doesn't work with us. But like 80% is team.
Okay, excellent. And Martin, from your perspective that you are entering in a later phase, what are the key elements for you?
Yes, I'm a more conservative guy, and I think like any time that you do any sort of investment, there are only three things that matter, and that is cash flow, growth, and risk, right? And then you can basically like take anything that you have inside of the company and then just like match it and pair it to these like attributes, right? And so, because like it also like you have to think with the end in mind, right? So you have to think of like how are you going to exit this company and then kind of calculate backwards, and then you sort of understand like, okay, is this a good fit for my thesis? And so for us, when we're looking at companies, obviously we look at the financial numbers, and there's a lot of numbers by the time that we invest. So, you know, contrary to what we heard here, we're in the fortunate position to actually be able to look at numbers. So things like retention rates, things like, you know, growth rates, things like, you know, ARR, gross margin, and all the traditional metrics. And then, you know, to understand like how that's going to work in the future, obviously you got to look at the market, right? The larger the market is, the larger chances you have to actually capture a bigger portion of that, even if the execution is not the best, right? Because there's a large market, you can just capture a large part of it. So, you know, these are, for us, the most crucial element. But then at the end of the day, all of that stuff doesn't really matter, because if the founder team is actually not great, like none of those numbers are going to be great, right? So you can look at the numbers as an indicator, as sort of like a quality indicator of the team. But at the end of the day, I agree that actually the team is the one that matters the most.
So as you can see, the team is crucial in any investment. And I would like to jump into something that is very in the mouth of everyone, which is AI. I would like to know, Juan and Martin, what are you looking for? What opportunities are you looking for in the AI space? And the most important thing, what are the factors that really build the moat that an AI company should have? Is it distribution, data, IP, integrations? What do you think on that?
Shall I go, Martin? Okay. Yeah, the bad news is that we are not in the software seat in the world time. We are in the AI is in the software time. So whatever you're trying to do with AI, it might be improved and killed by AI itself. And that's a challenge when you try to invest in a business, right? Because you don't know if it's going to be killed in 2 years by AI also. We think that, even if it's early, we think that the way to approach a project that can thrive is through integration in the workflows and the data. Those two things combined make a difference and might make a sustainable, a competitive advantage. Everything else you can do, but if you have integrated workflows and the data is yours, you're less vulnerable. So those two are things that we are looking in every project that we're looking to invest. And then there are a lot of more things, right? Because venture capital is venture, isn't adventure, right? But those two, I would say, they are critical at this point.
Martin?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think I like to say that there is a good article from NFX like a couple of years ago where it said that AI is like water. And I sort of like agree with this thing, because really the fundamental models are a commodity by now. And if you look at like how investing into fundamental models is as a business, it's actually a terrible business, right? Because you like invest like $3 to get like $1 of revenue, and then there's no way that that investment is ever going to actually yield results. So I do agree that there's only a couple of things that you can sort of really innovate on, and that's really on the application layer, and then somewhat in the infrastructure layer. Basically, how do you use the product, the AIs, the AI models? I think I would add to the list distribution as well, because now in the age of AI, there's new methods of distribution. Whether it's like creating products, mini products with AI that you can then send to customers for free, whether it's just building a community, whether it's like having a special access to like thought leadership that you can actually like use to push your product. There are many ways that are new in a sense that actually yield good results, but it's very hard to hard to innovate in that, right? So so what we're looking at is a combination of these, and then also looking at like stress testing. If there was a significant change in the price of the underlying model, how would the business model of the company react, right? So is it going to collapse? Is it going to be much better? I mean, these are all questions that you have to examine when you're investing in AI companies.
Okay, thank you. And I will go into valuations, which is something that people normally likes to know. This is for you, Juan and Enrique. Do you think that valuations are the same level as in 2021 before the high interest rates where valuations went down, or still are recovering? What is your views on that?
I think, so 2021, we internally talk about those times are never going to come back, right? I am an angel of a unicorn company at the time, and is very far from a unicorn down to the bottom now. So just to represent that those times in valuations probably are hard to come back, and not anytime soon. Even if valuations now have come back a little bit, but I would say the years 2023, 2023, the market was actually broken, right? It wasn't about valuations. It was, most of the people was scared to invest. So there was just a broken market. Now we're coming back to valuations. I would argue that it's, when you take I've been in the industry for 15 years now, and I don't think it's, super expensive now. Rates in Europe are very low. US is bringing rates lower. So it's actually a good moment to invest, and I expect valuations to grow from here, right?
And Enrique?
Agree to disagree. Because I think as he pointed out, what is later stage is just what you said, when companies get to almost unicorn stage. But in the case of seed stage and pre-seed, 2021 valuations were much higher than previous years. It was higher. But now, if it's a AI company doing some B2B SaaS AI, whatever, valuation is even higher than in 2021. So we are right now in an angular position as a seed fund because you want to be in that wave, but at the same time, later stage funds are not paying those valuations. So there is a high risk of down rounds down the road. But from the point of view of an entrepreneur, if you are not a B2B SaaS AI, then you are fucked up because no one is investing otherwise. I mean, it's really, really strange to get funded if you are outside that, because if you see the numbers in investment has been recovering, but like 80-90% of that money goes just to those projects. And in case of the US, it goes to a really few number of projects. So for example, as an Spanish investor, that we have also some investments in the US, right now, because of that, it's more interesting for us to invest in the US, that the valuations in seed stage are lower than they were in 2021 and quite lower even for AI companies than in Spain, where it doesn't make sense at all because the upside if something works in the US is much bigger.
Yeah, I agree with you, all of you about that situation. Given that we are in Spain now, I would like to know, Martin, you from your European perspective, and Juan from your background all over the world, what do you think are the competitive edge of Spanish startups today? Is it the talent? Is it the cost? Is it the verticalization that they are doing? What do you think what are the competitive edges for the Spanish startups from your point of view?
I think all of what you mentioned is true. So I think one of the ways that we look at it is that, you're trying to get sort of $1 of revenue, and then at what cost you can get that revenue is basically a super crucial element in the equation. And, connecting to all of you, what you said before, I mean, like, everything is basically determined by, like, your cost structure, and eventually you will need to be valued on the financials, right? Like, there's no way around it, unfortunately. That's the realities of, like, investing in startups. So, like what I feel about and what I see in Spain is that there are super talented engineers that are coming at basically like, let's say 50% of the cost of what you would see in the US or in sort of like other developed market. And that for like companies, it actually is a great asset. And then, and then there is also a market that is not like a super large market internally. So eventually you will need to go out of Spain and, you will need to focus on, selling internationally. And then if you do that from day one, it's even better because then you're, then you're starting with an international mindset from the get-go. And then eventually you will be able to like have these results that everyone wants.
Yeah, and I would say, so when we sold Panda, I became a board director at WatchGuard, the company that acquired Panda. And one of the things that surprised me is that when they looked at the employee base of WatchGuard, which is over 1,000 people, 1,500 people actually, they put Spain, Panda was a lot of Spanish employees, they put Spain alongside Indians as a low-cost base. So we are low cost for the Americans, okay? And that's a competitive advantage because the talent of the people here is no different from theirs. So we are just as good, at least. I think we are lacking in Spain a little bit of English level in general. When I look at Portugal, for instance, they have equally very good technicians, but they are more fluent in English. And I think that's a little nuance, but we need to work on that. And the other thing is we are building like this event, an ecosystem that we didn't have before. In Spain, in Europe in general, the venture capital and entrepreneurship is becoming a mainstream thing. It's taken steps, right? But it's getting better. When I started 15 years ago, it was nothing. You could not find entrepreneurs, actually, willing to have a venture round. So I think Spain and Europe, to some extent as well, is becoming more and more competitive because we have the same talent, a good ecosystem that is evolving, and then eventually, you can compete globally. So I'm optimistic.
Well, those are good overviews on the Spanish talent. We are 2 minutes to go, so I would like all of you just one advice for those who are looking for investment that are in the audience right now. Quick advice. Who starts?
I can start. I think it's one of the good advices is to try to take care of your metrics from early on so that you have proper data basically about everything that you do from the very early stages, and then that will help you tremendously when you're raising a round because then you don't need to care about trying to collect all the stuff that is being asked. And so it's actually good practice, and it's good as a CEO to help you in understanding your business from an investor's perspective as well. So that's my advice.
Yeah, I mean, my advice, I was thinking when you asked, and one company that it did the best in our portfolio, that is 4 venues, the guy told me I only look for money when I don't need the money. So it's kind of every time that he was going to raise, he actually was almost getting to break-even point. So he could actually raise in calm, no hurry, choose well the partner that you are going to have. Once he raised the money, yes, he increased the team, he speed up the marketing and everything, so he is farther away from break-even, but then the next round, he gets closer and closer to break-even, okay? Keeping the growth. So that's try to actually raise the money when you are comfortable and not in a hurry.
Okay, and you, Juan?
Yeah, the main thing, it's hard to give just one advice, right? But if I had to give one, it would be learn from your customers. Never forget to continuously learn from them because they are going to guide you what's the real path looking forward. Second advice is never give up.
So thank you very much, the three of you. It has been amazing to have you here and to listen from you, from your experience. And thank you very much to everyone here for your attention to this roundtable. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias a todos. Thank you, Martin, Juan, Enrique, and Marcos. That was an excellent session. And folks coming in, there are seats. We have seats up here. Come and make yourselves comfortable. You're welcome to stand if you like. That's all good. Now listen, just a little teaser for you. Today, on this stage, we're going to be giving out 75,000 euros. Oh yes, this is the Santander X Spain Awards right here on this stage. Madre mia, it's going to be so much fun. 75 grand, not to be sneezed at. Join us here, 4:40, do not miss it. So my dear friends, just a little reminder, everything you need in life, más o menos, you'll find it in the app, including the Wi-Fi password. Get the app, get the Wi-Fi, connect, and let's build this VDS family. Right now, we're going to move on with a fantastic session. We're going to learn about the city that sees everyone. Get ready for an inclusive tour to learn about designing for neurodiversity, safety, and belonging. And it is a real honor to welcome to the stage the co-founder and head of research at the Smart Building Collective and Learn, Adapt, Build LAB. Please give it up for Dr. Elizabeth Nelson. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. That was fantastic. I have to bring you along with me more often, huh?
Anytime.
Hi, good morning, everyone. We're going to talk about something just as serious as what was just talked about, but maybe something a little bit more personal for a lot of us. I'm a biomedical engineer. My PhD is looking at how we experience work and how we move through the spaces. So I'm going to try a little bit of a different talk, but I hope it's fun and it connects with everyone. So, I'm a scientist, I'm a researcher. I've been a researcher my whole life, but I started off being one of those fun, sexy researchers in advertising. And I worked for Nike, I worked for EA Sports, I worked for companies looking at how do we brand and connect to people. And I got to work with some of the best artists in the world. And I found at the ripe old age of 23, the job I was going to do forever, right? But then, like so many of us, I started working longer hours, sending that email at midnight, started having trouble waking up in the morning, having a bigger cup of coffee, and I lived in the US at the time, so you know the coffee tastes like shit, but at least you get a lot of it, right? And started working weekends, but it wasn't until I fell asleep during a bikini wax that I realized I had burned out from my job that I loved. In case English is your second language and you didn't understand that, I'm talking about ripping hair out of down here. It is not something to sleep through. My body was shutting down from a work and job that I loved. And someone told me when you research the workplace and you look at this, it's a book. So I brought my book. It's the red one here. I have a couple of copies in case you want a signed copy after. But I looked at our biological response to the workplace. So I'm going to take you through it quickly. But when we talk about what happened to me, our physical response in the workplace, there's three main things that I did to have my body crash at work. I stopped sleeping well. I had no control over my schedule and my job. And I had high levels of stress. Now, this is a photoshopped image. This little girl is not in any danger at any time. But what we see here is something that is a really good example of our chemicals and our biology. Stress is supposed to be something we experience very shortly in peaks. We are around a wild animal, and we get a shot of cortisol, our stress hormone, and we run away, right? But what do we do now? We have constant high levels of stress. Our hormones are off in the spaces that we are, and we're not responding in a biological way. Here's another great example. Has anybody been to the dentist recently? Yeah? Did you have an amazing experience? No, right? Nobody has a good trip to the dentist, right? I went to the dentist. I had to have four of my cavities drilled out and refilled. It was awful. And I had two main things to do. I had to open my mouth and not move my tongue. And I can do that. Watch. right? But did I do that in the chair? No, of course not. My tongue fought at every moment and actually got drilled and started bleeding in the dentist chair. And why is that? Because we have hundreds of thousands of years of evolution that has taught us people putting things in your mouth is not safe. And we have tons of these responses, right? And so what I want to talk to you about today is this idea of moving through spaces, staying in your spaces. You have lots and lots of biology to protect you. And you have lots of cultural norms that actually go against that. So here's a quick neuroscience, right? I think you probably all know dopamine, the addictive, get it done, fantastic feeling chemical that we all have in our brain. It's good addiction and bad addiction. I'll talk about that later. Serotonin, happy hormone, and cortisol, the stress hormone. Now remember, cortisol, a little bit, gets you what you need. It helps you wake up in the morning, helps you go out but when you're about to hop on the football field, gets you going, helps you get into a flow state, or saves your life. But too much, it fries your brain and your body. I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to go fast. Should we do a little experiment? Everybody stand up. Yeah. Okay. Now it's an all or nothing game, so if you sit down, you have to stay seated. And just a little note, I have to sit down for all of this, so that's part of it. Sit down if you are an introvert. You get your energy from one-on-one conversations. You're not maybe considered the life of the party always. It's just where you get your energy. Sit down if you're an afternoon person. You don't wake up bright and shiny in the morning. You like the nights, you like the afternoons, you work better that way. Yeah, sorry, this is Spain, right? Life is in the afternoon. Sit down if a lot of your work is deep focus. It's you and your computer. It's you doing what you do. No, you're doing great. Stay safe. Now, sit down if you're easily bothered by noise. You like quiet spaces to work. Okay. So we have one person, right? Give her a round of applause. Who is this person? Yeah? No? It's the lucky ones, right? It's who our culture is made for. People who wake up bright and shiny in the morning, like my husband, who drives me insane. People who can work in noisy areas, who have collaborative tasks. This is who buildings and places are designed for. And more dangerously, it's who these people are usually called normal, or the majority. Now, I want to tell you, almost every statistic that I see about normal can be argued, if not completely thrown out. We don't know what normal is. And more importantly, who fucking cares? The more you learn about the human brain, the more interesting it becomes. And the more that we accept how our biology works, how our hundreds of thousands of years have created you individually, the better we can work as teams, the better that we can operate within our cities. I do a lot of consulting with my research, and I worked with a surgery center. And so one of the things that we did is we put up a extremely ugly poster of much worse than this is actually much better, of a sunset where people got their anesthesia before surgery. And what happened? They needed less medicine, they had a safer surgery because they needed less medicine, and they recovered quicker. Only because their heart rate was lower. So when we look at putting people through spaces to change their biology, a lot of what we're talking about is their heart rate and looking at how do we calm people down, get that cortisol down. Okay, here's a group question. Raise your hand if you think only some people are sensitive to environments? Just some people. Oh, or you don't know? To what sense? Their body feels sensitive or reacts to different environments. Okay, either I didn't explain the question well, or you're all answering the right way. Yes, we're all sensitive to environments. Some people we see are more resilient in a way. They can last longer in an environment that goes against their biology. Does anybody want to guess a big population that does that? Anybody? What? I didn't hear. Men. Men are incredibly resilient to bad environments. They can last with poor air quality, with disruption, with this kind of thing. Men are incredibly resilient when environments make other people's alarms go off. Not as a universal rule, but more in general. But women have more indicators. We have more signs of a bad environment, of a bad cultural setup. So what's better? How does this picture make everybody feel? Not good? No. The women, so usually when I show this, the men are kind of like, ah, and the women are like, no. This is the oh shit moment, right? When women go, oh no, I gotta get all the way over there, and I'm the only car in the parking lot. There was a parking facility that looked at how to calm women down and make them feel safer in their environments. Does anybody want to guess what nature sound made women feel safe in a parking lot? Yes, thank you. Round of applause for him. Birds. Brilliant. Bird song. And why would bird song, because it's so beautiful, that makes women feel calm? No, because for hundreds of thousands of years, birds have sang when there aren't predators around, including men. But I've also done research to look at what happens when you have opposite inputs coming in. What happens when your vision sees, oh shit, and something else says, no, it's okay, there's no predators. Our biology fights within itself, and it doesn't know whom to believe. So how do we build cities and how do we build buildings that work with our biology and don't lie to our biology? Because what's a better thing than making women feel safe? To make women actually safer, right? And there's tons of things. I saw this at a presentation, I got so pissed off because I said, there's a million things, not a million, there's a lot of things we can do. You can increase the light in a parking area, and they've shown that this decreases crime in areas. You can make the wayfinding shorter, or make priority parking for people who are going to be there later. You can make different groups or have different people around at that time and make it more populated. If there's higher population, there's less crime. So the last thing when we're putting technology into cities and spaces that we want to do is lie to our biology. We want to actually change and learn what we have. I'm going over time. Does anybody, hold on. I'm trying to get there. So one of the things that I would like you all to think about when you're looking at your own biology is something that we've lost recently. Does anybody think back to when you were a child, when you lost focus, when you were completely into an event? Maybe it was football, maybe it was drawing, maybe it was building, and you had that magical moment where you just got lost in what you were doing. So from a scientific perspective, we call that flow, where you get, anyone have this with their work now? All of a sudden you haven't eaten for 90 minutes, you have gotten a ton of work done, you have this fantastic thing. So chemically, it's this fantastic thing to see. Our happy hormones go up, our stress gets us in there just at the beginning, but the rest of it it gives us this happy high, spikes of dopamine, we got things done, we do a day's worth of work in 90 minutes, it's fantastic. But we're losing that now. Because what do I have to do to interrupt your flow? It takes 15 minutes to get back into flow, being interrupted. And how often do we all get interrupted now? Hundreds of times per hour, yes. So what we're doing with our notifications, with our collaborative workspaces where we're always just available, is we are eliminating the option for one of the most fantastic things that the human body is capable of. And one of the things that actually fuels happiness and vitality in our brain and our body. Oh, sorry, I'm all over the place. Does anybody know who is not suffering from the flow problem right now? There was a game on last night. I don't know if you watched. Athletes, footballers. Athletes are fantastic at flow. And actually, it's one of the work that we're doing where we're looking at how do we get people in the pre-flow state, the flow, and then the recovery state. But they're fantastic at it. So one of the things that we're doing in workplaces and the way people maneuver is seeing if we can get people into that high, that dopamine, and that collective flow. So teams of footballers, actually, they've seen, have gotten into this chemical phenomenon, almost, together. Because this is what we used to do. We used to do things together. We used to go into intense states of concentration, of getting things done. And the notifications, the disruptions, all of this, it's turning us into something that is actually quite depleting for our happy hormones and everything like that. Okay, sorry. Who do we design for? Does anybody know how big the crash test dummy is for a woman? The female crash test dummy is 142 centimeters tall. It's 48 kilos. And it's not even mandated that you use a female crash test dummy. And why is this? Because if we made cars that saved more women, would we make safer cars for men too? Most likely. But what's an easier thing to do? To make a car that doesn't kill a lot of men, or make a car that doesn't kill a lot of women in a crash? So what I want to leave you with is this idea of leaning into your sensitivities, your biology, looking at how we design an organic response in our cities, in our buildings, to leaving it there. Because when we go back to the organic, we can take something that's very biologic and make one of the best headquarters, in my very biased opinion, because I consulted on this project, in Europe, and something that's very natural, to show the flow of how we integrate, how we do tasks together, how we stay in nature, and yet do work. All right, I'm going to finish a little bit early because I'm going to try to stay on time. But I have a couple of books with me. If you'd like a signed copy of my book, I would love to share it with you. And thank you so much.
Bravissimo. Jättebra. Tack så mycket. Absolutely great stuff. And yes, there was so much more in that presentation. Please do find Dr. Nelson, get yourself a signed book, connect online, and let's keep the conversation going. That was absolutely brilliant. That crash test dummies is one of my favorite examples of, bias in design. It is absolutely a big deal. Okay, my friends, don't forget, share the love, create some FOMO, use the hashtag VDS2025. Make all your friends, families, and financial directors extremely jealous. Right, we are going to move on and learn about avoiding urban design design mistakes of the past for a better future of our cities. And I'm absolutely thrilled to be joined right now by the CEO and Urban Master Planner at Urbanitarian, Architektoniski, the wonderful guest, Honorata Gretschikowska. Give it up for Honorata. Thank you so much. Oh, do you not have a microphone? Oh, we need a microphone. Okay, yes, we like to keep our speakers on their toes. Excellent. The stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. It's Honorata here. Okay, let's start. We actually continue with the subject. Elizabeth did a fantastic job, and we just continue with the same subject over here. Okay, so what it is to design a city. What it means to design a city. Let's go through a few images. What do we have here? People struggling to rest because there is nothing to sit. People struggling to pass because of the clutter on our streets. This is one of them is my grandmother struggling to squeeze on the bench because there is only one on the main street. People struggling to get some greenery in the city. This is a project of my kid from the school. Or even these girls, when I asked them, they told me, we just want a place to be. And what is this? Struggling again, who has the priority? What kind of vehicle has a priority? So, if I would have to describe what it means to design a city, it's actually a fight for space. It's not even negotiation. It actually is a real fight for a real space, and sometimes a fight to even exist. And it doesn't matter if you work in technology, it doesn't matter if you are a politician, if you are working on water-sensitive subjects. Every decision, every policy that you make has actually a spatial repercussions. It actually gets to get a shape. It becomes a building, it becomes a street, it becomes a boundary. So, what do we need to do? We have to achieve spatial equity, and we cannot do it with a common standard. We have to analyze, we have to find out what are the other needs of the other normal people with their abilities, with their shapes, with their sizes, with their heights, and so on. Only then we can achieve spatial equity in millimeters, from millimeters to scales, in objects, in other objects, in surfaces. Only then we achieve this multifunctional ability to design cities up to its highest. So I came here today to give you one example from one of my projects. I am actually researching one of the most common public spaces in the cities. And these are schoolyards. Okay, why schoolyards? Schoolyards are society in miniature. Think about it. In your first 16 years of your life, you have a recess time. In your recess times, there is no teachers, no parents that tell you what to do. There are no specific rules. It's your only free time during your first 16 years of your life. You are supposed to do whatever you want, right? You are supposed to be free. Are you? I found out that no. So, last 5 years, more than 15 schoolyards research along countries in Europe. Now we expand the research also to international countries and overseas countries. When we talk about schoolyards in Europe, they usually look like this. So they have minimum space, and there is always one element in the schoolyard, which is the football field. Well, sometimes it's a basketball, but actually there is only a ball with which you can play football. Okay, this is the situation of the schoolyard. So, can these shapes and can these elements that we put in the schoolyards shape not only a playground, but can they also shape a child? Do they have influence on our identity of kids? It seems that yes. So one of the analyses that we did were pattern movements, and we did it by sex, by biological sex or by perceived sex. And after 15 schoolyards, the research of each schoolyard takes up to 1 year, so it really is extensive research, and this is one of the analyses that we do, but it's the most visible one. Almost always, the girls are on the peripheries, and the boys are more in the center. This is how also kids perceive themselves. So this is self-positioning studies, where the girls put themselves more in the corners, on the peripheries, and the boys more into the outer world. This is another example. You can see how many more movements boys do, how much more space the boys take, and where do the girls go. This is around 95%, okay? There are usually always few boys that are with the girls and a few girls as an exception with the boys. And then similar, and this is another one, it's also another case study when you see half of the football field and half of the grass. It could seem that the girls will take over the grass, but it didn't happen anyway, and the girls, again, they are on the peripheries. So what happens if for the first 16 years of your life, in your free time, you are placed on the periphery, or your hobbies are never in the center of the stage? While you go to your adult life and you know where your place is, on the periphery. So spaces don't just hold us, they mold us. I want to just mention one more thing. This is not what the girls want, or this is not what the boys want. They want to be equally active, but there is simply no space for them, and that's how the space is designed. Advantages only one game in the end. So spaces don't just hold us, they actually mold us. And actually, schoolyards are like a miniature of a city. The schoolyard becomes a square, becomes a plaza, becomes a public space. And we know cities are not neutral. Cities, they tell us whether you are important or you are not important. Let's take a case of lights. So this is a beautiful postcard moment. We like the shining facades, lights. But who likes it the most? Tourists. And who likes it even more? The government, because of the revenue that these lights give to the city. Just next to it, we have an underground passage where the mothers go with the kids, or fathers go with the kids to bring them to the school, or night shift workers come back from their night shift. What the city tells you? Are you important? It doesn't tell you this. Okay? So cities are not only places where we live. They actually shape the society. And the lines on the paper become lines of power. So what do we design? The passages, even lighting up the spaces. Every element counts, because every element becomes either a weapon of power, of marginalization of certain demographics. Industrialization revolution didn't help us. Actually, we divided society into two spheres. Private spheres, that of reproduction, for the reproduction intended for women, and a public sphere, that of production intended for men. Okay, reproduction are all these things that we do in order to continue with life. Having kids, taking care of the house, doing groceries, taking care of the elderly people, and the production are all the functions that bring us money. Okay. It is still like this, because if I show you this sign, it just looks strange, right? Women are not subjects, they're objects. And it's also not only about women, okay? It's generally about creating this totally new standard of how do we design against the common standard. A person, a disabled person, that usually we think about physical disabilities. When we talk about mobility, now we talk a bit more about cycling, but usually it's about car. And when we talk about animals, we think about dogs, and we do plenty of dog parks. But actually, it's expanding this common standard that we do. We start with the kids that have 0 years old. When I talk with the city governments, they think that kids are born from 3 years old, because parks usually start from 3 years old. No, there are kids and newborns in the cities as well. There is no space designed for them. When we talk about designing for equity, we think that it's designing for others. But data shows us that in average 8 years of your life, you will be disabled, because temporal disability also counts. So it's actually designing for ourselves. Okay, what can we do? We have to stretch, we have to exercise, and the muscle that we have to stretch the most is your intersectionality muscles. So how to become more intersectional. And I have some homework for you to do. First of all, be aware of a false freedom that you produce. Whether it's a new app that you are doing, something technological, any decision that you do, think to yourself, do I produce freedom, or is it a false freedom? Okay? Become a detective and measure things that we didn't measure until now, for example, emotions, because emotions don't shape our cities yet. No? How do I do it? Whenever I am somewhere, I come up with my own methodologies how to measure emotions. Like, for example, this is for me happiness. Adults doing childish things, or adults resting in the public space. This is happiness. Measure everything. Measure first yourself, and then measure other things, and come up with your new methodologies how to measure things. Okay, this is one-to-one women that we always bring with us to participatory processes, or we conduct night walks with women and other demographics to talk and find out more information. Use the new technology. These are all new applications that we produced thanks to AI, like a wheel of power and privilege, to find out who is marginalized in your project. Become the user. This is the digital game, so that you can involve more demographics in your project. And use Urbanitaria.com to compare and use AI to find knowledge and find information that we can do now thanks to the technology. Okay, lastly.
What is football centrism?
Video.
I've seen it, but never really thought about it. Football centrism? Is that even a thing? Yes. It's when one game takes up all the space. Literally. Cities, schools, and public spaces are designed around one idea of play. The pitch, the game, the goal. And only a small group gets the spotlight. It affects who plays and who's pushed aside. We call it a choice, but it's exclusion. With real consequences. Girls drop out of sport by 13. Only 8% stay active. Boys face one narrow test of manhood. It's so normal, we hardly notice. So we made it visible. We watched, talked, asked, measured and mapped. Not just where the kids go, but why they stopped going. Then we start from scratch. In a world without football centrism. The space wouldn't be ruled by a single rectangle movement. Movement would go in all directions. Kids would try things, invent things, discover things. Kids wouldn't have to compete for the space to do what they enjoy. And yes, also play football. Because football wouldn't disappear, but it thrives alongside dance, running, climbing, or roller skating. And this is about responsible design, where everyone gets to take the field, regardless of gender. We're inventing new rules, not just following ones. We design against exclusion, and we invite you to do the same. Make her move.
As you can imagine, we are in Spain. I'm from Barcelona, so I'm literally against everyone, because everyone loves Barca. But smart and intelligent people will understand what was this project about. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Cinquilla, muchísimas gracias. That was absolutely great. Thank you. And are you going to be around for the rest of the day if folks have questions, that kind of thing? Yes. Okay, fantastic. That's great. Right, my dear friends, wasn't that wonderful? So listen, this is just a little reminder. I will be reminding you throughout the course of the day, if you got value out of this, if you found it inspiring, thought-provoking, if you think other people should know about the wonderful topics and speakers that we have here on the Santander stage at VDS 2025, please do share the love. Let's create a little bit of FOMO. You are very welcome to share your heavily filtered photographs of all of our speakers, MCs, folks on the stage here, and just all that we ask is that you share it with the hashtag VDS 2025. So this means that folks all over the world, they can see what's happening at VDS, they can get a sense of the excitement, they can wish that they were here with you, they can think, oh, why did I not go to VDS this year? It looks awesome. So please do share the love, share some content, share your selfies, whatever it is, share, and let's create some FOMO out there. Just another few reminders, because we've got a couple of minutes here, that the app is a gateway to all kinds of awesomeness. Now, I am a great believer that sometimes in life, in order to make the magic happen, you don't have to necessarily leave your comfort zone, maybe just step onto the doorstep of your comfort zone. And sometimes it can be a bit daunting, a bit unfamiliar, just chatting to a complete stranger at an event. But I'm a great believer. My personal motto is ABC, or always be connecting, because the power of connections is just incredible. This is not my first rodeo. You can see the gray hairs don't come for free. So listen, this is a great way just to experience a bit of magic and serendipity in your life. My challenge, my invitation to all of you here is to speak to somebody you've never met before and see how you can help each other. Just do that. Try and do it once, and I suspect if you do it once, you'll want to do it again, because it's very powerful and it's great. And feel free to find me on LinkedIn. I'm easy to find because I have such a bizarre Irish name, Oisinluny. I think I'm somewhere in the agenda, but I'm really happy to connect. I have a little radio show in Brighton, UK, where I share a lot of new music every 2 weeks, and I'm very happy to send you a playlist. Okay, so listen, we are going to be moving on. Reminder, get the app. It's got everything in there, including the Wi-Fi password. You'll be able to connect to other entrepreneurs and set up meetings and see what you can have. You can get the app by scanning the QR code on your badge. It is very, very easy and straightforward. And also, if English is not your first language, thank you so much for being here. I really respect it. Vivo cerca de Barcelona, pero mi castellano es un poquito fatal, disculpe. So I'm speaking in English. I'm very grateful for folks who are speaking in English. If you would like the sessions here translated in real time to your headphones on your device, just look up simultaneous translation in the app. We are translating all of these sessions all day simultaneously for you to enjoy. Speaking of which, we are going to move on with our next awesome session. Now, this asks a big question: longevity, leisure, or business? How close are we to building sustainable businesses that are both growing and profitable, while also having a high impact on health? This is literally a multi-billion-dollar question. I do a lot of events around biohacking, and this is a big deal and a big financial opportunity. I'm going to tell you who's going to join us on the stage, then they're all going to come up all at once, and we're going to give them a huge welcome. So we're absolutely thrilled to be joined by the managing partner at JME Ventures, Samuel Gill, by the CEO at Progevita, Clara Fernandez, by the CEO at Salud Salvaje, Marcos Vasquez, and by our wonderful moderator, the founder and director of El Referente, Jose Torrego. My dear friends, please welcome to the stage Jose, Marcos, Clara, and Samuel. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Thanks for Valencia Yitzhak to be here moderating this panel. The first things I'm going to do, I'm not going to introduce you because they know, you know who we are. The only thing that I'm going to do is to make a small contest about the health tech sector. According with TaxN, in the world there are more than 1,036 startups, and the health tech is the third sector with more unicorns. There's more than 141. And in Spain, according to the Referente, is the newspaper that I'm the founder, there are more than 1,000 startups for the sector health, and is the first sector with more investment. The first question that I want to talk about is this: what is the longevity? What is Clara, this word? What is the main concept of the longevity?
Hello, Jose. Thanks a lot for the introduction. Well, I think that's one of the big questions that most of the people, when they talk about longevity, they don't really know what we're talking about. It's a very big field that is growing a lot, and today it includes a lot of different areas. I think Samuel also wants to share his thesis here. But what I would say is that longevity is the industry, the healthcare industry, that is working on optimizing optimizing health span and lifespan of humans. So what we're doing is health prevention taken beyond the traditional steps. So it's not the treatment of diseases, but it's the optimization of health. And as a science field, you have to analyze biomarkers and you have to understand the biology of the human process, and you're creating treatments that have a big impact into making sure that people can actually live to their maximum lifespan. The field is going to integrate a lot of different treatments and a lot of different perspectives because it's in its initial point. So I think it's a very good starting point.
I don't know, Marcos, if you want to introduce and talk about the longevity too.
So like Clara said, basically what I think longevity is health 3.0. They talk about medicine 3.0. Medicine, the current medical system is about correcting disease. You get a disease, you get diabetes, you get cancer, you get heart disease. But we need to intervene before that happens. So it's about optimization, like Clara said. It's acting before and acting with new therapies. I like this concept of the longevity pyramid. In the base of that pyramid, level 1 is understanding ourselves better with wearables, with genetic testing, with epigenetic testing, with blood work. We have a lot more information than we used to have, and we have to make sense of all that information. If we combine that with artificial intelligence, with big data, we'll be able to have like a personalized plan. Level 2 is actually taking care of the habits, eating well, training, sleeping, social networks. So for better or worse, right now, the thing that will improve our health the most is not technology, is what we decide to do, is our habits. The next level is supplements, all these things that we can use that will have a positive impact in the so-called hallmarks of aging. Next level is something like saunas, what we call biohacking, saunas, cold plunge, infrared lights, all these sorts of things. And the next level, the pyramid of this system, is basically the Brian Johnson. Who knows Brian Johnson? A few of you. Well, Brian Johnson is like the longevity to the max. He's also a showman. It's not really, do not trust everything he says, but basically he's going to, I don't know, to Honduras for some genetic testing or some genetic therapies. That's the next level. That's the next frontier. But we have to make clear that it's a very promising field. But currently, the best thing that we can do is use the technology to measure our status, what they call like biological age, and taking care of it, first of all, with habits. And the next level is some therapies that are starting to appear, and many companies with very promising technologies. But basically, that's how I see it, taking the health to the next level with technology, better testing, and better procedures.
Exactly. So to add a little bit to what Clara and Marcos just said, the way I see it is, so there is the things that we can do right now, which are more linked to lifestyle, supplements, some biohacks, but there is no amount of sauna or zone 2 running that you can do that will help you to live 120 years with health. So for that, we have like the science, which is advancing at a very fast pace lately, and will do more so in the coming years. There is also the technology that is kind of also helping science move quicker. Of course, we cannot forget that we are in the middle of this AI revolution. So I think the intersection of AI with biological data is going to create kind of a huge wave of innovation in the space. And lately, of course, there is everything that we can do right now to stay healthy until those things are already realities. Right now are more science fiction. Well, it's actually science, but it's so good that it seems fiction. But in the meantime, we need to help them to become reality.
I would like to add one last thing. So when we talk about health and healthcare, we have to bear in mind that the traditional healthcare system and industry is working on treating diseases. Longevity is everything that is working on keeping the individual healthy so that they can live better, more years. I know that the more years sounds a little bit like a controversy, but that's the reality. If you live better, you're going to live with less diseases, more years. And one of the things that I would like to add here is just, probably most of you know a little bit of the statistics, but today the average lifespan in developed countries is around 82 or 83. But just 100 years ago, it was around 40. So we have, in 100 years, more than doubled the average life expectancy. Today, we tend to think that life expectancy is a fixed number, but the reality is that over the last decades, we have been continuously increasing. The way we sort of think of healthcare is that we have been able to improve lifespan thanks to treating most of the diseases that were affecting humanity. And now, if we want to increase average lifespan, we have to be digging deeper into the biology of aging, not just diseases, but the biology of aging. So longevity is the field that is studying the complexity of the biology of aging so that people can live without diseases more years. And in this area, as Samuel said, there is all sorts of industries. So there is people doing very deep biotech, people creating tools so that we can speed up the process of discoveries, or we can make it more accessible to traditional startups. And there are people like myself, which I have a longevity clinic, that are decoding what is available today for society into actionable plans and actionable treatments. And we don't believe so today we don't have a magic solution for everything. What we know is that there are specific combinations of protocols that can help you today live better while science is evolving and investigating more deep tech science behind that.
Samuel, you are the managing partner of JM Ventures, one of the most well-known VCs in Spain. How much is being invested in the sector, and especially in Spain?
I think, coming from a generalist or tech VC perspective, I think there is very, very little investment in this longevity field. Actually, it's one of my goals here is that everyone should join the movement and help us advance health span and lifespan. Worldwide, I would say there are no more than a handful of funds specialized in longevity. Of course, there is an overlap with funds, generalist funds or health tech funds doing things in the longevity space, but funds purely focus on what Clara said before, the biology of aging. There are, I would say, between 5 and 10. So the amount of investment is ridiculously small. And one of the things that I love about the field is that it's full of truly believers, like mission-driven people, and the competition is so small that everyone is in the collaboration phase. Like it's a lovely space to be in right now.
Clara, talking about your clinic, what are the clinics asking for, and what are being done with the patients right now?
So the general population usually doesn't come because they're looking for a longevity treatment. Usually they just want to control their health. And they are asking, I want to make sure that I know everything about my health and I can optimize everything I can. So usually people come with a specific thing in mind. For example, now we're seeing an onset of everything of what we call female longevity. So we have a lot of women that are coming in their early 40s with some symptoms of perimenopause, and they are asking, I am starting to feel an accelerated aging process. That's not how they quote it, right? But that's what's happening. And I want to figure out what's happening. And I want to make sure that I have everything that I understand, everything that I could be doing today. So what we do there is we help them understand where the field is today, what is available today, and we guide them through what we think is the most realistic plan, which is a longevity plan. For us, there's no miracle treatment. You need a strategy, a growing strategy that is able to integrate every new discovery that science has today. And as Marco said, it has a very deep understanding on where you are, where you should be. So biomarkers is definitely one area. If you're a woman, obviously we're going to integrate the role of hormones and where you are. Then there's the plan of where you are, where you should be, what goals should we set to optimize that. And then we have a plan of how you should be changing your lifestyle at home with biohacking, nutrition, sleep, exercise, stress, cortisol, toxics, which is a very big area right now. And the third field is what treatments are available today by science that can boost up whatever you're doing. But I think it's very important to be frank about what's available today, and also be promising about how fast this is evolving. So we have the role of teaching them to take their body to their maximum potential, because very soon there's going to be a lot of different treatments. And I would like to add, because I think it's super exciting. there's fascinating fields, discoveries happening in the field of longevity. And for me, one of the most exciting things that has happened over the last weeks is that I was in a talk with, done by Ray Kurzweil. I imagine everyone know who Ray Kurzweil is. And he talked about a concept that is called the longevity velocity escape, which is the idea that science is going to be investigating every year new therapies that are going to, quote unquote, rejuvenate you faster than what you're aging. So every year science is going to discover therapies that are going to rejuvenate you more than 12 months. So in that you won't be aging that fast. You will actually be frozen, quote unquote, right? And this is a concept that has been the longevity velocity escape. Everyone that doesn't know it, I think you have to Google it. It's a very exciting field, but we have never had a very strong idea of when that would be available, and especially not given by someone that has such a background saying, doing predictions, time predictions, right? So Ray Kurzweil said that he believes we'll be reaching the longevity velocity escape by 2032, which is in 7 years. And I think that's fascinating. Anyone else had said that, I would be like, yeah, right. But Ray Kurzweil has been on spot with all his AI predictions over the last decade. So I think it's very promising to understand that the speed at which we're developing technologies helped with the boom of AI is amazing. And so what we try to do at the clinic is help people integrate a coherent plan of what they can do today in the light of what's coming, so that we can empower them with education and tools so that they can actually control today their health, but also control it in the future.
We have 5 more minutes, and I want to talk about 2 questions that we talked before when we were in the speaker room, is like the sector risk and the regulatory network. What do you think, Marcos, about it in the longevity? And tell us your opinion about it. A sector risk and regulatory framework.
Yeah, basically, Clara is making some very good points, meaning there are some therapies that are working in rats, that are working in a few humans, but it takes a long time for those technologies to be approved and for those technologies to be available to the people. Why? Well, there are many reasons. There are some good motives why we have to make studies in thousands of people. So I'm not really sure. I think 2032 is way too optimistic, way too optimistic. I think the biology is very complex, so I think it will take decades. Because we don't have to think only about the science per se, it's about how long do we need for science to actually reach people. And there are so many regulatory, health is probably the field with more regulations, with more barriers, with more risks. So even if we have the science, they say that for any science discovery in the terms of health, it takes about 17 years to when it reaches the society. So even if we discover something now in 2025 that actually have a meaningful impact on our lifespan, it would take maybe 10, 15 years to the point that science starts being applied in reality, in science. So I think that it sounds good to make all these huge promises, but we have to be realistic, and I want to make clear that what we have to do is to stay alive, with taking care of ourselves, eating well, doing exercise, sleeping well, with a social network which has a huge impact on our health and longevity. So we have to stay alive as long as possible, so when science actually moves the needle in terms of therapies, we are still alive. It would suck if we reach that escape velocity in 2060 and we die in 2059. It would really suck. So we have to stay alive, take care of ourselves, and sure, there are very promising technologies, but don't think, oh, well, 2032 technology is going to save me so I can just, relax and not eat well. It's not going to happen. If it happens and I'm wrong, great. I will be very happy to be wrong, but I think that main point is a very interesting field, but what the thing that is going to move the needle more is what we decide to do ourselves right now.
Yeah, building upon what Marco said, so if you speak to a scientist right now, the first thing they will complain about is bureaucracy. So we are all here for safety, and no one wants to receive a treatment which hasn't been proven to be safe for humans. But bureaucracy is slowing the field down incredibly, making things much more complex, much more expensive than they should be. So
especially in Europe.
Well, the US is the same problem, I would say. China, on the other hand, is putting a lot of competition here. So hopefully that competition moves the field in the correct direction, but we'll see.
We have to find the right balance between actually moving the field forward and, of course, taking the necessary safe measures. And I think AI we probably, I was in a debate not long ago, something like controlling the studies and getting data from the studies and peer review for studies takes a long time. Artificial intelligence could do this really fast. Could take some data, analyze the study. Okay, this study has a good methodology. It has the p-value, something that we do manually right now, and it's a long process, could be automated, basically doing just at real time by AI. So probably AI will make this process, this bureaucracy much faster. But again, it's going to take time.
We don't have 1 minute for conclude. Try to tell us to the people a quick recommendation about longevity, things that you do in your day that you can recommend them.
Oh, okay, but I want to, I'm
20
sorry.
20 seconds, Clara, 20 seconds.
No, I need to say something, sorry. Oh, sorry. So for everyone that's listening here that is interested, if you want to push the field in some ways, obviously you need to support companies and startups. You're an investor, that's no question. But if you're a student or you're thinking to pivot, I just want to tell you, the field needs a lot of mathematicians, physicists, computer scientists. You do not need to be a biologist to push the field. So what we need here is more people analyzing the data. So what my most important wish is that people working in crypto, finance, or other deep tech sciences move to longevity, because you are the guys that are going to make an impact. And we're sadly, that's the biggest bottleneck we have right now, the lack of talent. And I'm sorry, but this is very
We don't have time for the conclusion. Thank you very much for the panel.
That was so interesting. Muchísimas gracias a todo. Oh, hey, do you know what? I'm going to ask you all just to stand there for one moment. I need a photograph, all standing together. Okay, this is not on the script, but I have to get a photograph of all the speakers. 3, 2, 1. Jeez, guapos. Okay, big round of applause. That was great. Hello, hello. All right. Amazing. Some shining examples of longevity right there. It's all about the health span. How can we be healthier and happier for longer? How can we stay alive long enough to meet that trajectory where science makes up for all of those pints of Guinness that we might have drunk over the past few decades? Not speaking from personal experience there by any means. Okay, I have a little announcement. So our app got a bit carried away. The VDS app, you all need it in your lives. You have to have it. It got a little bit carried away with a session called Next Gen Sports Tech, how data and AI are transforming performance and fan experience. The app said it's happening now. It's actually happening at 3:20. So if you are here for that session, apologisimos, disculpe, etc., it's actually going to be happening at 3:20. Please come back at 3:20 and we'll definitely have that session. What we actually have for you right now is a phenomenal session about the semiconductor global and EU markets. Semiconductors, kind of a big deal when you think of the AI economy, when you think of this connected computer world that we live in. It is a very big deal. We're going to look at some forecasts, we're going to look at some scenarios, and we have just the right person to take you through this. We are absolutely thrilled to be joined shortly by Maria Marquez, who is the corporate director at Seva, IKE, and Sequence Communications, and the former director of TSMC Europe. Kind of a big deal. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Maria Marquez. Thank you. Gracias, Maria.
Hi, good morning. I guess I am also an example of longevity. Anyway, so retired already from TSMC and now working in a few boards, and this is why I am corporate director. Okay, well, a digital summit couldn't be complete without semiconductors. Semiconductors is a bit of a cryptic word, right? Some of you call them chips or microelectronics, although today should be called nanoelectronics, because after the program that John Kennedy launched about a man in the moon, everything started to be miniaturized, so smaller and smaller, to the point that a transistor that used to be a discrete single product now is integrated. Well, we are able to integrate thousands of millions of transistors in one chip. And this is why the semiconductors have had so beautiful progress, probably faster and better than any other industry. Semiconductors are, of course, the basis of all the innovations. Whether it is artificial intelligence or health, longevity, or whatever topic, everything is funded and based on semiconductors. But not only that, all the progress, the financial progress of any country is really based on their leadership in semiconductors. Today, we are all witnessing the fight between the US and China. Both of them are fighting for who is the leader in semiconductors, who is the leader in high tech, in technology. So again, every single device is based on semiconductors. In case you don't know, you are carrying yourselves in your pockets, in your bags, more than 1,000 semiconductors, because only in a smartphone or in a tablet or in your wallets with your credit cards, in your DNA, or whatever, is all based on chips, on semiconductors. But as I said, it's also the basis of the economic, the financial growth of any country, any company. What you can see here is the average economic profit in US dollars, average. So in the first decade of this century, semiconductors was the number 10 segment, industry in the world. Number 10. In the next decade, this moved to number 4. And in the last 4 years of this century, semiconductors are the number 3rd segment in terms of economic profit, just after high tech and pharma and biotech. So where is Europe? Well, unfortunately, we are not in a very good position. You can see that about beginning of the century, we were quite similar to the US. US was about 35% share of the worldwide market. Europe was about 25%. However, look at the last years. We are down below 10% of worldwide share, while the US now is passing the 30%. Not good. Okay, so this is why in about 2020, and after the pandemic, the EU launched the CHIPS Act 1.0. CHIPS Act 1.0 was about maintaining leadership in R&D, because in R&D, we are really leaders. If you are not familiar with IMEC, maybe you don't understand this, but IMEC is the worldwide leader in research and development. It's a Belgian company located in Louvain, and I can tell you, they are really amazing. Every new semiconductor technology, either is from Samsung, from Intel, from TSMC, whatever, is coming from IMEC. So maintaining this leadership was critical. The next one was because the pandemic really created a problem in terms of supply of chips, because the value chains were broken. The focus on this pillar of manufacturing was really increasing production in Europe. And the third one was monitoring and crisis control. Well, I think, let me get back for a moment. I think on R&D we have done quite well. The CHIPS Act 1.0 did quite well. So they funded IMEC in order to go for the sub 2 nanometers technology. I can tell you 2 nanometers is really very, very, very small. It's getting close to the atom level. CEA, this is Leuven, as I said. CEA, Leti, a French R&D institute, they were funded in order to do investments in FDSOI. Sorry for this word again. FDSOI is also a technology based on low energy consumption. Fraunhofer in Germany for advanced packaging, and then 2 more, one went to Italy, one to Spain, and this is very important. Wide band gap is related to the power products related to the high power. For instance, electric cars really need wide band gap. For instance, data centers, which consume a lot of energy, also using wide band gap. And then photonics. Photonics is the next thing in semiconductors. And why? Because photonics, the photons, go faster than the electrons, run faster. Therefore, everything which needs velocity, such as intelligence, artificial intelligence, will use photonics to communicate the CPU with the memory in order to run very, very fast. The photonics program came to Spain, and by the way, Valencia, I have the honor and very proud to say that Valencia is really leading in this technology. But then let me move now to manufacturing. So what the EU has done on manufacturing? Well, focus on the key segments in manufacturing. Of course, automotive, Europe together with Japan. I mean, Japan and Europe has always been fighting for who is number one, whether it's Toyota or Volkswagen Group. But automotive is really a key industry in Europe. Actually, in Spain is the second largest manufacturer of cars in Europe after Germany. And then industrial and security. Industrial because, well, everything which is transportation, trains, is energy, all of this is industrial. Those are the leading sectors in Europe. Well, and what is important in those industries is what is called microcontrollers, which is not microprocessor. This is more for computers, right? But microcontrollers more for cars and for industry. And the top five you can see, but the top 3 are Europeans. Infineon is the former Siemens Semiconductors, NXP, the former Philips Semiconductors, and ST Microelectronics was the joint venture or the merge of Thomson SGS. Well, the 3 of them account for more than 30% of the share worldwide of microcontrollers. I have to say, though, that 1 year earlier, it was more than 50% share. So not doing very well because automotive is not doing well. Anyway, so in manufacturing, in building more fabs, all the money from the CHIPS Act 1.0, as you can see, went to the big guys. ST, Infineon, also TSMC, but TSMC in a joint venture with Bosch, NXP, and Infineon. So a lot of money, and this helped to increase our position in Europe, but not that much. And not that much, again, because the crown of our industry is really automotive. If you see, up to 2020, the main producers of cars worldwide were Japan, Europe, South Korea, USA. But already in 2023, we can see the first Chinese car brand. And in 2024, we can see already 2, BYD, very well known, I guess, and that one. So 2 cars, brands, already in the top 10 cars. So you can see that our position in terms of leader in automotive is being challenged, is being threatened. Okay, now moving forward. What is going to be driving the growth of semiconductors? Well, first of all, semiconductors is forecast to reach $1.3 trillion by 2030. And it's primarily driven by artificial intelligence, whether it's the cloud, the data centers, or whether it's what is called the edge AI. Keep in mind that we already have AI in some of our devices. The last smartphones are having AI chips included, cars are having AI, and so on and so forth. So AI is going to be not only in the cloud, but also in our chips, in our devices. So the growth of this semiconductor to reach 1.3 is primarily driven by generative AI, by industrial and automotive. I focus on those two because those two being the strength of Europe, industrial and automotive. Now, some of you have heard probably about DeepSeek. DeepSeek was a kind of ChatGPT, but invented by the Chinese, and they show that without having high-end chips, without having the last NVIDIA chips for AI, they were able to achieve similar results. So then some people started to talk about, well, is this a bubble? AI, is this a bubble? And I can tell you, isn't this not a bubble? Because we are talking still about generative AI. We talk still about ChatGPT and those things. However, the next thing, and the guys before, the round table before talking about longevity, they were talking about this. This agentic AI, this means that, for instance, the health is going to be based on each individual. It's going to be individualized. It's going to customize. And this means a lot of computing power for AI. And the next thing is going to be the physical AI, the robots. Everything being really about autonomous vehicles or robots, this is going to require a next level of computing in AI. So therefore, today we are on 2 nanometers. Probably you know that what NVIDIA is producing today is around 2 nanometers. By the way, all produced by TSMC. 2 nanometers. But this is moving now to Armstrong because the nanometer is already too big. So we really need to get smaller. So we are going to Armstrong, a new idea. And this is a roadmap from IMEC, the Belgian company, showing that by 2042, we will be below 2 Armstrongs. Semiconductors never ends. Another important thing is which business models are really important in semiconductors. It's about IDMs. IDMs are the companies that design and produce their own chips. Those are the kind of Intel or Infineon or ST or Texas Instruments. However, I can tell you that now the world is moving towards more specialized companies. Fabless, so companies that design but they don't produce. Foundry, EDA, the ones that produce the tools. So really specialized. And this is very important because we want the CHIPS Act 2.0 to subsidize, to really focus on helping more fabless, to focus on helping more design companies, startups, and then those startups being able to scale up. This is what we need in Europe to really create demand and create wealth in Europe. This is also not a good news. I talk about, AI. AI both in the in the cloud as well as on the edge. The issue is that if we see what is being installed already so far, Europe is not doing very well. This is the performance already installed for AI. So we also really need to have EU focus on helping the deployment of AI. Anyway, so this is what we are pushing in order to have the CHIPS Act 2.0, not only helping the big guys, but really helping designs, really focus on creating demand, really focus on helping startups to develop their products and also to scale up. So yes, we want to maintain the leadership in R&D. For this, the pilot lines are very important, but we want those pilot lines to be able to be technology-ready level, meaning by that being able to produce what they design. And then what is important also is the access to risk capital. There is a lot of capital in Europe, but we really need to get access to this. And bit by bit, going to manufacturing on very high end. So with that, this is the summary. I think I don't have more time. I hope now you understand a bit better that digital is around semiconductors. Thank you.
Thank you. Muchísimas gracias. Wow, Maria Marquez really dropping the science there. Yes, it is all about the semiconductors. They are kind of a big deal, to quote the great Ron Burgundy, aka Anchorman. Okay, now speaking of which, we want to make a big deal with sharing the love about VDS. We want to make all your friends, family, and financial directors un poquito de FOMO. So let's spread the love. Just use the hashtag VDS2025 and let's really make everyone regret that they are not here and feel jealous of you because you are here. That's the essence of FOMO right there, my friends. Okay, we're going to keep on with the theme of semiconductors, with the theme of chips. They are a very big deal, and we're now going to learn about European Chips Act 2.0, priorities and challenges for a new semiconductor European framework. I love it. I am all in on Europe, my friends. So we're absolutely delighted to be joined by a quartet of awesomeness. I'll tell you who they are, and then we will welcome them all on stage all at once with a big round of applause. So we're delighted to be shortly joined by the CEO of A Digital, Cesar Tello, by the President at Valencia Silicon Cluster, Maite Bacete, by the General Secretary at Valencia Silicon Cluster, Carlos G. Trevino, and by the General Manager at ASEMI, Alfonso Gabarron. My dear friends, please give it up for Alfonso, Carlos, Maite, and Cesar. Thank you so much.
Well, good morning, everyone. And first of all, thank you very much to Valencia Digital Summit 2025 for this kind invitation to be here in this impressive stage of Santander to talk about an exciting issue, the future of European framework for semiconductors and microchips. And we are very lucky because we have a top level panel to deal with this fascinating debate. So we have here Cesar Tello, is the general manager of A Digital. I think it's one of the most influential business associations, specifically at a European level, what is something very critical. We have also the president of the Valencia Silicon Cluster, Maria Teresa Bacete, and also the director of Max Linear Hispania, one of the most important companies of semiconductors here in Spain. And of course, we have Alfonso Gabarron. He is the general manager of ASEMI, is the Spanish Industrial Association of Semiconductor Companies, and is a very young association, very dynamic, and has a very intense presence in all the spheres where the debate of the future of semiconductors is now taking place. We are very happy, we come from signing a very important document for the future of the microchips here in Spain and in Europe, because all our organizations have agreed to have a common single posture for the future of the European Chips Act 2.0, which is the mechanism that at the highest level will define the financial, the regulation, and the public call of the European investment in the future of semiconductors. So first of all, I would like to ask Maite, as a representative of an industrial association and a so relevant company as MaxLinear, what do you think that should be the industrial and business priorities that should be reflected in the future text of the European Chips Act?
Thank you, Carlos. I think we need to reinforce the idea that we need to keep training engineers for this sector, because if we don't do that, we will not be able to grow and make this semiconductor sector bigger in Spain and in Europe. As you have seen from Maria, the numbers, some of you were in the previous speech, numbers in Europe compared to US or to any other country in Asia are very slow, and we need to keep doing things to increase the number of companies devoted to this sector. So, and we need to keep having more design centers in Europe. The design centers are the ones that will pull the demand of chips, and we will need more services for these companies to keep growing. Infrastructure, also very important, other actors in the supply chain, right? There are many manufacturing opportunities that are not only the foundries, and that would be very important to pursue, to have some of them in Spain. That will allow us to keep growing also. So I think keep investing in studies like the chairs that were approved in this Europe chip. It's very important, and keep investing in design and manufacturing in this field.
Okay, thank you. By the way, I want to send a hello to the representatives of the Technical University of Valencia Microelectronic Design Chair, who is with us in this act accompanying. And let's go with Alfonso. Alfonso, you are one of the person who has a widest and a deepest perspective on what is specifically happening in the Spanish semiconductor industrial sector. So what do you think about Spain in this future scenario as a superpower in this industrial sector?
Well, the word superpower may be too strong, but you know, we are trying to get there. So typically when you think of Spain as an actor in the semiconductor industry, there's not been such a recognition in the past. And I can even understand that, because when we found the association 3 years ago, we were only 4 members. And we thought, okay, there'll be 20 companies, 25, 30. Now we are more than 100 members, and we have a total dimension of the ecosystem in more than 300 entities. So there is a semiconductor ecosystem in Spain, and that's something that we need to say loud and proud, you know? And that is showing that we also have some serious strengths in Europe. For sure, we're not going to become the new Saxony. We're not going to have those big fabs like Dresden has, but we do have some possibilities. We have great design centers. Maite is the living example of that. We have some of the better universities in Europe. In fact, we are one of the key talent generators for all Europe. We are key in areas such as photonics and RISC-V. And we are just in the moment of self-discovering. That's something that we need to realize. We need to understand that we do have a serious presence, and we need to put it to Europe for the rest of the world to understand that we are here to appear in the map. Maybe will not be that superpower, but for sure the success will be to appear in the map.
Thank you, Alfonso. By the way, in a few weeks, ISME will be organizing its third edition of Chip Nation in Canarias. We had the honor to have the second edition here in Valencia. It was a total success of collaboration between our entities. And now, Cesar, you are very used to work with European authorities at the highest level, and you perfectly know the dynamics, the inner dynamics of the Brussels office. How do you think we must focus our Spanish strategy to be an influential country in the future framework of semiconductors?
Well, thank you very much for the invitation again. And of course, I'm not as experts as you three, but from a digital, we do have a transversal vision of the opportunity as a country and as a continent. And there is something that we always talk, and I think Maria, if you listen to her, is just clear. We cannot talk about silos when we talk about technology. We have to talk about convergence. A lot of people talk about AI and data being the heart of AI, but really maybe the fuel, but the heart is this. The heart is the infrastructure, semiconductors, and all this industrial part of technology that we need. So it's very important, the convergence of all the chain model, and talk about and present in Brussels as a ecosystem powerhouse, being very clear that we cannot do everything, but what parts, and for example, listening to Maria and to you guys many times, talking about the R&D part is something that we really have not potential, a clear competitiveness advantage, is something that we have to find and present the Spanish ecosystem, technological ecosystem as a whole, as a digital and technological powerhouse, to talk about the competitive European fund and how we can influence in bringing funds towards what it's interested for our ecosystem and our economy, because let's be realistic, Europe is still very fragmented, and every single member country is obviously pushing towards what they can see that is more competitive for them. So that's a big part, having a big presence. Sometimes we see the Germans and the French, but Spain has grown in digital and technology in the past few years, and it's really now a powerhouse. We maybe need a little bit more coordination. That's why we opened a couple years ago a permanent representation in Brussels, specifically to be talking outside the official meetings and having coffees with the people that, after all, you have to talk to design all these strategies. There is another thing that is scalability. It was being talked as well, the importance of building talent and building startups ecosystems. We presented a couple of years ago what we call the scalability plan for the country, in which one of the things is very important is to recognize these kind of companies that are so critical as resilient companies, and create also funds, resilient funds, so that we don't let them die. We don't let them, when there is any financial crisis, suffer as much, because we really need them for the whole value chain. So I would maybe start with that.
Okay, thank you, Cesar. And by the way, congratulations by this one-week event, the Spain Digital Week, that you have recently organized in Brussels. It has been fascinating and
thank you. That's exactly what we're talking about. Useful. We have to have a voice there, and a coherent voice, and that's just the platform for everybody to talk. And probably next year we will be talking more about semiconductors there.
Perfect. So we have 7 minutes left. Maite, you as director of Max Linear Hispania are managing one of the most important chip design center very close to Valencia. And from your experience and your knowledge of the design segment of the chain value in the semiconductor, how do you think that Europe and Spain can bet stronger for the design in microchips in the future?
I think we need to reinforce the applications that we are developing here. Just looking at the microelectronics companies that are based in Valencia, we can see Max Linear, for example, is focused on design of telecommunication chips for wired communications, wireless communications, optical communications. So there are applications also from other companies that are doing autonomous driving for automotive. Also other applications like biomedical instrumentation. So I think we need to emphasize that it's not only microprocessors or quantic design. There are other applications where we are leaders in Spain, and we need to emphasize those. And I mean, we need to see them reflected in the new European Chips Act 2.0. And I mean, there is applications further than microprocessors, RISC-V and quantic, that we really are leaders. And I think it's important that those are reflected in the European Chips Act.
Totally. Alfonso, industrial associations in this sector and in other sectors play a fundamental role in the design of the public policies. How do you think that European Chips Act 2.0 could help industrial associations to strengthen its activity?
Well, I don't think that now we have a great opportunity of seeking for ways to provide support to those entities, because we are doing a great job. And it's me saying that, but you are also doing a great job. The Germans are also doing a great job. That's not coming from the air. That's people working, that's salaries, that's this kind of things happening, events. We have to mobilize the ecosystem, and we need resources to do that. And the Chips Act 2.0, it's a great place to provide that kind of support. And I'm not just saying, okay, I am an association, I want money. No, that's not it. We are providing value. We are providing support to the public administrations. We speak daily, on a daily basis with different ministries. We spend our time, we spend our people, we travel wherever we need to go to attend and to support the Spanish government and to support the European Union. Hence, we should be supported. And that's not something irrational. We are just saying, okay, if you want us to do more, because we are in a critical moment where we are developing a strategy for the whole European Union, then you should support us more, because we need more people to do that. We need more hours. We need more resources. So please provide more support. That is key. And that is definitely one of the things that we are pushing for in this revision. And the other one is to also include us in the governing mechanisms, because it's great to have the member states, it's great to have the European Council, it's great to have the regions. Those are strategic actors, but you need to count with the industry on your daily basis when taking decisions. We need to be there because we are bringing the reality of companies, the reality of universities, the reality of startups. Without us, you are taking decisions based on how it's raining each day. So we need to be there in that table.
Okay, absolutely. So Cesar, let's finish with a very critical issue, the role of public-private collaboration in the development of these participation processes at institutional level when we are talking about European law. Is the case of European Chips Act. How can we improve the quality and the authenticity of this public-private collaboration?
Well, I think Alfonso was pointing on that. First of all, I think before you start any regulation, you should have more processes with the private sector. And I think organizations, we are the ones that can organize that and coordinate the voices. We also go and talk to the private sector, the companies, the startups don't usually know about how policies are made, so we can help to be the translators. But the politicians, the regulators, have to have a broader space of listening before they start even thinking on any regulation. That's one thing. So public service design could be the term. Secondly, we have to be on top, and now I put the blame maybe on us. We have to be on top every step of the way. And Alfonso was saying it. We have to be talking with the people that are making the decisions, not usually with the top representatives, but with the people that are working on these files, so that we can help them to take them in the right direction every way of the process, right? And then you should be doing more sandboxing. That's something that we always promote. You have to sandbox regulation more than it is being done. Once everything is done, it is impossible for the beginning of any regulation to work perfectly. You have to do the implementation. And again, the implementation works if you do the sandboxing, but also you need, and I will finalize with this, you really need to go back and do simplification. Simplification is not deregulation, it's fine-tuning the regulation, something that now is being done at the European level. So with regulations like the European Chips Act, all this process I think is very important.
Perfect. So let's bet for public-private collaboration, industrial associations, and the future of chips design in the European Union. Thank you very much to BDS and to the sponsors for this exciting debate. Thank you to all.
All right, just leave your mics on the chairs. We got a quick turnaround. You just done them there. Okay, that was a nice mic drop moment from Maite there. Oh yeah, we're going to keep your mics on the stage. Is there one mic missing? Oh yeah, there we go. We got it. Fantastic. Right, thank you so much. You can see we run a tight schedule here. It's one thing after the other. It's like a busy airport full of experts flying in and landing their cargo loads of knowledge. So we are going to move from the European Chips Act 2.0 with a little reminder, share the love, hashtag VDS 2025. Let's create some FOMO out there, my dear friends. We're now going to move on to a session which is all about fundraising in uncertain times. Show me the money. How to raise capital in regulated and impact sectors. And I'd like to say thank you very much to our dear friends at Plug and Play for hosting this next session. I'm going to tell you who's going to join us, and they're all going to come on all at once, and we give them a big round of applause all together. So we're delighted to be joined by the CEO of Calypso, Pierre Ferran, by the co-founder and CEO at Edix, Paul Carasso, by an investor at Calafia, Deborah Lee, and by our wonderful moderator, the principal at Plug and Play, Luis Llorens. My dear friends, please give it up for Luis, Deborah, Paul, and Pierre. Gracias.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for joining us. I'm Luis Llorens. I'm principal at Plug and Play and head of the EA Ventures Plug and Play Fund, which is a new vehicle that we just launched. 20 million VC fund to invest in Spanish founders worldwide or companies based in Spain. At Plug and Play, we invest checks from 50K to 2 million, but with this specific vehicle, we invest between 200 and $500,000. So yeah, today we're going to talk about fundraising in uncertain times. And for that, we count with an amazing group of panelists, Deborah, Paul, Pierre. I'll let you quickly introduce yourself in 1 minute.
Sure, I'm Deborah, and I was most recently a principal at Mundi Ventures. Right now, I'm actually launching my own fund, and as a side project, I work with 20 other incredible women at Calafia, where we are an angel vehicle investing 40,000 euros into Iberian-based companies in the early stages, pre-seed and seed.
Hello, I'm Paul, co-founder and CEO at Elix. We're a Barcelona-based tech company, and we are a solution so that shoppers can pay any new purchase with the value of any used product.
Hi everyone, I'm Pierre. I am a software engineer and a lawyer previously at Klarna, and now we're creating a solution to solve the problems that I did have as legal counsel doing legal and compliance for the financial sector.
Yeah, so before we jump into the discussion, I would like to get a sense of who's with us today. I know it's lunchtime, but could you raise your hands? I mean, any investor in the room? Okay. Any startup or founder? Okay, that's great. I guess the rest are the lucky ones, no? Our corporate folks like keeping alive the ecosystem. So yeah, let's kick it off. Just to set the tone, I mean, nowadays AI has having like a great impact in the ecosystem, and it's creating a lot of uncertainty of what's next. Actually, there are like solo founders reaching to billions of valuations or with really small teams. We have seen recently all the big players, you know, OpenAI, Microsoft, Harvey, XAI, etc., having participation in each other's. We have also OpenAI launched Agent Kit, which probably will replace, you know, some of the startups. So there are so many things happening in the ecosystem right now. How have investor and founder perspective shifted in the last few years, especially, you know, with AI shaking up the landscape? Deborah.
I think it's quite a bit. It's changed a lot. In terms of dollars being deployed, it hasn't really changed. It's actually been a steady uptick in dollars going into the ecosystem in terms of funding. But it is true that it's way more concentrated. So in terms of where investors are looking, over 50% of the dollars are being deployed into AI companies. And so heavily concentrated, which probably feels for a lot of the other startups operating in other areas, there's just a lack of capital. And I think also, unfortunately, in Europe, we do see a drop in investing here as well. And that's just because in terms of AI innovation, there's a lot happening right now in the US, and that's also where the dollars are being kept in. And so that's a bit of the market trend. And so for investors, we are scrutinizing and we're being more selective in terms of the deals that we are investing in. And I think that translates probably to longer due diligence processes, longer fundraising cycles, having to network more and meet more investors. And I'm sure you probably both have better stories on the founder side than I do.
Yeah, well, from my end, I'm second time a founder, so I was fundraising the first time back in 2018, so a lot has changed since then. AI wasn't a thing by then. So what I'd say is that there's been a massive shift from investors looking for companies that grow at all costs towards more efficiency, right? And this has been there in a while already, but I feel that investors reward founders and businesses that really hack the distribution, right? And that really find this lever for growth through distribution and not only through capital and direct acquisition. That's one thing. And then there is the AI, definitely. So today, a very small team makes what it was needed for 10x 3 years ago. And this changes everything, thresholds, valuations, everything. We are not an AI company, by the way, so we are outside this 50%, although we are AI native. So yeah, I'd say that's pretty much it. So now founders, we really need to very focus on how we grow very efficiently from day one, I would say.
Yeah, and I think what was quite interesting to notice is that late last year, when we were first fundraising, there was a lot more interest in broader solutions. So just what can AI do, very exploratory kind of thinking. And what we saw in the beginning of this year and towards the middle of this year is that investors were starting to ask questions. The first question that they had is like, what is the long-term moat? What are you actually building that's different from everything? I think because there was a lot of the scare factor from the bigger AI providers starting to provide actual like broad range of services. And that really became a focus on what are you solving as a problem specifically in Europe that's not being tackled in the US? And so we had a lot more interest about, you know, not only, oh, how are you going to expand to the US, to the international market, etc. What problem are you solving in Europe that the Americans can't do because they don't have the knowledge that we do, and applying AI to Europe?
Yeah, actually, you touched an interesting point, Paul, because you mentioned that you're a second-time entrepreneur. So you launched your first company in 2018. I guess founders in general are always operating in uncertain times, right? Now it's AI, but probably back in 2018 was another wave. Also because the founders, I mean, you live like very intense, and you don't even know what's going to happen tomorrow, probably. What practical lessons have you learned from convincing or from your conversations with investors? Also, Deborah, you are on the other side right now. What lessons could you share with us today?
Well, I think the most important thing that I found is that you have to be very straightforward. You have to avoid the big buzzwords. You have to explain in simple terms exactly what you're doing, especially if what you're doing is complicated, because your job is to transform the complicated stuff into simple stuff. So I think the most important thing when you talk to an investor is that you need to realize that they have different backgrounds, and it's your job to not waste time trying to impress them with big things. You have to be very, very direct on what's happening, how you're doing it, and what problems you're fixing, and they appreciate directness against fluff and just trying to ride the hype cycle. You could just be honest and tell them this is not going to work with AI. We're not going to be doing this. Everybody's trying to do this. Competitors are trying to do this. It won't work. What we do is this, and we might risk this. So this is what I found the most useful.
Yeah, a bit of the same as well, but I think especially, as a startup company, you generally are either building a new business category or staying in a, let's say, complex environment. I think that for investors, it's very important to maintain clarity, right? So even if you've got a complex solution that solves a complex problem, the problem needs to be clear. And also generate this feeling on the other side, on the investor, that that's the next big thing, that it's going to happen anyway. So the investor either comes with you or they stay aside, but that's going to happen. And staying in macro signaling. So things like, okay, the consumer behavior is shifting, so this is going to happen for sure, and I will take this wave. Or even, there are many things, legislation. No? So all these triggers that make opportunities arise, and you as a company are capturing it. So I think this is very, very important. At the end of the day, my learning is investors need clarity, and they put investment into very simple things to explain, even if they are difficult to solve. So that would be my take.
Can I share an industry secret? So I'm going to borrow this from Diego from Lanai, which is another early stage fund, and he spoke actually on Monday at IE, and he basically said, as investors, we're stupid. So you were very kind in explaining, you have to be clear, you have to be, concise, but investors are stupid. We don't know your sector that well. We're generalists. We see many pitches all the time, and we're supposed to be experts, but we can't be an expert in everything. So it is up to the founders to educate us in terms of what they're building, what industry they're working in, what are the regulatory changes, and educate us on that, and do it in a way where it's simple enough for us to grasp right away. So you were very kind in saying what you were saying, but I can tell you we're just stupid.
I didn't want to put it that way, but
Yeah, I would like to double click on what you just said, Deborah. Have you ever had to educate an investor and it has worked? Or are you focusing your time, on investors that are really experts on your field?
No, I think sometimes you have to educate, but generally, I come back to what I was mentioning before. Generally, it's more about framing the opportunity on what's being solved, and probably there is a bit of education there, for instance, but not on the product that you are building, right? And going back to the point of Deborah, it's not that investors are stupid; they just don't have a lot of time, so they really need to really understand very simply. So there's always a bit of education, especially in these times where you're sitting in front of an investor, and if you are not an AA-based company, then you somehow have to shine for somewhere else. And in our case, we're an impact company, and we bring circular economy to e-commerce checkouts. So there is a bit of education there, but it's always nothing very complex, So it's more about knowing the space, the market, what's going to happen in the next 10 years, and this kind of stuff. So yeah.
I think for us at least, during raising, educating the investors was the number one thing, because we do legal and regulatory compliance, which nobody goes on Wikipedia at night to read about. So we had to do a lot of education. But the way I saw it is that you need to be a super expert on your topic, and you have to consider yourself like a university professor. And the investor is a first-year student. So you need to be able to introduce the topic in a way that will make the investor realize the complexity and potentials behind it. Because you can't spend an hour, lecturing an investor on this. I could, but that would not have raised like that. What you really have to do is to give them the basics, but lure them into kind of the deep end of your sector, kind of show them how you're going to go beyond that. I really think for us, that was the most important thing for us to be able to raise. But we did end up with investors that had industry knowledge. And what we saw is that when we were explaining to them the problem, they were not looking to get educated. They were staying silent to make sure that we understood the problem. And we created much faster connections with those investors. So ending up with an investor that knows about your topic is always going to be easier to raise, and it's always going to help you. But we don't only have investors who know what we're doing. We just had to do a bit of both, a bit of education and a bit of going deeper with the experts as well.
Yeah, actually, fundraising can feel a bit like a full-time job, right? So you switch your focus from selling to clients or potential clients to investors. So, and sometimes as investors, we see some founders like rowing against the current, let's say, in the wrong direction. What would you say that are the main steps that founders should follow to raise funds and build this credibility with investors? Deborah, you.
So I think it always, as you probably hear, it's the team and the people. So we really want to get to know the team quite early on and build that relationship. In terms of the education, a lot of data to help us understand in concrete ways what's actually happening. I think that's also really important. And also, especially in uncertain times, and you touch a little bit about regulatory issues for concern areas for both of you. What is your plan B? Educate us on what your plan B is, because, for example, when I was at Mundi, we had this retail tech sustainability fund, and there were a couple of companies that were like, oh, digital passports for products is going to be the next big thing, and it's going to be implemented across Europe. Or, oh, the EPR is going to come into play, and every country is going to adopt it. But those regulatory changes never happened. So then what is your plan B? And the companies that do well have that very clear from the beginning, and that's something that they tell us, and that's something that we want to see as well.
Yeah, well, I think when you are very early stage, it depends. I mean, if you're able to, build revenue as crazy, that's probably something that will like investors, right? Or growth metrics. But especially very early stage, that's not always possible. So then, of course, as Deborah was saying, the team, it's a very big, important thing for the investor, I guess. Actually, our first fundraising in my current company, we were pre-revenue. We were with a spreadsheet almost. Plug and Play invested, by the way. So yeah, the team is very important at the beginning. But I also do feel something that connects to what Deborah was saying, is that you need to show, even if you don't have these massive metrics, you need to show on how are you going to make this scalable thing sustainable. So small singlings, small cohorts, retention of customers in specific scenarios, and also showing that your product or the problem you are solving is massive, right? So if you can build revenue as fast as possible, that's always the best thing to do. If for anything you need to also leverage on other things, then understanding these transactional economics and being able to really show the distribution as a growth driver. So distribution is a moat, I would say. So the defensibility of your business is distribution, and you can convince the investors that that's the way to go. Then I think that's a good thing, especially for early stages.
I think what you said, Deborah, on investors want to get to know the team and the people. If you're starting to fundraise, if it's your first time fundraising, if you're in the early stages, that is the number one thing they're going to look at. But the way you need to present that is not by just putting your CV like, oh, look, I have Stanford on my CV, I'm so smart. You need to tell a story. And the way you need to look at it is that you're now sitting in front of an investor now. How did you get to this point and why are you here? Because there is going to be a reason. And then you need to build that story by going back like a long time. You need to go back to what you were doing in high school and is it relevant to what you're doing now? And then you need to make your story cohesive. Hopefully it's naturally cohesive based on what you're doing. And that will explain the kind of progression, all the way you've been thinking about this issue, probably for a longer time than you even realized, and how you got to this point. So the first thing we always say whenever we pitch is our story. And I've said it so many times now, I just completely tune out and just repeat it. Luis probably heard it 5 times during the bunch of meetings. But I think it's really about, you can demonstrate who you are with your story and really take it from the very beginning to why you're speaking to an investor in front of you.
Can I add one thing, because I just remembered another industry secret. Investors really like to follow the herd. Wherever the party is, that's where we want to go. And so last month we did a deal where basically the founders, it's their 3rd time, entrepreneurial team, and they raised the fund, like they raised their round in 3 weeks. And the way they did that was they built hype, they pitted investors against each other. I had to wire in the money before I actually was able to sign the term sheets because it was so hard to get allocation. And they're like, if you want allocation in this right now, you need to wire the money. And I was like, okay. And so I think sometimes there's also that level of, you have to pit the investors against each other in some ways, build that demand, build that hype. It's getting to know your investors early on, maybe even before fundraising, to get that trust level so that they're willing to just give you the money before even seeing the terms.
Yeah, and apart from the fear of missing out, no FOMO, and the intangible assets that you mentioned, like team, market, etc. What materials can help speed up the process? Because I've recently been seeing so many people sharing a Notion instead of full data room, or people only sharing a deck. Do you have any recommendation for founders?
So I don't know if it's the right method, but it worked for 2 rounds. But we went a bit too lawyerly, and we had a Google Drive folder that had like 25 documents, like Word documents, that were each 30 pages on every single topic possible about the company, how we're going to grow, competitors, what the market is, what's the pain point, interviews. And then we sent everything, and that allowed us to essentially say, every time there was a question, I was like, yeah, look, page 12 on this one. What we realized is that practically no VCs read them, but they were there. And what the reason as to why we did that was for ourselves, to make sure that we knew the answers to the questions that we needed to prepare ahead for due diligence, so to speed that up, because you don't need to create anything. DD is already done, it's already there for people to have a look. But also to just demonstrate that we did our homework and we knew our stuff. And once you do it, okay, it's there, you don't need to touch it anymore if you've done it well. And so a lot of prep work ahead. Then what you modify is the deck. The deck, you shorten it, you make it nicer, you kind of get the hook on. If it works with the deck, then you move on to the deep dive.
Yeah, nothing to add. Same, all the knowledge base of the company in a data room, very useful for driving conversations. So yeah, same thing.
I'm not going to make VC sound like such a great industry, but we're also very lazy. And so if you can write me your investment memo, and I say this to actually be quite honest about, it's a good exercise because you have to put everything down in one page very concisely why I should invest in you. And so if you're able to do that and convince me, of course you've done my homework, but it's also a great exercise, and then we can have that conversation of saying, okay, let's get to the next level. And I've seen some companies do that, and it really helps me in having a very clear overview of the company before going into like a full-on data room.
On a quick anecdote, we had a fund that offered us a term sheet, and we said no to them because the thing they kept doing was asking questions that were in the material and asking the same questions over and over again. And at some point we said, you're not doing your homework, you're not going to be good for us, so no. And they were shocked, honestly. But I can't work with people who are not going to read what I send them and ask the same question 50 times.
Yeah, so it's true that sometimes you need to make like hard decisions, no? Even if you got the term sheet to like refuse their money. I feel, I mean, we only have 3 minutes, but I feel like it's a good time to fundraise, right? Very short, when would you recommend founders to start fundraising? Because you were also mentioning, Deborah, that investors, we try to be there before they start fundraising. So what's your recommendation? What's your take?
In general, I would say, first of all, plan your strategy. You need to know your financials. You need to know when you're going to be out of cash or when you need the cash, so plan ahead a bit. I would say right now, probably even 8-9 months before you actually are, it will take that long to do the whole fundraising process, from getting to know someone, building that relationship. And so, yeah, I would say events like this are great to be able to meet with fellow investors and have that conversation, even just a quick hi so they put a face to a name. But yeah, I would say it's probably a safe bet to say like 8 to 9 months in advance.
On the when to fundraise, if you take it very literally, fundraise in September, because VCs also have targets. They need to close deal by the end of the year. So if you want to create FOMO, get a VC that hasn't closed 3 deals. You sit in front of them. Okay, I have a bunch of interest. You need to close, right? I'm great. I'm here. Don't raise in August. So do it in September. Write that. Help them with their numbers, and it's going to work much better for you.
Yeah, and I'll just add something that Deborah said before that I think is paramount for the fundraising, which is generate competition between investors. So really build this hype and this fear of missing out, because this also speeds up the process. Otherwise, if you just depend on one investor, or they will probably not go that fast. They don't have any clear incentive to advance. So I think that the trigger, finding a trigger to your fundraise is very important. And for us, it's been very useful to generate this competition between investors. And we really strategize that on trying to understand where is the moment where raising interest might be best and generate oversubscription if you can, and leaving investors out. I mean, that's very good signaling also for future rounds. No, I mean, investors likes to be badly treated somehow.
Don't leave me out.
So yeah, this would be my take.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with the three of you. I think it's very important to create this momentum, plus also understand the timings of a VC. We only have 1 minute left, so I would like to give one short piece of advice, 15 seconds each, to founders trying to fundraise or planning to fundraise.
I get to go. I really do think that you should have a strategy. Sit down with your team, think about the numbers, when you need to go out and have the cash, and build that momentum and demand, and definitely create that FOMO.
I'd say put on your investors' boots. So really understand what are you, the investors, looking for, and not what is your company looking for.
Honestly, just stop bullshitting. Stop going on LinkedIn, writing massive posts about whatever, about, oh my God, Y Combinator is doing this, that's great, etc. Every single second you're not building the product, you're failing at your job. And building the product is also what's going to convince investors. So just shut up, stop bullshitting, tell them what they need to know, and build.
Awesome. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for joining.
Bravissimo, fantastic. So listen, you leave the mics on the chair. If you want to speak to any of these four absolutely brilliant leaders, just kind of catch them over there. They're coming off the stage now. That was great. No BS, STFU, JFDI. I like it. Muy bien. Thank you so much. Big round of applause one more time. That was great. Thank you, Pierre, Paul, Deborah, and Luis. All right, my friends, we run a tight ship here. We have a grand finale before lunch, and it is worth your 20 minutes of your time. We are going to meet some European tech champions right here, and this session is hosted by our good friends at Wyra. So let me tell you who's going to join us. We've got the CEO and co-founder of Mitiga, Alex Martí. We have the co-founder and CEO at VoiceMod, Jaime Bosch. We have the CEO and co-founder at Idovan, Manuel Marina Brace. And we have our wonderful dear friend and moderator, director at Wyra Spain, of course, Paloma Castellano. My dear friends, please give it up for Paloma, Manuel, Jaime, and Alejandro.
Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us in this conversation about European tech and European tech champions. We have magnificent founders here, and we are going to learn how to build really big companies from Europe when you are based in science, in technology, and in ambition, for sure. So, well, let's get started. So I would love that each of you could briefly introduce the problem that you are solving and what is in your companies that make your solution different, or the technological challenges that you are facing.
Thank you, and a pleasure to be here. So at Mitiga, we turn climate vulnerability into business intelligence, basically. So the problem is that most companies, they use information that is outdated or that it's based on the past, or records that are based on the previous climate events. And when you do that, you don't represent the real future. No? So we all know that climate change doesn't understand about the past. The next 10 years is going to be completely different than the previous 10. So at Mitiga, what we do is we use deep science, we use high-performance computing and artificial intelligence to look into that climate variability, into actionable insights that the companies can use for climate resilience, climate adaptation, or reporting in some cases.
Okay, so.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Jaime. At VoiceMod, what we do, we help users express themselves through audio, providing them what we believe is the missing half of digital identity, which is audio self-expression. So we basically provide them tools to create their own voices or different voices from IPs, and they use those on a social environment, usually while they're gaming with friends.
Pleasure to be here today. So I'm a cardiologist, also co-founder and CEO of the company. And the problem that we were solving when we started the company in 2018 was cardiovascular disease is one of the biggest challenges for humanity. It's killing almost 20 million human beings every year, and 80% of them, those deaths are preventable. So we were like, are we able to do through AI and to automate one of the tasks of the diagnostic process of cardiology, which is the reading of the electrocardiogram? Today is around 1 million hours a day of doctors just in Europe doing that task. And are we able to do that with AI and transform these 1 million hours to milliseconds, right? And that's why the idea, and that's why we built the company, and we built a model to do so in the last 7 years.
Okay, so listening to you, how would you define what you are doing as a product innovation, a scientific leap, or an engineering achievement? Who wants to try to define or enter in any of these categories? So Alex, if you...
I think that the simple, well, not simple, but the real answer is a bit of everything, no? For us, when we do climate science, think about it, it's science. So the first thing that you need to make sure is that the models that are behind the numbers that we gave to our clients is based on the best state-of-the-art of science. We come up as a spin-off of the National Supercomputing Center, so science is unnegotiable. But even the best science, you need to scale it. To scaling it, you need the best infrastructure. So we have investors like Microsoft that allows to give you the computational infrastructure to have the best science in a matter of seconds all around the world. And then last and not least, any technological company is in a race. If you don't innovate in a matter of a year, the finish line is too far for you to accomplish. So innovation, it's embedded into every day.
Yeah. Okay. So would you like to join?
Yeah, sure. I mean, at VoiceMod, the technological challenge has been that we basically develop a real-time AI model. So that wasn't something possible when we started to focus on AI back in 2017. And the goal was basically, are we able to run an AI model on the device in less than 50 milliseconds? And yeah, I can say now yes. But it's been a huge journey. Even we had to acquire a company at some point to help us build these algorithms. But yeah, that was the technological challenge in our side. Huge one.
Huge one. Huge one. And well, Manu, when we are talking about healthcare, I think that trust is everything. So how are you building your data? How are you getting your data? How make you the users and the healthcare system confident about what you are doing?
Yeah, fully agree. I think if anyone is operating in healthcare, is the highest level of data privacy in the world. So you need to really take care of the infrastructure to take care of the data. You need to operate like a public company many years before going public, which is you need many ISO standards, cybersecurity, data privacy, GDPR, which is more basic, but Esquema Nacional de Seguridad in every single country. So you need different infrastructure layers to be allowed to get the data from heartbeats, from patients and from electrocardiograms, just to start training your model, right? And once you do that, you have all the technical challenge and all the complication of software as a medical device. It's a highly regulated environment, and every single release of the product, even if those are minor changes, new features of the product, you need to go through an audit process to demonstrate that there is no risk for the patient and that there is benefit for the healthcare system and the patients and the doctors. So it's continuously improving in a highly regulated environment that makes the cycles of development longer. And right now we have more than 500,000 patients in our database. So it's like a small hospital that lives in the cloud from 34 different countries in the 5 continents. And we are, right now we have one of the most heterogeneous and most elegant database that science has ever captured on electrocardiograms. And that's what gives you the opportunity to operate at the European level, but believe that you can compete at the global level. That's the way you have to create your moat when you are a deep tech company.
Well, when we're talking about AI and you are based in voice, and when using AI in creative industries, that's like another angle with some ethical problems can arise. So can you elaborate on that, Jaime?
Yeah, sure. So there's different angles to this question. So first of all, is on the data you use for training your models. So one of the things that users were concerned at the beginning we were using AI is that voice is a biometrical thing for every human. So we need to treat that as a very personal data. We cannot really use that data to train anything. We are not using that data to train anything, but proving that was a challenge at the beginning. And there's also the angle of the IP. So you could go out there and download the whole internet and use that for training your models, basically. So that's what many companies are doing, actually. We're not. So we are, from day one, certified, fairly trained models. So that means that we create our own models and we create our own data sets. So the data that we use to train the models is basically us hiring people to create those voices for us and us training the models with that. That's not the fastest path towards creating the most bigger model, but we believe at VoiceMod that's the ethical way of doing it, and that's the way we've been doing that for the last 6 years.
So Alex, let me go to you. And well, competing in climate tech is complex and it is global. So how do you see the advantages that we have in Europe? Because we talk a lot about climate and we are very concerned about that. So I guess we must have any advantage against China or US.
Yeah, we certainly do. So one of the biggest advantages is people. You don't have companies, so people is the base of companies, and clients are people as well. So the relationship with people, I think, is very important, but the talent that we have in Europe, maybe in some numbers, no? So in terms of climate, half of all the publications around the world in terms of climate are coming from Europe. In Spain, we are known as Sol, Playa, Sangria. Well, very far from the truth, no? So 30% of the publications that are coming in Europe come from Spain. So we have very good talent. So that's, I think, one of the biggest things that we have in our advantage. And fair enough, it's cheaper than it is in other places. So we can take that advantage as well. And the second part, although the industry might not like it that much, is the regulatory framework. The regulation is what makes science to succeed in industry. So regulation is making companies to be way more resilient when it comes about climate intelligence. So if you put talent and you put regulation, Europe is quite more advanced when it comes about the US, and we all have heard the news, you know, on how the current US administration is kind of like backing up on climate. So on climate, for sure, Europe, it has historically been ahead, and we have a bigger opportunity to continue moving the needle forward.
I'm going back to you also, Manu, about European healthcare system. We have a unique healthcare system that is decentralized, but very advanced. So how is your go-to-market? So how do you do that to establish partnerships and trying to get to different countries and different healthcare systems?
Yeah, there are two things here. One of them is if you are doing healthcare in Europe, healthcare in Europe, all the systems, there is something in common, which is all of them optimized for efficiency. So those systems are not built for make profit at least many of them. In Germany, it might be different. 50% is private, 50% is public. But in Europe, mainly those instances are burning money to take care of their citizens, right? So AI is offering efficiency value proposition. So any AI value proposition for healthcare has an opportunity in Europe that might be different in the US, right? The incentives in the US are different, are more revenue generation driven and insurance driven KPIs, right? This is one of them. The second is we were not, as this system is so fragmented, we were not going hospital by hospital when we started the company. We were trying to partner with medtech or pharma market leaders and through them reach as many hospitals as possible, as fast as possible. That was the idea. That was our simple go-to-market plan, and that's what we have done. And if you are able to understand how those clients work and you are able to partner with big pharma, you are able to scale really fast. You are able to open new countries in a few months, right? Like 4 countries in 2 months. This is impossible if you are a small SME, a small company, and you want to win tender by tender, one by one. So you need to understand what your strategy might be, and maybe it's you want to control the hospital, you want to control your client, or maybe it's another one. You want to support as many doctors and as many patients as fast as possible, and then you decide what is your strategy. We decide that from the beginning. It worked for us. It doesn't mean it can work for others, but I think it's a good use case on how to approach a very fragmented market and leveraging on creating value for your clients.
So, well, Alex, I'm going back to you and to all of the panelists that we have. We have learned a lot about how to build European champions. So, well, when we are talking about AI, a lot of questions rise about Europe and maybe the excess of regulation, how we are dragging the companies that we have here. We have China and US leading. Which are the parts where Europeans can make a difference in this AI race, which is the right to play that we have here? From your perspective, you are just executing different angles. You are based in entertainment, healthcare, climate tech, so big things that impact a lot of people. So how to build something really big from Europe and what makes us unique?
That's a tricky one. I'll take it.
Well, we are talking about the good things about regulation, so that's a different angle that I love.
I mean, it's like everything, right? It's a balance. So AI is not great, it's not evil either. No, it's know how to use the best of AI and also understand which are the limitations and appreciate those limitations. No, so regulation is there for that, not to prevent the growth of AI, but to understand the risk and then to mitigate those risks. So I don't see regulation as a stopper. It's more as a guideline. No? The second is infrastructure, and this is one of the things that we probably need to, catch up with Asia and the US. But things like this recently been done in Spain. The AI factories, there has been, hundreds of millions, invested in AI, not only from, talent, but also from a computational and infrastructure point of view. No? And the third one, I mean, it's people. So if you have the best people, then everything will go aligned to that. No? So again, I would not say regulation, even though there is a lot of noise in that. Let's just use the regulation as a guideline, not as a blocker.
Yeah, I love that part.
Yeah, I'd like to add a different.
You can criticize if you want.
No, I'd like to add a different angle. I agree with what he said, but I think if you think of who are the players on this regulation play, so it's basically China, US, Europe, at least as of today. So I think our advantage is diversity, actually, because in Europe you have many different countries, many different cultures, and the diversity makes Europe, I believe, stronger, because it will do a way stronger regulation, a way stronger cornerstone for building on top of that. So I believe diversity is the strongest piece of Europe in this play. And at the same time, I believe that this first AI Act that they put together, which I believe still needs a little bit of work and it's just first iteration, but I believe we are going in the right direction, which is basically what you said about the rails. So I think that the direction is good. We need to prevent this kind of regulation to stop companies from growing, because we need to compete. with all those guys in that space. But at the same time, I think putting those guardrails and saying, hey, this is our values, this is what we want to build, this is how we want to build it, I think is important. We are, at VoiceBot, we are pretty aligned with that because AI Act is all about transparency and ownership of the data, and basically, I think that's the way.
So which is your point of view, Manu, on this?
Well, I think from a competitiveness point of view, macroeconomic point of view, I think we are at risk. Being in Europe, we are at risk. But European Commission has reacted. So if you read the Draghi report, the Letta report that I highly recommend to you if you haven't read them, the European Commission is reacting and is trying to have a regulation framework agreement on how we embrace innovation, how we embrace AI, and you can hear from the European Commission President saying we are an AI-first continent. So when you hear leaders like this saying, if we can do something with AI, we will buy it with AI, and this implies every single public organization all over Europe. So if I can do this task in healthcare with AI, we will do tenders that will buy AI first. If in finance, in human resource, in everything, you have at least the mindset to create the single digital market in Europe that allows to activate opportunities for companies like the ones that are here today. And then in regulation, you hear the same thing, which is let's understand how to regulate AI. I have been invited a few times to the European Parliament, and they want to know how to regulate software, because how to regulate software is about releasing new versions as fast as possible in a compliant way that are those killing features that create great products that can scale. The very successful startups are built through great products. How you can find in iteration number 5 or number 100 this killing feature that allows you to compete at the global level, as we say, right? And for that, you need time to market. Regulation is about time to market. When are you clear to be able to sell that feature into the market? So the fastest you are able to get to time to market in a compliant way, I really like what you said, both of you, on diversity, on talent, the easier it will be to create European champions here and to really embrace this new challenge that is AI building for developers like us.
I love this, and I'm going to stay because not only because we are running out of time, it is because I think this optimistic view is what we need to really believe that we can create European champions like those great guys. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, those are our European tech champions right there. Sometimes I feel I'm lucky I'm not an investor because I would be throwing money at the stage. That was brilliant. Okay, my friends, we are going to break for lunch. Most important meal of the day. Remember, do some networking. Have a chat with someone you've never met before and see how you can help each other. We are going to be back here at 3 p.m. a las 3. After our break, we have an hour for lunch. You can find various food trucks around the lake area along with a relax zone with beautiful tables. You can chill out. You can make some new friends. You can connect on LinkedIn, have some fun, go crazy, and enjoy the beautiful Valencia scenery, the Ciudad de Artes and Sciences. Absolutely gorgeous. And listen, we want you to be back here. We're going to have a session at 3 o'clock about the future of intelligence, neurodivergent brilliance, and authentic leadership in the age of AI. Buen provecho, my friends. See you a las 3. Companies and organizations tell their best stories through podcasts, through media, and through amazing events like Valencia Digital Summit. And welcome to our 8th amazing edition. It's great to see you all here. You all look fed and watered and ready for the rest of the day. I hope you remember to hydrate, because it's important to hydrate in the sun. I say this as somebody with an Irish passport. I was born in Ireland, and so when I stand in the sun for too long, my skin goes exactly this color of the Santander logo. So yeah, hydrate, put on the sunscreen, particularly if you're from Ireland, and thank me later. So a couple of housekeeping reminders. We have an amazing app. The app is great. The app is how you can connect with other delegates. It's how you get all the details of what's happening on the stages. You can make your own personalized schedule. You can read about the stellar speakers. You can organize meetings. You can get the Wi-Fi password. You can see about all the cool social stuff. So TLDR, if you don't have the app in your life, maybe now is a good time to install it. And with this in mind, we do encourage you to spread the love and spread some serious FOMO out there. Let's make everybody else jealous. You're sitting here in the Palace of Arts and Sciences, seeing some of the most brilliant minds, sharing some of the most amazing, up-to-date and pressing presentations and discussions on the stage. More or less everybody you know on LinkedIn is going to look at that photograph of you in the sun and say, oh, madre mia, why didn't I go to VDS? And this is the kind of FOMO we're trying to create out there. So please do share the love for VDS on LinkedIn, on any of the socials. All that we would ask you to do is use the hashtag VDS2025. So it means the organizers can see all the love and get a warm glow inside, shall we say. Okay, my good friends, we are about to embark on a journey to the future of intelligence. And we're going to learn about neurodivergent brilliance and authentic leadership in the age of AI. There's a bit of a saying at the moment, in life in 2025, there are the haves, the have-nots, and the have-slops, because there's an awful lot of AI out there. There's an awful lot of slop, and it's kind of getting a bad deal. And you know, one of the things I think could be a positive side effect of this is it's directing us towards that incredible integrity and the value of those human connections and the diversity of the human experience. It is literally irreplaceable. So right now, we're going to learn about it from our two brilliant guests who've been brought here by our friends, Diverse Leaders in Tech. So thank you very much, Diverse Leaders in Tech, for hosting this next session. I'm going to tell you about our dynamic duo, and then we're going to give them a rousing welcome to the stage. Now remember, just because we had lunch, it doesn't mean we have to lay off the applause. We actually want to make the applause louder and warmer when we welcome them to the stage. We are delighted to be joined by the Global Director of Brand Strategy and Growth at NetRanks, Katarina Moraga Schulte. I hope I almost pronounced that right. Thank you very much. Yes, excellent to see you. And she's going to be joined by the founder of Engaged Lab, our wonderful moderator, Anya Hajdrovska. So please welcome to the stage, Anya and Katarina. Thank you. Muy bien, muy bien. Bonus points for those applause. You're the best audience here, definitely.
Let me just test. Yes,
well,
it's working.
Welcome, everyone, to our panel about the future of intelligence. A few words about myself. Indeed, I'm a founder of Engaged Lab, and Engaged Lab is really focused on optimizing the environments for teams and leaders so people can learn and innovate and bring their best ideas. I'm very much into the psychological safety approach, and also in our programs we use very cool immersive intelligence tools such as virtual reality to help the companies to transition to that more optimized environment. So I'm very excited about today's topic, as we are going to talk about authenticity, about neurodiversity and AI, and how the way we lead change. How is the leadership changing, and how actually staying human might become our best asset. So I'm very happy to have with me today Katarina Moraga Schulte. She's known as Kat, so I'm going to refer to her as Kat. And Kat is a strategist. She's a storyteller and a leader who explore where AI meets with human authenticity. She has more than 20 years of experience, work across tech, creative, and corporate sectors for brands such as eBay, Marktplaats, or ABN AMRO, a bank in Netherlands. And she brings this unique perspective as a neurodivergent professional and a leadership thinker. So, Kat, let's start. Welcome.
Thank you for that introduction. Very happy to be here,
I'm
everyone.
very happy to have you. And we've been talking a little bit, and you've said that we are entering an era of where the truth matters more than noise. And what does that mean? Why is that happening? And what does that mean for the leaders who want to succeed in the new age of AI?
Yes, thank you for that question. So let's say we start with who uses ChatGPT? Hands?
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Oh, good.
great. So now that we're using ChatGPT and it's sort of part of our day-to-day, we also use it for work. Let's face it, the shame is over. We all do. Every CEO does it as well. So let's, then think about how you search inside ChatGPT. And I'm saying whether you're using ChatGPT, Claude, or Perplexity, doesn't matter. You search differently. You ask it a certain question, a demand, an action to take instead of an open question that you ask in Google, and then you get those blue links, and then you have to search yourself, right? So you have to click on every website and then find that answer. This thing gives you the answer right away, and also, hey, is it helpful if I then give it to you in this format? So it makes our lives easier in a way. But then, okay, so it searches for you, so you don't have to do that. But then if we link that to our own behaviors and the many times that we ask it to do these type of things, it also learns from our own behaviors, right? So it learns from the way that we ask the questions. It learns from what type of questions, how we even react to the model itself. It learns from all of that. And based on that, it starts prepping each answer that it gives you after the one before to fit you as a person better, your identity, the way that you ask those questions, you and every single other person on the planet. So think about that.
Yes, and how that relates then to the leaders who want to become successful? How would you...
So for leaders now, it's quite simple to then understand, okay, so if I'm, as a leader, I'm using ChatGPT on a day-by-day form, then how can I leverage that and also understand it better and understand different perspectives? ChatGPT doesn't search for the answer per se on a very fancy website. It actually looks at different types of content it can search through and then link to that answer that it actually is preparing for you. So it wants the facts. It wants to double check whether it can find the fact that matches your identity. And so the way that we have been taught to write content, forget about it. Because it cannot, every fancy website, every fancy slogan, it's like, I cannot read that. I cannot match that. Think about McDonald's, Nike, Adidas, it cannot match that. What it wants to match is real content written by people, because it trusts that more, because it can actually take things from that it can then match to your answer. And that means that people that were often sent to the background because, hey, you either follow this format that we've been all told to follow, those people are now actually the ones, people that have been writing content that is true to themselves because they have no other choice, because their brain is wired differently. Those people now are winning.
Thank you. And it's very interesting. I love when you are saying that actually AI reads human better than the polished marketing that we are used to. And do you think, how would that relate to people who actually think differently?
Yes, that's my favorite. So as a neurodivergent professional myself, I've always been the one to think outside of the box, and I've also been sort of, put inside boxes for that myself. Now I'm actually asked to provide information from different perspectives and also test it out in the likes like ChatGPT, right? So people that think differently also see frameworks differently and really look for the patterns in a different way. So think about it. If you're a top-notch marketeer, you've done things in a certain way for years because we've all been taught to do it like that, those people, whether you're from a different background, so I grew up in the Netherlands, my parents are from Chile, so Latina in the Netherlands, you have to fight for something different. Also, I'm neurodivergent, so my brain is naturally wired differently than the norm, and so I have to adapt constantly. guess what? Everyone has to adapt right now because it's the era of AI. So the people that have gone through things like this are more able to adapt quickly or really look into different pathways to get to that place where you might have a bit longer to think about it, to get to that point, right? So these people can actually help you get to that point faster or through different pathways in itself.
Thank you, and I think you're already tapping into the kind of the superpowers of neurodivergent people. You mentioned the adaptability, and you mentioned also the breaking of the patterns. How do you see that, I mean, in relation to the innovation? So the team now, they need to constantly innovate. So how would you leverage those superpowers?
So I think the hardest thing right now is to realize that it's not just a new tool that we're trying to learn or a new way of searching for information. It's really a different mindset. And in that sense, if you think about it, people that have had to go through this before and are used to walking through different sort of blockades to then get to that same point, these people can actually help you get there. And then it's also about having mixed teams where, okay, how should we then test certain things out or adapt certain ways of working with AI being part of that, with a ChatGPT that you use as your team, things like that can be beneficial for you. And it's all about finding the right model. And then I'm not talking about an AI model, but really a model of ways of working, where you can then find the right type of person to sort of help you break that mold, help you break that system that you're in right now.
So basically, we are seeing that there are superpowers. So neurodivergent people, they can adapt because they've been adapting all their life. They can think differently, out of the box. And however, we also know that it comes with challenges. I'm also neurodivergent myself. I'm a very lucky owner of ADHD. And I know that for me, I need special spaces to actually focus. I cannot work in open spaces. And luckily, this still works. But when I need to think creatively, I really need a place with a bit of maybe less light and definitely no noise. But from the leader perspective, then, how do you even start this conversation? How do you can embrace neurodivergent people in your workplace?
In essence, it starts by opening up the conversation, having a safe conversation with someone where you open up, about how you're dealing with these changes. I bet that many people don't know what to do now or what's coming next, and that's normal. We all don't know. But then opening up that conversation and saying, hey, how have you dealt with certain changes before? And can we have a talk about this? What makes you work better? It can be small things like, hey, I prefer to have my days of focus time working from home and then being able to do my things there. Fine if we meet at the office, things like that. But how would you like to work? And ask that, ask those questions in your team and then try to find a way where you all agree to work together in that way moving forward. And I honestly have seen teams that were sort of mixed and matched in a certain way, but then when they all agreed to work in a certain way, they moved faster in the end. And it's all about having that safe space where you can be fully yourself, and then those superpowers come out. They come out to play, and for real.
So when I hear you, I really have the impression that we are talking about psychological safety, actually.
Definitely,
so establishing this trust with the teams and trying to understand our all needs and how we can all actually work it. Oh, okay. How can we make it work in the team? And I think you wanted us to try a little experiment to kind of show a little bit this authenticity in tangible way.
Yes. So to start to give a bit of context for that. So it's all about finding, like, really touching your own identity, right? Going back to who you are as a person, because if we go back to the beginning of the conversation, it's all about, you know, a ChatGPT will try to match your identity, you as a person. It actually is built to do that in that way. Now, same goes for the people that are neurodivergent. They don't know better than to be themselves. So that's their superpower if you compare that, right? So then I will write in ChatGPT the way that I am, and then I get some, you know, some answers or that are specifically written for me. And I build my own scripts, and it knows exactly. I mean, I'm the queen of prompts. And I mean, that's because I know no other way than to be myself. And I've seen people, like colleagues, say to me, but do you talk to ChatGPT in that way? I'm like, yeah, but it'll give me what I want, doesn't it? So, well, and that's the thing, right? So who are you? What is your identity? Try to figure that out, and then it will work wonders for you. Then, having said that, also know that ChatGPT or any other AI engine will never give you the same answer twice. Know this. So even though it will be, you know, give you fantastic answers, don't trust it fully. You still have to be, you know, put your own magic into it, your own superpower. It's about your identity and how great you can be with all these AI tools in your life. Having said that, how do we then find out what ChatGPT, you know, sees in us, what identity we have there, and what the power is that we have to change that identity that is reflected in ChatGPT? So let's test it out and ask ChatGPT. For the ones that have their phones here, we have our phones here. So we're going to ask a question simultaneously. And feel free to discuss with your neighbor or keep it to yourself. It's fine. But we're going to ask it a question. And then it'll, by default, not give the same answer twice. Let me open my app. It's right here. What I want to know. We're also going to give a bit of a parameter to the prompt, otherwise it'll be too broad. So the question is, why is my difference a superpower in the age of AI? Question mark. Then the parameter you give it, so give me the shortest answer, right? Otherwise, for me, it's going to write like an entire program. But so why is my difference, a superpower in the age of AI? Give me the shortest answer. Then we enter. Yes. Oh, internet. Go.
I have mine already.
So tell me, what do you have?
Okay, so mine says, because AI learns from patterns and my difference helps break them to spark real innovation. Love that.
Mine reads, because I repeat patterns and my difference, AI. Because AI repeats patterns and my difference lets me create what's never existed before. So,
why is different? So why is it so different?
It's different because, well, in your intro you already said I'm a bit of a storyteller. So it knows me to be a storyteller, and then it will go like more of the starting of an epic story, right? So that's the way it does it. And the same thing goes for having, you know, your team or your board, or it doesn't matter who in your company, ask it a certain question, like, how do I come across? How do you see me? How can I become a better leader? You know, ask him that question and then check that in a week again, because you'll be asking those questions on a daily basis. Ask him about, I called it him, by the way, it's a guy for me. Ask him about, you know, your team setup or different team members to have a specific question about, hey, what is my role in this team, without giving it a lot of context, and then see what it writes about it. And those type of things can actually help you identify what your true identity is online. But you can also modify it, because you have the power to put a certain question in there, and all the stories you share with it, it learns from that. So who are you? And keep asking it, you know? Ask it in a week, ask it in 2 weeks. So what type of leader am I? Same question. And then you reflect. And then you implement changes and you improve. It will be the biggest critic that you'll ever have, to be honest.
Fantastic. And so I'm also understanding that in a way, of course, ChatGPT learned from us, because it... Whew.
And then we'll fly away.
We will try to not do. me? Or yeah, is it
Yeah.
still working? So if the ChatGPT learns from us, of course, it learns from our data. It learns from what we say. It actually learns from what kind of question we ask. From your perspective, what kind of human intelligence you hope it will learn from? What's the key to succeed in the age of AI?
Well, I think that these days we're mostly sort of asking it questions, and then because we're curious about the answer, and then it's also about the people that are using it most to sort of shout. I'm sure that you also have heard about, you know, the AI fatigue and things like that. So it's really like everyone is shouting, and it's clear that it's written by AI. Yeah, you know what? If you use your voice more, and if you ask ChatGPT to say, hey, can you write it in my own words? That's where it's more about the people that listen, that investigate, that are curious to learn more. And from that, create something that is more and more true to yourselves. It will make you create content that will be found by the AI engines, because if it's too glossy, it will never find you anyways.
Thank you. And for the leaders here, for HR leaders or for tech leaders, what's one way to build cultures that are actually the value of authenticity and neurodiversity?
Yeah, I would say model the differentiators. And I'm not saying model AI engine. I'm saying model in your company the differentiators. Get people in that are different, that think differently, and ask them. And then adapt and grow.
Thank you so much, Kat, for this. And just to maybe thank you for a short takeaway. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think the future of intelligence, human and artificial, really will be both authenticity, and that we would like you to take it out of this conversation also on diverse thinking and the courage to stay real. So we hope to encourage you to this type of leadership. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, that was great, very inspiring. I was expecting nothing less. You know, I'm a great believer in the power of diversity in every respect. I think it's one of the greatest unlocks for any business, full stop. Because at the end of the day, if you look around a boardroom table and everyone looks the same and thinks the same, my goodness, that company is just going to step on a rake someday. It's going to happen because they don't see all the different angles that the ways that rakes can be, you know. So honestly, diversity for the win each and every time. And that was very inspiring. I love that. So right now, I know a lot of people turned up earlier because our app got a little bit excited and moved the session forward. But now it is actually time to learn about some next-gen sports tech and learn how data and AI are transforming performance and the fan experience. We got a lot of sports fans in the house. That's what we like to see. Remember, share the love, spread the FOMO, use the hashtag VDS2025 and make everybody really jealous out there. You're here in the sun, they're not, and you're going to learn about next-gen sports tech right now from our very wonderful friends who are going to come on stage all at once at the end. I'm going to tell you their names first. We are delighted to be joined by the CTO at YBVR, Victor Garcia, by the CEO at Next Sports, Munir Zok, and by our wonderful moderator. She is a Global Partnerships Manager at Tech BBQ, Tansu Karimi. Please give it up for Tansu, Munir, and Victor. Gracias. Muy bien. Okay. I think I need to get you guys some mics, right? Tell you what, you have this one.
Hi.
Sorry, we do like to keep our speakers on their toes, and we sometimes play a little game called Mic Roulette. Who's got a mic, who hasn't? Everyone has a mic now. Okay, listen, can we give them a big round of applause one more time because we had the mics there? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There you go. Stage is yours, Tansu.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Yes, you can all hear me. Great. Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you.
So now, today we are going to talk about how data and AI are transforming both athlete performance and fan experience. And we have the two experts here. So I would like to start with you, Munir. Actually, no. You know what? I'm going to switch it up. Let's start with both of you. Let's say, how are data and AI transforming sports today on the field, but also off of it?
I think I can take a little first step. So, well,
close to your
closer,
mic.
something like this. Better? Yeah. All right. So, first things first. Hi, I'm Victor. So, YBBR, we are in the entertainment space of sports. So, we do immersive technology and we do streaming so that it looks great. And we are seeing a lot of the off the field on the consumer side, right? So. I guess it's no surprise to anyone that anyone who's seen how Twitch is changing the way consumption patterns are happening can relate to the fact that the consumption is being far more active, less passive. People want to see what they want to see when they want to see it, and I think that the way it's transforming it on the consumer side, it's more like people don't have patience and they really want to get the exact data from the exact perspective. And that creates a lot of challenges from broadcast and from data generation and from real-time performance and from everything that has to do with how am I going to be more or enjoy the experience exactly the way I want it. So that's what I'm seeing on my end.
So you asked how did it change the sport, no?
Yeah.
And
Off and on the field.
On and off the field. So I would think in terms of how did it not change the sport, right? So if we think about like the universal sport of football, maybe the only aspect of the game that technology did not, or data or AI did not change is maybe like the size of the field, right? The color of the grass. But everything else that you can think of, everything has been changed through data and AI. No? So if we take on-the-field performance, we know that the selection of athletes is quite important. And then you look at organizations like Real Madrid, that today, through the use of artificial intelligence, they can scout 300,000 players at the same time. You know?
Wow.
So now think about the capabilities that a club who is investing on AI has versus a club that is not investing on AI, right? Off the field, man, there are so many examples about like how we as fans of the sport consume the sport, how we as operators in the sport operate in the sport. So in lots of the work that we do with our clients, we help them think about their operational efficiencies, for example, a lot. So we help them think through how AI can help automate business processes so that they can get data at their fingertips. But then when we're looking at business modeling, we're looking at how AI can help identify new business opportunities that go beyond the capabilities maybe of the organization, and then figure out what is the data value chain that has to be put in place so that the right decisions are made. Yeah? But I know you have more questions. I think we can.
I have a lot more
some
questions. So I want to go to Victor real quick. So how is YBVR transforming live sports experiences, and what kind of response are you seeking from fans, but also from broadcasters?
I'll tackle the fan side first, because every entertainment experience needs to owe itself to the fans initially. What we are trying to build with YBVR is basically turning or bringing everyone to the front row of their favorite event, in places where it will be impossible to be, even if you had the more expensive tickets possible. Basically, we are in the XR form factor, and this thing, it's, let's face it, a burden. So you need a really good reason to want to get this on, and being in impossible perspectives, enjoying being next to Messi, Ronaldo, or your favorite artist is what we can bring. Now, on the broadcast side of things, broadcasters are sometimes organizations that are very tight, or they're always looking at the money. Okay, let's put it like that. So they also need reasons to invest in this. So it's this game where, or what we're trying to build is this game where we differentiate the experience enough so that the wheel of let's create more experiences so that fans are more engaged, so that we can invest in making the experience more differentiated, so that more fans are engaged, and then this ball starts rolling. We are trying to build from our application layer in streaming technologies and data visualization side, basically get that engine going.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Munir, it's your turn.
Go for it.
So you work very closely with a lot of elite teams. And what we want to know is how are clubs and athletes using AI and predictive models to tailor training and to prevent injuries?
Oh, a big topic, this one.
Big one.
So let's do a check here in the audience. I mean, is it safe to assume that everyone likes sports? Yeah, just like a show of hands. Okay, 70%. Okay, I was expecting more. Yeah, expecting more. So you know, when you're working with a sports organization, let's say we mentioned playing on the field and avoiding injuries, right? Think of athletes as your investment assets, and you want these assets to be healthy, right? No one wants to make a bad investment. So every time a player or an athlete is injured, that is an asset that is wasted for a few days, a few weeks, a few months, in some cases a few years, right? And that is the worst nightmare, especially if your most expensive asset has now just been put on the bench or is not even able to make it to the bench, right? So the question around how do injuries actually happen, what causes injuries, how can we predict injuries, what injuries we cannot predict. So for example, if there's like an accident happening, it cannot be predicted. But there are lots of injuries that can be avoided and can be predicted for sure. There's very interesting research that took place in Wales, for example, where they have already identified 82% of the causes of injuries happening across all sports, and consequently how these injuries can be avoided. So imagine that you as a coach or you as an expert operator working in any sport. It can be surfing, basketball, volleyball, rugby, weightlifting, or wrestling, right? You need to make sure that your athletes are performing at their best during the game, right? You don't want them to be performing at the best the day before the game, nor at their best the day after the game, right? During the game, they have to be at their best. So leveraging all types of data sets is crucial so that you know what is the current health state, to put it very, very simply. Now, when you're working with athletes, there are different expertise that come into play, right? You have nutritionists, you have biomechanists, you have technologists, you have strength and conditioning coaches, you have psychological coaches, you have mental toughness coaches, yada, yada, right? And each and every expert, whenever they're working with the athlete, they're looking at the athlete simply from their own expert lens, right? So if I'm an athlete and you're my mental toughness coach, whatever problem I have, you will detect it from a mental perspective, right? And if Victor is my nutritionist coach, then it's a nutrition problem. Now the question is, how can both of you work hand in hand so that you can look at me as a person rather than look at me as a mental case or as a nutrition case. Right?
And that's funny because that's an angle that it can start, or we are more financially motivated, let's say, or like, you know, Real Madrid, all these organizations are highly motivated to do this and invest money, but the benefits end up resulting way beyond sports because this is a general health concern, right? Like then this your general practitioner can go and look at this information, and maybe we can have, you know, elite sports athlete grade of healthcare as a result of research that was initially for that, but eventually will spill over to other areas.
It's also interesting to look at, for example, the organizational chart of the different sports organizations. Let's take football, for example, right, where most data is available in the world. So our research shows us that football properties that, for example, generate over 380 million revenues, 80% of those properties have AI skill sets already embedded within the organization working across departments. On the flip side, if we look at smaller properties, especially ones that generate less than 100 million euros every year, less than 40% of them have AI capabilities in-house, right? So thinking about what is AI, how will it help, what influence does it have in sports, I think is a topic that is of such a big importance because the later you start investing in it, the less results you will be able to achieve, the less competitive advantage you'll be able to have.
That actually makes a lot of sense. This is a question for the both of you. Based on your work studying leagues and competitions, the use of data and AI, what are the biggest organizational changes that you're seeing, and what challenges come with those organizational changes?
I'm seeing it's an organizational change, yes, but that stems from more of a business model change, so to speak. So one thing that we're seeing on entertainment side of sports is that, you know how everyone's familiar with the concept of media rights, how like leagues go and sell the right to show the sport, the game to the houses, and then the Telefonicas, Vodafones, whoever go and buy those. Well, the way that's being split is being changed by the existence of new ways to extract value. And what I mean by that, this is a super generic statement, I realize that. So you used to have your broadcast right, the cameras that capture reality, and then they allow you to see the game from afar. Now we're starting to emerge a new category, which was the online rights, which is different from the regular TV rights. And now we're seeing the immersive digital rights, which today are bundled in, and now some of the more advanced entities are saying, well, wait a second. This is valuable enough, so the wheel's starting to turn, you see. This is valuable enough that, you know what, it's no longer included. You're going to have to like pay me extra. And there's a fourth category now that is not emerging yet, but I anticipate that in the next 3-4 years, we're going to start to see this. It's the data rights. So maybe some of you have seen how the US Open was doing 3D reconstructions in their app that are pretty amazing, realistic, and not included in the media rights. So that's why they could do it, even if they sold the media rights to others. But now there's starting to be the discussions. Hey, look, well, this is good, so it cannot be for free. And organizationally, that means that the chief revenue officer is starting to look at all these other emerging categories and saying, okay, I might as well start paying enough attention so that this becomes a business from the broadcast side.
So funny story, in 2017, we were sitting down with FC Barcelona and they were negotiating a virtual reality deal with one of the virtual reality companies back then. So the deal never happened because no one was able to actually quantify or define what is the right around Messi in the virtual world, right? And also, what if Messi's sort of character is this big, and what if Messi's character is this big, or what if Messi's character is that big, you know? So one, who owns that right? And two, how do you actually circumvent that right so that you can actually place it on the market, right? So there was no way to get out of the conversation, then the deal never happened, right? And to Victor's point, the revenue formula has evolved so much from back in the 70s when, for example, the only revenue was coming from ticket sales. That's why we had like big, powerful, if we stick to football, right? Big, powerful football organizations in big cities because they had big venues and there were lots of people to buy a ticket. Today in 2025, ticketing revenue is only a fraction within the whole big revenue formula. And to your question, the organizational structure follows the revenue structure almost. And today, you need to have experts who can sit down with Victor and understand what he's talking about. But in many cases, people that you come across are still talking about old rights, no?
And I think that you see a lot of that working in next sports and trying to ramp up this, that for many becomes a surprise. You know, especially the smaller organizations, they don't always have the bandwidth to look at these trends, and then they start needing the help of on how to ramp up. So I can see how some sports organizations are being like, let's say, just absolutely dumbfounded or like stunned by they're being hit with this. And sometimes it's funny how you can like have the same conversation or within the same league, some teams will start discussing data rights, and some others are like, well, I'm selling digital with broadcast all the same.
Okay. So as a last question, I actually would love to know where you see, like if we fast forward 5 years, what do you think will define the next generation of sports tech? And one change that you are very excited about that maybe not all of us know about?
Okay, well, we weren't ready for that question, Tansu. You did not bring that up yesterday. So I'll take a stab, okay, and then pass it on to you. So listen, I think that like I know AI must have been mentioned at least 10 times in each and every session today, right? But I think it's rightly so. because it is a paradigm shift, unlike other technologies that have come and maybe gone or have evolved quite a lot. I would say that AI embedded within the operations of any sports property across any department, whether it's legal, human resources, sports, or business, is an opportunity to optimize operations, and it's an opportunity to focus on answering some of the tricky questions that we've been trying for tens of years to answer, but we didn't have the resources to do so. And it's an opportunity to cater to our needs. So if you think about Formula One, for example, Formula One generates over 1 million data points every second, okay? Over 1 million data points every second. So that the product is optimized and catered to each and every one of us over here, right? Simply that was not possible. Now, even if you have 1 million data points, what do you do with it, right? And this is where AI comes in. So I'm very optimistic about AI. I will stick with AI. I know it's boring, but I'll go for that.
I mean, I have a serious angle and a pet project and a pet interest. So the serious angle is AI related. To me, the most interesting development that I hope to see more is the rise of local inference. You know, we all have very powerful devices in our pockets, and those are only expected to grow. When we have more mature local inference, it means that we don't have to go to the overlords of the big tech servers to steal our privacy and still enjoy a lot of the benefits of AI. So that's the serious interest. My pet interest is more in the reality reconstruction space. So since you were asking of something that maybe not everyone here knows, my pet interest is something called the Gaussian splatting, which is a very weird way of representing reality out of multiple camera angles so that I don't have to, I basically can do what's called volumetric reconstruction. Basically, I can free roam from any point of view I want, and I no longer have to have a camera like I do today in front of the action to feel like in front of the action. Now I can be even in the middle of the action of the real event, feel like it's real, and I just find it super exciting.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you so much. This was very insightful. So thank you.
Thank you so much,
I learned a lot. And thank you, everybody, for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. That was absolutely superb, but I was expecting nothing less. Thank you, muchísimas gracias. Okay, my friends, we are moving on with our fabulous... Oh, do you know what? I think somebody may have left some very glamorous and fashionable accessories on the stage, and I think that might have been yours, Tansu. I can't quite associate. I know our other guests were very glamorous and fashionable, but definitely those are Tansu-style accessories right there. So, my dear friends, a little reminder, we are going to be giving away 75,000 euros on this stage this afternoon in approximately 21 minutes. But before that point, we have another treat for you, my friends. Oh yes, we have a wonderful session on queer capital and betting on identity to build the future. This is one of the most important topics, and we have two absolute legends joining us on the stage right now. One of them is half of my favorite power couple, and you'll have to guess which one. So we are absolutely thrilled to be joined by the COO of Tech Barbecue and venture partner at Identity.vc, Sam Eshrati, and the head of ecosystem partners at Diverse Leaders in Tech, who are also hosting this next session. Thank you very much, Diverse Leaders in Tech, and it is wonderful to have you here, Sabina Schul. My dear friends, please give a huge round of applause to Sabina and Sam. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eugen. Well, thank you all for being here. I'm the moderator of this session. My name is Sabine Schorel. It's very difficult to pronounce. I'm a queer investor myself, and I'm very delighted that I can ask all the difficult questions to my fellow queer investor, Sam. Sam, maybe to start out, you are a venture partner at Identity Ventures in Berlin. Can you give a 1-minute pitch about what Identity Ventures actually does?
First of all, thanks for being here. I know it's very tempting whether you want to be outside of this than...
Sam, maybe try this?
Yeah? Can you hear me okay?
Much better. Yeah.
Better? Okay. Thanks for being here. Thanks for VDS for organizing such a fantastic event. I'm based in Copenhagen. The weather is crap and is not as warm as nice as here, but it's a treat for me also to be part of this. amazing conference. But about Identity Venture is a capital. We invest, we are the only one in Europe at least, investing in queer founders and with LGBTQ plus backgrounds. So that means in the founding team or an executive team, you need to be part of a community. And that's the only one performing in Europe right now.
And how big is the fund?
It's around 50 million.
50 million euros, yes. Focused on LGBTQ founders.
Correct.
What is the difference between LGBTQ and queer?
In practice, nothing. But in real life, there is a tagline, but I mean, that's how you identify yourself.
So we call it or queer or LGBTQ,
correct.
AI plus,
Yes.
Okay, fine. Okay, so you talk about queer capital as the next wave of smart investing. So what makes queerness itself an innovation driver, you think?
Again, as an investor, as a founder, you're not looking for taglines. It's more how within the team you perform. And one thing has been apparent, and the statistic shows, if you have a diverse team in general, you tend to perform better. And that, there are multiple reports out there by BCG and other providers that present that diversified team, and they perform better because of multicultural, different backgrounds, and it seems to be working better.
Yeah, that's diversity in the broadest sense.
Right.
But why LGBTQ talent? What is different?
There isn't, again, we're not trying to differentiate the diversity as a group, but as the fund mandates, we found a niche in the diverse group of LGBTQ plus founders where they also perform similarly or even better within diverse founder group.
Yeah.
So there's no specific reason why LGBTQ plus founders, they perform better.
Yeah.
Diversity in general, it seems to be an element where, teams perform better.
But I heard that the LGBTQ community is growing and the numbers are super interesting. And that's why you, as an investor from Identity, picked this niche. So do you know anything about the growth numbers of people who identify themselves as LGBTQ in younger generations, older generations?
I think comes with the awareness and digital era, right? So we do have more capability of, identifying yourself as a target group openly and cultures community. And I think that helped for people to source alternatives, not just going out for prides and social activities, sourcing out and finding a niche. And that's what I tell a lot of startups and founders. Please find your niche, and that helps you to grow your company. If you are a female founder, there are excellent, fantastic grants and available sources of investments. If you are people of color, please find your niche. So LGBTQ plus community, I think the founders found a niche. And going back to your question, the platforms, social platform gave the opportunity for us as a service provider, as an investor, be able to find and source good founders. And on the flip side, again, what happened to the US, people are looking for opportunities to engage. And this growing community comes with actors like us, actors like VDS, giving the place for us to voice our activities is actually very important. And it's, of course, it's growing because we see more and more activities or involvement, at least in Europe.
And a great example in the US is Angels. It's a very fast-growing community as well. They do $900 million already invested
yeah.
in LGBTQ founders.
Yes.
And they grew it in only 5 years, so it's really big. And I think that's a good example also to build such a thing in Europe, right?
Yes.
So what do you think is the power of the LGBTQ community as a whole, like founders and investors coming together in this community? What does it mean for Identity Ventures to have such a community?
I'm unsure if the crowd knows what's Gangel. So Gangel it's a syndicate, it's a collection of angels. So investors, they actually put their money in sourcing out deals and they invest in the LGBTQ plus community. And again, there is a community feeling into LGBTQ plus community, and everybody wants to help each other to find the source of future clients, future investors, future co-founders, future talent, which we are lacking in all the above mentioned categories. And having a place where people can, match up and get together and voice and exchange ideas, exchange energy, I think that feeling of the community and togetherness, it powers and fuel ideas as well.
Yeah. So what unique deal flow does Identity Ventures have that traditional VCs don't have?
I think it helps for smart founders to find a niche. So again, as I said earlier, finding your niche and thinking outside of the box, it will help you to grow your company faster. And use platforms like Identity or other platforms, diverse platforms, to get where you want faster compared to other traditional institutional investors. So if you categorize yourself as part of the community, it will help you to accelerate the funding. And that's the uniqueness about LGBTQ plus community and what we provide to people. I don't know if that answers.
Yeah, and what kind of percentage of the deal flow comes from the community, you think?
About 80%.
80% comes from the community.
Right.
Well, that's impressive, right?
It is very impressive, and there's a double-folded information and kind of problem here, because as we have all over in Europe, we have a problem of gathering data, and there are many channels of gathering data, but there are some certain questions you can't ask, and that, being part of LGBTQ community, you can't really ask that in any survey or questionnaire, right? You can tagline gender, but sexuality is not part of that questionnaire, and that's been a part of GDPR process for many years. And in the US and the UK, they don't have that problem, hence, probably it's easier to get that information. But in Europe, we have that problem. And how you source deals is not based on data. It's through voice of community.
Yeah, the network.
And go out, and myself, if you're a founder, you've probably been spammed by me for the past few weeks. I've been spamming all the startups here to actually share, hey, I'm here. If you are part of community, please come to me. And we couldn't, perhaps maybe VDS couldn't send that in the survey out, are you part of community or not?
So that also means that all founders that got funded by Identity Ventures are out. Or need to be out.
At least, yes, because if you do a press release about this investment, that means they fit into our mandate.
Yeah, and does it make founders be more apprehensive, saying, okay, I'm not sure I want to be out for my other investors, or what do you think? Is that improving?
Certainly is improving, and right now, one in every 6 founders that are actually come out and they disclose their sexuality. If you tagline this as sexuality, that's quite low, to be honest. And you really don't know what's the source of this. I wouldn't call it a problem, but why actually people hesitate to disclose this. Again, if you see this as an opportunity, you would love to disclose it, right? Because there are available grants and available opportunities like Identity, as I said earlier. But there is a dilemma in founders. Why do I need to? And it's a very personal information. Of course, you don't want to. As a straight or a straight person, you don't actually disclose, like if I have a wife or girlfriend or boyfriend, right?
Yeah, of course.
But again, using the opportunity is the key, and it might be because of the strategy. A lot of doors it helps a lot, and some people may feel like, why do I need to say that? And if you're a founder with a global expansion, and there are some countries they do see being out differently to the others, and they may limit the market in the future. Generally, don't know what's going on in people's head, but I encourage people to use this as an opportunity more than as a strength, as a weakness.
Yeah. And since when do you invest with Identity Ventures? Since when did it start?
It's around a year and a half to 2 years journey for us.
And which investments are you most proud of?
There are a couple of them, to be honest. We would love to spotlight all the investments and portfolio we have done, but there's a company, AI company, and we squeeze myself in the company, and they are doing really good, and all of them are doing fantastic so far, and very, very diverse industry and very agnostic in the portfolio we've done. We have done pet food, and we've done AI, we've done everything.
Yeah. And then I want to get back to the part of identity, like it's called identity. So do you think we're entering a new era where the next unicorns will be built not in spite of identity, but because of it? And the hashtag born to disrupt has to do something with it, right?
That's a really good question. I don't think so. It would lead, there are, again, going back to better performing team. And that may lead you becoming a unicorn faster, but not necessarily because of your sexuality. I don't think so. Identity would drive a company's success. It's so dependent. So dependent on your performance and the niche and the market you choose. Not necessarily because you are part of the community. Of course, this will accelerate. It will help you, but depends on the product more than anything and the niche you choose.
I strongly disagree.
Okay, I love that. This is a conversation.
All my queer friends are multi-talented, are amazing communicators. They can communicate. So they have so many skills developed because of their LGBTQ identity that I think they're indeed born to disrupt.
Of course.
And that's why I think these skills will help them become amazing founders, building amazing companies for not only the LGBTQ as a market, but especially for building the teams that they need to have to become amazing unicorns or successful at least. So I think that the identity is that really makes the difference. And it's not only their sexual identity, it is the identity that they built around being them as a queer person.
I do agree with you, to be honest. Being within the community, you face different challenges, right? And that helps you to strengthen your weaknesses. And of course, that's part of the founding journey, trying to face unwanted challenges. And that, of course, can be a result of creating greater success within your company. But again, there are amazing stories out there which led to have a fantastic company.
Do you know a few very famous tech people who are openly out building unicorns?
I would like to actually ask a crowd, do you know any unicorn, decacorn, multi-billion companies? Yes?
Yes, Ingrid Tappin. Matthijs Welle from Muse.
Okay.
It's a Dutch unicorn.
I actually got to name a few everybody are familiar with. Sam Altman is part
Sam
of
Altman, OpenAI.
Tim Cook is part of community.
Yeah.
Peter Thiel, founder of Palantir, and so many incredible. So actually, if you want to gain the knowledge, there is a report out with 500 gay executive and founders produced by Fortune. Look it up. You would be really surprised.
And you don't have to talk about it every day, all day, right? Because they don't talk about it either, but it's just part of who they are.
They didn't use that. Sam Altman didn't use that as a driver of OpenAI, right?
Yeah.
But he's not even hiding it. So he's using this, like we using this as an opportunity to put role models out there. You don't necessarily need to become an activist. You can become a driver and advocate. That's what at least I am. Like Sam Altman, openly talks about it, but not necessarily using the tagline of being LGBTQ plus founder.
So then I think my last question. So queer creativity has always influenced art, fashion, and culture. And so how is that same energy and creativity now shaping technology and venture?
Right. Okay.
Building on this identity part, which I think is interesting.
I mean, you know, gays are fabulous, right?
Gays are fabulous. Exactly. Exactly.
And, you know, they think outside of the box, and they really want to think. They want to show their strength with the way they are thinking and be creative and building a company based on that creative mindset. I'm not again boxing everybody in this category, but I trust being a good founder comes from creativity, and that means, we had Kelly and Benjamin, and I was moderating that panel. I asked Benjamin, like, how did you come up with the idea of reaching out to Kelly? And that comes from thinking outside of the box and being creative. And there is, there's a kind of, tendency of being queer and being LGBTQ plus founder, and then within the community and being more creative. Whatever goes, in our DNA and how we think, I'm not there to judge, but I trust, again, building a very exclusive company comes from creativity, and founders with this background, they do have the tendency of being more creative.
Thank you so much for this conversation. Gays are fabulous. That's what I learned today. And then the last thing, where can gay or LGBTQ or queer founders and queer investors, because I still some tickets left, right, in the fund?
Yes.
So queer investors and queer founders, where can they find you?
I'm here for next 2 days. I will be around this room for next at least half an hour, but you can find me on LinkedIn, you can find Identity Venture everywhere. Reach out to us, don't hesitate.
Thank you so much for being here. See you next time.
Thank you.
This video? All right, thank you so much. That was brilliant. Okay, that is one of the best 3-word slogans I think you will hear. Gays are fabulous. Thank you so much to our fabulous and dynamic duo. That was absolutely brilliant. Sabina and Sam. Can we get a little round of applause for Sabina and Sam again? That was so nice. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you both. Okay, so you know what's going to happen next? What's going to happen now really, really soon? Come in, make yourselves comfortable. We're going to be giving away on this stage 75,000 euros. Oh yes, show me the money. Make it rain, make it rain. We're going to be doing that in just 1 second. Come and make yourselves comfortable, make some friends, share some stuff on social media, use the hashtag VDS2025. Make everybody you know jealous, because you're here, they're not. We're going to have some fun. Okay, we'll be back in one momentito. All right, amigos, how are we all doing? Welcome, bienvenidos. Dear friends at Banco Santander, thank you so much for your support for the event. So listen, I am so delighted, so happy, so honored to be here again, hosting these awards for the second consecutive year. It is a real honor to be here with Santander X and to meet the amazing projects and companies competing here today. Now, Santander continues to support the Valencian innovation ecosystem by becoming the diamond sponsor of the 8th edition of VDS, and this is of course one of the most important tech events in all of Southern Europe. So I know you've possibly, if you're anything like me, you've spent the morning pitching your products before an expert jury. We've got all of the finalists here, and really it wasn't easy for them. This is a big deal, and it wasn't easy for the jury to evaluate such outstanding initiatives. I always say that the juries, the judges, have the most difficult job in any competition, because to get to that final pitching stage, you have to be really, really good. So what you're going to see on the stage here today is really the best of the best. So I can imagine everyone's eager to find out who the winners are and who's going to be going home with a slice of that 75,000 euro pie. Oh yes, but we're going to keep the suspense a little bit longer, my friends, because we have an amazing talk for you lined up. We are going to learn right now about going beyond limits. We're going to learn about the mindset of entrepreneurs on the stage right now, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be welcoming a dynamic duo to take you on this journey. We're all going to go on it together. We're delighted to be joined by the head of value-added solutions at Santander Spain, Asier Gonzalez, and he's going to be joined on stage by the founder and CEO of ClickDrive, Pablo Fernandez. My dear friends, give a huge welcome to Asier and Pablo. Gracias.
Hello. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. Welcome to this not round table, because it's just two of us. When he said the best of the best, he was speaking of him. We have here Pablo Fernandez. Pablo is my paper says that he's a serial entrepreneur, because currently he's the founder and CEO of ClickDrive, but he has created many startups and scale-ups in different sectors, also real estate with Clickalia, and he's also a guy that has 6 record Guinness. So first of all, I don't know you, I know him, but first of all, tell us about your 6 record Guinness.
Well, thank you.
Then we will speak about entrepreneurship, tech, and so on, but you know.
No, so thank you. Well, first of all, it's also, I'm very happy to be here in this Santander X event. Also, I was an employee at Santander for 10 years, so, and I learned a lot in the bank in my early years. But everything started actually when I was in Santander, US. So I was in Boston, and then I was like swimming in the ocean, like very cold water. And everything started started with 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, and then at some point, the interesting thing, I have a spot to cross the Strait of Gibraltar, but then I was working for Santander CEO in Boston, and he said me, okay, Emilio Bottini is coming the next weekend, so I have to cancel my swim. So I was like, I'm prepared, what do I do? And I was looking at the map, and I saw that nobody has swum from US Virgin Islands to Puerto Rico. So I took a plane and I became the first person to, to join this. And then everything started not to do records, but just to do adventures. So then I was the first person to cross the Congo River in Africa, Gambia River, Halong Bay in Vietnam, Nicaragua to El Salvador. And then at some point, they contacted me from the Record Guinness saying, okay, do you want to do something in terms of speed, distance? And that started with, I did the fastest 1,000 kilometers in the ocean in Florida. I have the fastest escape from Alcatraz with iron legs in the feet. I have the longest distance in the oceans, 250 kilometers in 26 hours. The fastest 100K in a swimming pool. So I started, everything started with just finding challenges, and then it's like you can go faster, longer, and it's the same with entrepreneurship. You start thinking small, but then you think bigger.
That's it. The panel says beyond limits. So probably your mindset as an entrepreneur is similar to your mindset as a sportsman, no? So how do you relate, the character or the characteristics an entrepreneur needs to found and, to build a startup, to go on, to assume risks and to go through all the path, ups and downs with the sports?
So one thing very important is mental balance. So as an entrepreneur, you are obsessed with your startup, and sometimes you don't take care of yourself. So for me, it was very important always to have okay, I'm going to work very hard, but I'm going to be healthy and fit, because otherwise you don't take good decisions. So the funny thing was when I was starting ClickCars, I was working very hard. I didn't have time to go to the swimming pool. And I have to swim at 5, 6 a.m. in the morning, and there were no pools opening in Madrid at 5 a.m. So I built a swimming pool in the office, just to be able to swim. So, but at the end, what you do is, okay, you always have to put time for sport or be healthy. And the other thing is, it has a lot of similarities, like when you jump into the ocean, you don't know what you're going to happen. So it's kind of like an adventure. It's the same thing when you start a company. You also have a team, because when I jump into the ocean, I have the supporting boat, my coach, the doctor. So it's the same with a startup. You are the founder, you are the face, but there's always a team. And you have to improvise. Like in this swim, that was my first world record, when I swim from US Virgin Islands to Puerto Rico. I encountered a tiger shark, and it was a 5-meter tiger shark, and it was just at the beginning, 500 meters after starting, there was and the tiger was surrounding me, and it's the same thing when you start a company. You think, I jump into the ocean, I'm going to do this, and then, oh shit, a shark appears, and then you need to handle this and move on. No? So I think there's a lot of similarities in this, but let me say it's...
But what happened with the shark?
Yeah, so what happened is, it was the first time I encountered a big shark, aggressive shark, so I didn't know what to do. But apparently I froze, but I did the right thing, that is, stop, look at the eyes of the shark, don't move. But I was lucky that the shark didn't go for me, so I didn't have to touch it. And then I was 5 minutes. At some point, I was just telling to the shark, okay, eat me, or wherever, because it was too... But then the supporting boat, came to me, and the noise of the boat made the shark disappear. But then I have to swim for 9 hours, 52 minutes, with that shark image in my mind. So I was looking around like crazy. But then the next swims, I put a mechanical device that have an electromagnetic sound, that whenever a shark is close to you, it gives him a little electroshock. And that's safe if you swim at night or with dark water.
So at the end of the day, when you face a problem, innovation, and imagination comes to save you. Great. So, I think that if you have to define exceeding limits as our panel, is what you say, no? It's just going beyond what you think, going a little bit faster next time, going a little bit farther next time. In entrepreneurship, how do you find this?
I really believe in your peer group, right? So for me, working in the US was very important, because I came there, and then all of a sudden I see people that are building big companies that are having. So I think surround yourself always with smarter and better, richer people. I mean, just to give you an anecdote, I remember when I arrived to work at Santander in the US, and I was with the CFO, And I said, okay, I have a request from the CEO. I said, don't interrupt me. I'm doing the most important wire transfer of the year. I was like, okay, what is this? We are sending the dividend to the bank. So he was sending like a 700 million transfer to Madrid. And he's like, okay, you're done. And then, no, I still have one other transfer. And he was sending 70 million to Tom Dandon. I was like, okay, who is Tom Dandon? And he's like, no, it's the owner of Santander Consumer USA, a company that we acquired. He owns 10%. And also this guy received like a 70 million dividend, no? and he was the only self-made billionaire who was an employee at Santander. And I remember, okay, I want to talk to this guy, no? So for me, he was an inspiration of the type of entrepreneurs that he sold his company to Santander, but then he tripled the company from Santander, bought it for 600 million, then the IPO was at 30 billion, and now it's one of the most profitable business of the bank. So I was like, wow, this guy is a self-made billionaire. He came into nothing to build this. We don't have this type of people in Spain. So I said, okay, I want to be like him. I am not like him, but it was an inspiration to me. So this is important to raise the bar and think bigger, no?
Yeah, tell us a little bit about your story, no? Beyond swimming, how you found ClickCars, then Clickalia, so on. How do you, merge with other people? How do you sell your company? You build another one. Tell us a little bit about the story behind it.
So the first thing is jumping into the water, no? So I was the head of strategy of Santander in the US, so I was in charge of M&A, and I have to analyze the acquisition of a company called Carvana that was the leading company of selling cars online in the US, no? And then I saw this company and I say, wow, this is what these guys are doing. They are reinventing, this is the Amazon of cars. Nobody is doing this in Spain. So I quit my job at 34 years old.
And I will. And I will. No, I will do it.
And my grandmother said, you are crazy. You have been studying and working so hard, and now you are going to become a used car salesman. But I quit. I put all my savings, and I worked like hell for a few years with no salary in building ClickCars in Spain with my co-founder. And that was like a great success story. So we went from 0 to 370 million revenues, 700 people in 6 years, only raising 4 million. And then we sold the company to Stellantis 3 years ago. So that was like a big journey. And then with the money I made with this transaction and with my partner, Alistair, who was also part of ClickCars, we launched Clickalia with the same name, Cars, Clickalia, that means houses in Greek.
Every time you see a company that starts with Cli, he is behind it. 99% sure.
And Clickalia, I'm the chairman, Alistair is the CEO and founder and running the company, but was also big success, more than 250 million in revenues, 400 people, 3 countries, profitable, raising capital and scaling up. And then something that I decided to do is to reinvest in the next wave of entrepreneurs, no? So I joined Endeavor as an entrepreneur, then as a board member, and something that I'm very passionate about is, okay, how can we create more entrepreneurs in the ecosystem? And what I am very proud is that out of ClickCars, Clickalia, and ClickDrive, 72 employees that work in my companies have started their own companies right now, right? And I have invested in half of those companies. And some of those companies like Misa, they are doing very well. And I think that's what we need to do, no? To reinvest the success in the next generation of entrepreneurs.
Yes, I remember when we met, because I was the head for the car renting company in Santander, Spain, and we made an agreement with him, with Pablo, to sell the cars when we received the cars back, no? When we're having a Coke over there in our stand, you tell me it's very important, I mean, for all the entrepreneurs and all the founders that we can have here in the States, it's very important to think of building a startup profitable without needing lots, or tons of money, no? Because then you get diluted. Then at the end of the day, you are the owner or the founder, but you only have 10%. So what's your learning through the whole path you followed about this?
There are some industries or technologies that you need to raise. If you are building a deep tech technology, sometimes you are per revenue. But what happens many times is that we hide traditional, we put the tech thing and you believe that you're a tech company. And it was funny because when I was raising the Series A for ClickCars, I was saying, no, we are a technology company that sells cars. And at some point, I said, Pablo, this is bullshit. You are a used car dealership that you use technology to do whatever, but you are not a tech company, right? And sometimes the tech company is used as an excuse to lose money, right? And something that I learned is that you can be creative. And there are like a lot of companies that don't go to this type of events in Spain that are very profitable, making money, and scaling up. And that was also my experience. So in ClickCars, we only burn 2.7 million. And today, ClickCars is one of the 500 top companies in Spain in revenues, only burning 2.5 million, right? And has been profitable every day since the second year. Clickalia the same. So I think you have this. It's not everything about burning money. Having said that, sometimes you need to raise money, but for the right reasons, just to M&A, reinvest, profitable growth, just to have an umbrella for potential rainy days that sometimes comes, like COVID or crisis or wherever. But that's one of the things that we try to do in Endeavor is to see, and you see the best entrepreneurs in Spain, like Amancio Ortega, Juan Roch. I mean, they were not unicorns that they didn't raise money. No? They started a company with nothing, but it takes a little bit longer. So some part of my learning and what I'm doing this with ClickDrive, I own 100% of the company. The company is doing 30 million revenues, profitable. Something that I learned is be a little bit more patient. So sometimes entrepreneur is like, I want to raise, I want to become a unicorn, I want to do this, blah, 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 blah. But then you are getting into trouble because you are signing these crazy contracts with boards that don't add value, liquidation preference, all these things. And rather than trying to build a unicorn in 5 years, try to build an Inditex or a Mercadona in 30 years, right? So increase your time horizon. And also when you generate cash flow, everything is better, right? Raising is not a need, it's an option. Banks, they hear you and they treat you better when you are free cash flow positive. And you sleep better at night, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I tend to agree what you say 100% because at the end of the day, it seems like if you are founding a startup and you are not a unicorn in 3, 4, 5 years' time, then forget it. No? And I think there's somehow a beauty on those companies, SMEs that are growing steadily year by year with a profitable growth, a profitable business, no dilution, no, and sometimes being a little bit more patient. No, this would be your advice. Okay, let me see what else do we have here. Because next one, how do you see the current movement of the Spanish entrepreneur ecosystem? Because at the very beginning you said, I found a billionaire, self-made billionaire in the US, but I thought, there's nobody like this guy in Spain. Now there are some. How do you see the ecosystem in Spain?
No, it has changed dramatically. Like when I started ClickCars in 2016, at that time, there were no unicorns in Spain. The first one was Cabify, actually, in 2017. Now we have almost 20. And the amount that has invested in a startup has multiplied by X, but 20X. But also the ambition. When I started, as a founder, where the biggest exits in Spain was La Nevera Roja or 20 or companies that sold for 50, 70 million, and that was kind of like the dream of Spanish entrepreneurs. Now, you see entrepreneurs that are going faster, longer, dreaming bigger. So I think a lot of things have changed. Having said that, because we always need to focus on the negative and the opportunity, so a lot has changed, but I think now the challenge is, now there's capital to start a company and support. The problem is, what happens when you are a scale-up? So I think in Spain, the challenge, until we don't have like 5 or 7 companies in the IBEX 35 that were technology companies. So if you look at the IBEX 35, there are no companies younger than 40 years old, right? If you look at NASDAQ or you look at S&P, you have a lot of companies that are 10, 15 years old companies. So I think, and we are not there yet. So all the scale-ups and unicorns, we need to work very, very, very hard to get there. So it's a question of maturity.
And size,
also,
no?
And size,
At
yes.
the end of the day, it's the same as with the SMEs, no? At the end of the day, Spain is a country, an SME country, no? There are less corporates, probably because our country is not that big as the US, for example. So every company that wants to grow and get bigger needs to go outside, no? And that's
and also, there's something culturally, and that is the admiration of, so the admiration that I have for this self-made billionaire, right? And it's not admiration of the money, it's the admiration of this guy coming out of nothing. He built an amazing company and a lot of value for a lot of people. And I think in Spain, if you are an autonomo or a small entrepreneur, people, oh, poor guy, he's raising money, no salary. Everybody loves this guy, right? Because it's like, okay, poor guy, it's a pity. But if this guy is successful and becomes an entrepreneur, he becomes a businessman, he becomes more an empresario, right? So entrepreneurs are good, businessmen or women are bad. So I think we need to change this, and we need to think about, and I think that has to do with the history of Europe versus the US or China. So in Europe, 60% of billionaires they inherited the money, right? You don't admire inheritance. In the US, it's the other way around. 70% of the billionaires are self-made. They were born poor. And so you admire this because that takes time. So I think we need to change this. In China, it's 90% of billionaires are self-made, right? So I think we need to change this culturally to admire people that create wealth for society, right? So we need to admire people like all the family businesses that are creating taxes and wealth that pays all this welfare state that we have.
Agree on that again. I mean, we as Banco Santander, that we try to help companies grow and to go through all the path with them. We also have the same spirit, no? So we have to put the entrepreneur and the empresario, no, at the center of all of this, because if not, no companies, no employees, at the end of the day, no wealth, no? So coming back to something you previously mentioned, you said that it is key to surround yourself with people, talented people. So what kind of talent do you think is the most valuable when you are founding and growing a startup? And how do you manage to keep this talent in your company and to attract this kind of people?
So I think talented is overrated, as ideas are overrated in entrepreneurship, right? In my experience, the best entrepreneurs are not the ones with the best idea, or the best talents are not the ones with the best education, but the ones that work harder, have more resilience and more grit. And that's something...
The ones that keep swimming. No?
Yeah, exactly. Because passion and ideas, they get you started, right? But consistency and discipline, they keep you going, right? In my experience, it's about consistency and not giving up and working every day rather than sprinting one day and stopping the other day, no? So I think, in that sense, I think that's something that has changed in Spain. In Spain, we have like great universities for engineers, great business schools, but now we have people that have worked before in scale-ups, and it's not a question of talent, it's a question of experience. So a guy that has worked scaling operations for Clickalia, Jopantalent, Globo, Clickers, whatever company, this guy is not that the talent that he is the experience that he has done it before. So he can now join other scale-up. And I think this is an intangible talent equity that we have in Spain right now with what we call at Endeavor this multiplier effect, that you create these mafias, ecosystems, and all these big companies, they have these employees, Cabify, Globo, Factorial, Clean Mafia, like all these mafias. So you have like thousands of employees that have worked for these companies, and now they can either start their own company or they can join other scale-ups because they have done it before. So I think we have to tap into that talent. And also in the corporate world, like Santander can hire people that have this experience and make, try to learn from this agility in a big corp.
Thanks, Pablo. I have two more questions, but as we have time, I don't know if the people in the public have any questions. So, okay, but I think you have to come here and ask yourself. So I don't know if this thing was prepared. Susana, I'm breaking everything, no? But I can, no? Okay.
Pablo.
You know, it happens. It always happens.
Thank you very much. Great. Congratulations on this great panel. My question is, can you just say a few words for the entrepreneurs that it is okay if things are not going well when you're starting, and it is okay to fail, then nothing will happen, but you learn. So it'd be great to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you.
You can sit there.
Thank you. I mean, if things go well, worry about that, because that means that something that my first business failed. I was 20 years old in university and failed. So and that I think failure, you don't learn. You learn from pain. Success is not. You don't learn from success. Success is celebrated, but not learned. So I think pain. My first failure was so painful that I still today. I am obsessed about my company dying every single day. And I think that obsession is what keeps you alive, right? Like looking for the shark, right? All the time. The moment, no, I'm comfortable, I know how to manage this, no worry, then you die, right? So I think you need to be obsessed about things getting wrong. And then the other thing, it's like when you are a first-time entrepreneur, every problem becomes a big thing, right? You collapse. Oh, an employee is leaving. Oh, an investor is not answering the email. Or I only have cash in the bank for X months, wherever. With time, it's okay, no problem. I only have money. So it's like you don't overreact. So every entrepreneurs is a roller coaster. So the key to survive in the long term without becoming insane, it's when things are so positive, try not to overreact, not to celebrate. And when things are down, try not to overreact. So try to keep more like a line, because all these things are sometimes irrelevant. You can have like, I remember like, I go to this guy because it's like, I love Tom Dandon. And I remember he was presenting every month the results of his company, right? And one month he made like a 125 million net profit in 1 month, no? And everybody was like celebrating, congrats, Tom, this is amazing, so much money for the bank, we have to celebrate, let's go to have it. And the guy said, no. I am not happy, I am super concerned, I don't like, and everybody was like, hey guy, what's going on? The results are very good. And he was saying like, but you know what? I don't know why the results were good. And this is keeping me crazy because I don't know how to replicate this month. So that happens many times. And when I have a day where sales are incredible or profitability goes up, and it's like, my concern is not, oh, like, it's like, why this happened, right? Because if you know why this happened. So I think managing the ups and downs and trying to be consistent, it's the most important thing that I will advise entrepreneurs, no? To keep your, and also your state of mind, because otherwise problems arise every day and you get crazy, right?
So, yeah. So consistency, being patient, taking care of yourself, practicing sports, no? What else would you say to the, to the finalists of Santander X Awards 2025 we have here in this room? What else would you tell them?
I'm saying like awards, rounds, things are great, but at the end, just focus on delivering value to satisfying customers profitably, right? This is when you have a company, right? Just focus on that, right? Sometimes, and that's something that I learned, you just focus on, I need to raise money, I need to go to this event, I need to get an award. Sometimes those are ego, vanity things. Sometimes it's necessary because when I was starting ClickCars, I was going to these events, getting the awards because it gives you to get some free publicity, and that's good. But never forget that the best investor is a satisfied and profitable customer, right? A satisfied, profitable customer. That's the best investor you can have. Yeah, and the other thing is have a long-term horizon, no? In the sense that you have to be always like focusing on your day-to-day business, but sometimes you need to step out and think, look what's going on, and also be humble in the sense of don't get distracted like many people, and that was a mistake that I made at some point when everybody's saying, oh, it's amazing what you are doing, what amazing record, this round, this deal. People is, so it's like, and that's one of the big challenges. Is like you need to, as an entrepreneur, you need to sell a dream and manage the nightmare, right? Because obviously if you are saying, no, my company is not doing so well, I have this problem, nobody's going to join your company or invest, right? So and that's the big thing of entrepreneurs, that we have to handle this overselling that we do to attract talent, capital. And if you go to these events, everybody's saying, I'm doing great, I'm going to raise this. Everybody's talking about the positives, but then in their minds, it's like, oh shit, I'm going to run out of cash, my company is falling apart. So I think handling this dichotomy mentally, it's very important. But at the end, it's like, the good stuff that people tell you, don't take it seriously. Just focus on the negatives and focus on managing problems. No?
Thanks, Pablo. You probably answered a little bit before my last question, but nevertheless, I'm gonna say it. What motivates you to keep looking for new challenges?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, because at the end, and that happens many times when you sell your first company and many people say, oh, you're happy, you sold your company, now you can retire, buy a boat and sail the ocean and not have to work again. But I think we as human beings, and that has to do with my parents were missionaries from the Catholic Church, and they've always followed that mission. They never retired, they're still working. And I learned from my childhood that you are happy when you are in a mission, right? And you have like a lot of millionaires that are depressed because they don't have a fulfilling mission in their lives, no? So I think leading a company, starting a leading company, for me is one of the best exercise to have fulfillment, because you are building value for society, you are building a team. So I don't see any more interesting thing to do in life. And at the end, we will all die, and people, they will not put in our tombstone, they will not put our money or our awards or anything. So nobody will remember the Santander X Awards when you die, right? But if people will remember that you have a mission that was bigger than yourself, no? That was changing an industry, building a product, changing the world. So I think that was motivate me. And being an entrepreneur is so hard. You go through so many ups and downs that money or your own reputation is not enough to keep you motivated, right? I mean, for me, what keeps me motivated is trying to change the world, trying to make new products, trying to make the world better, and also to somehow give back, no? In the sense, I started my own foundation and invested in more than 80 companies. So trying to find fulfillment for the impact that it's not that you are making, is that sometimes, in my case, I was lucky to start a spark, but then that spark went into something much bigger than me. And I think that's what, at the end, when you go to bed at night, no, and you think like, okay, was this day worth living? That's what I see, no? It's like I see like, okay, there are many people, like the companies that I co-founded have employed more than 200 people. They make $1 billion in revenues, dozens of millions in taxes for paying schools, universities, things like that. So, and that's a small drop in the ocean compared to the whole economy, right? But that increasing that effect, it keeps me motivated to keep going and keep increasing the value to society, no?
Thank you, Pablo. It's been a pleasure to share this panel with you. I hope you found it very interesting, at least as I did. I think it's been great to having you here. I don't know if there is any more questions. One? No. This is Spain. Nobody asks. So thank you, Pablo. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Bravissimo. Absolutely wonderful. So inspiring. Muchísimas gracias, Pablo. And muchísimas gracias, Asia. Wonderful, as always. I was expecting nothing less. Okay, those are words to live by right there. Very inspiring from somebody who's been through the entire process. Sell the dream, manage the nightmare. That felt real. Find your North Star. Be driven by passion and purpose. And never forget the spark of your inspiration. Okay, my friends, I feel there's lots of people at the back. If you'd like to come in, grab a seat, because this is the moment you have been waiting for. The awards ceremony of Santander X Spain 2025 at the heart of VDS 2025. Tick, tick, tick. That's right. We are absolutely thrilled to be here. We're being hosted by Santander and Santander X. Now, I do have a question for you. I hope you're up for answering. Are you ready to meet some winners, my friends? Yes, okay. You get bonus points on that side of the room. One more time. Are you ready to meet some winners? Muy bien. Muchísimas gracias. Okay, let me tell you how this runs. This is the moment you have been waiting for, to meet the 9 winners of this year's Santander X Awards Spain. Now, to put it into perspective, over 1,000 entrepreneurial projects, startups, and scale-ups took part in these awards. Just being here today as one of the 30 finalists is already a huge achievement. So congratulations to all of the finalists. Now, as I have been mentioning once or twice earlier today, we are going to make it rain. We are giving out 75,000 euros today, right here, right now. And let me tell you how it's going to be divided. In the university category, the projects that have participated are the winners from their universities and have now competed against each other. And you are the finalists representing your university in the national phase. Now, I'm going to get into the cash here. We're going to show me the money. The prizes, the monetary prizes in the university category are as follows. In third place, 2,000 euros. Still not to be sneezed at. That's 2,000 euros. In second place, 3,000 euros. Oh, yes. And in first place, 5,000 euros. And this just gets better and better. We also have the startup category. In the third place in the startup category, the third place prize is 4,000 euros, my friends. You see how it's getting higher. In second place, the prize is 6,000 euros. Getting more and more interesting. In the first place in the startup category, the prize is 10,000 euros. Getting into 5 figures, my friends. Oh, yes. But that's nothing, because In the scale-up category, which is arguably where the support is really going to go a long way, the third place in the scale-up category is 10,000 euros. So what's the second place? 15,000 euros. What's the first place? The big kahuna, the grand finale. The first place in the scale-up category is a prize of 20,000 beautiful, crisp euros, my friends, directly from the vaults at Santander. So we are going to be making a lot of happiness on the stage. Again, congratulations to everyone who's a finalist, but there can only be 9 winners. So how we're going to run it is we're going to invite people onto the stage. The winners stay on the stage. They don't leave, because we want a lovely photograph of all of our winners at the end. So in addition, the winners will represent Spain and compete against the Santander X Award winners from the UK, Portugal, Germany, Mexico, Argentina, Chile, Brazil, and Uruguay. So you're not just winners here, you are global ambassadors, you're competitors on the global Santander stage. This is a very big deal. So I can feel the excitement rising and rising. So this is how the ceremony is going to roll. Here are the dynamics. I'm going to announce each category and then invite the award presenters to join me on stage. We have some VIPs here from the global tech scene going to join us on the stage. And after that, I'll call the winners one by one to come up to receive their trophies and to stay on stage for a photograph. So the winner of the university category, third place, is going to stand here, and then we'll have the second place and the third place, the first place, and then the startup categories, and then the scale-up categories. That's how we roll. And at the end, we'll take a group photograph with all of the winners from all 3 categories. And, you know, then it's time to go nuts, have your paparazzi moments, take photographs of your friends. It's all good. So we are absolutely thrilled to be joined by some VVIPs, and one of them, excuse me, one of whom, oh, do you know what I need to do? I just need to check with your good self. So, is this the first place giver? Yeah. Second, third place? Yeah. You got it. Fantastic. Wonderful. Muchísimas gracias. So, and we invite all the givers on stage at once or one by one? 3 at 1. Okay, thank you very much. Just clarifying, a little discussion with the judges over there with the VIPs. So, I'm going to ask our 3 givers onto the stage, and then we're going to invite the winners on one by one. So we are absolutely thrilled to be joined in the givers for the university categories by the head of growth clients at Santander Spain, Rafael Mira, by the head of Santander Universities and University of Spain, Susana Garcia Espinel, and by the founder and CEO of ClearDrive, Pablo Fernandez Alvarez. Please give it up for Rafael, Susana, and Pablo. All right, fantastic. Lovely to see you. Thank you so much. Hey, welcome back. How are you? Good to see you again. How are you? Okay, my friends. So you need to swap around, you two? That's it. Oh yeah, you turned this to right. That's brilliant. So the winners in the university category, remember, this is 2,000 euros, but also the glory, the excitement of getting our wonderful prize here from Rafael. So the winner in the third place is Alborda Space. Alborda Space. Do we have Alborda Space? Yes. Congratulations. Muy bien. All right, felicidades. You come over here, you get your trophy. Excellent. Fantastic. Okay, my friends, if you wouldn't mind standing over there, we're going to make a big line. We're going to make the line bigger and bigger. Every time we have a winner, more and more winners. What's not to like? Okay, second place. Second place, which is, I think, going to be given out by Pablo, by Susana Garcia Espinel, head of Santander Universities and University of Spain. We are thrilled to announce that the second place in the university category is AWA Monitoring. AWA Monitoring. Yes. Muy bien. Hey, we got AWA Monitoring? Do we? Are you volunteering? Are you going to represent AWA Monitoring? I think you are. Well volunteered, my friend. Give it up. That's great. Good man. Hey. Yes, welcome. Congratulations. Fabulous. Felicidades. Okay, you go and stand over there. Well volunteered, that man. That's great. Oh yeah, if you stand over here. I'm also I'm arranging the winners in a very strict line. Okay. And the first place taken home 5,000 euros is Haptika. Congratulations, Haptika. Yes. Muy bien. Felicidades. All right, and you get your prize from Pablo Fernandez Alvarez, the founder and CEO of ClearDrive. And we just had that wonderful, inspiring fireside chat there on the stage. Okay, felicidades. to Haptika, AWA Monitoring, and Albor Space. Bring a round of applause one more time for our 3 winners. That's great, and thank you to our wonderful guests. Okay. Muchísimas gracias. So our VIP guests, you can retire back to the. You can go back to the audience. That's fantastic. We don't take any more of your time. We really appreciate how busy you are. But we keep. Excuse me. Do we keep our winners on the stage? No. It's fine. We'll figure it out. All right. So we're going to move on to the next category, my friends. Startup category. Little reminder of what's at stake here. So startup category, 3rd place, 4,000. 2nd place, 6,000. 1st place, 10,000. Yes, indeed. And we are absolutely thrilled to be joined by 3 VVIPs on the stage right now. The Territorial Director for Santander, Valencia, Murcia, Aragon, Navarra, and La Rioja, Javier Gallardo. By also the Managing Director of Lanzadera, Marta Nogueres, and the Commercial Director of Santander, Valencia himself, Carlos Mendoza. Welcome, Carlos, Marta, and Javier. Thank you so much for joining us. So great to see you. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Thank you for joining us. Okay, VIPs. And the VIPs are going to give out the prizes. Oh, yeah, so you turn it around. Yeah, very important for our paparazzi. We got some excellent photographers here, I have to say. Right, the winners in the startup categories, starting at 3rd place, who's won 4,000 euros, my friends, is Calpec. Welcome, Calpec. Yes, congratulations. Muy bien. Congratulations, Calpec. Absolutely fantastic. So, that's right. Fantastic. This is great. And they're all winners. Fantastic. Muy bien. Excellent. So you stay on the stage right there. We're going to move on to our next 2nd place, taking home 6,000 crisp euros from Santander. The winner is 2nd place, Libera Blow. Libera, are you here? Yes. Felicidades. Fantastic. Muy bien. And you absolutely win bonus points for rocking the Santander red on the jacket. That is a well-informed fashion choice. Excellent stuff. And the 1st place, winning 10,000 euros, my friends, in the startup category. Give it up for Atom H2. Yes. Muy bien. Bravo. Congratulations to Atom H2, winners of 10,000 beautiful euros and that beautiful trophy. And yes, we have our paparazzi moment. There they are. And if you're a colleague of these wonderful young people, please do come and grab a photograph. Remember to share it on all of the socials and especially LinkedIn, and use the hashtag VDS2025 because we want to make everyone jealous and get them to enter next year. A big round of applause for our wonderful winners, Atom H2, Libera Blow, Calpec, and thank you to Javier, Marta, and Carlos. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you so much. All right, my friends. Now, believe it or not, time flies when you are having fun. So we have now reached the scale-up category. This really is where the rubber hits the road, where we are kind of betting, we're putting our faith and putting our trust and awarding the amazing pitches that we've seen today in this category. Now, the 3rd place prize is 10,000. The 2nd place prize is 15,000. The 1st place prize, my friends, 20,000 euros. Oh, yes. Imagine what you could do with 20,000 euros. Well, we're about to find out. But first, we are going to welcome to the stage our wonderful VIP guests who are going to be giving out these awards. We are absolutely thrilled to be joined again by the head of value-added solutions at Santander, Spain. Welcome, Asier González Linada. And welcome very much our dear friend, the CEO of South Summit himself, Nacho Mateo, and the head of Santander Growth Spain, Maite Cordon. My dear friends, give it up for Nacho, Maite, and Asier. Thank you. Hey, Nacho, good to see you, buddy. South Summit Familia on the stage. I told you we have VIPs here. Okay, brilliant. We got an all-star lineup for the grand finale. I'm going to mention them. I'm going to announce the winners. 3rd place, 2nd place, 1st place. Every winner gets more dinero, yes. So in 3rd place in the scale-up category, leaving here with a beautiful trophy and a prize of 10,000 euros, give it up for Captoplastic. Captoplastic, yes. Felicidades. Muy bien. Bravo. Oh, that's what we like to see. Some big smiles on the stage. That's it, and your luggage is 10,000 euros heavier. We like to see that. Okay, in second place, my friends, leaving Valencia with 15,000 euros. Give it up for Reveni. Reveni, yes. Felicidades. Congratulations. Reveni taking back some VIP time on the stage, a beautiful, beautiful Santander X trophy there, and 15,000 euros. Okay, now we have reached the grand finale, the big prize. Our next winner on the stage is leaving Valencia and leaving VDS 2025 with 20,000 euros. Oh yes. And the winner of the scale-up category for the Santander X Awards 2025 is Arcadia Space. Yes! Arcadia Space! Come on down. All right, we're gonna, bravissimo, dude, bravissimo. Hey, we love it. Felicidades, amazing. Yes, yes, yes. Nacho's got you covered there for the trophy, and Santander X has you covered for 20,000 euros coming home with you today. That's absolutely brilliant. Can we have a big round of applause for our winners in the scale-ups category? Arcadia Space, Reveni, Capto Plastic, and thank you so much to Asier Gonzalez, Ninaza, Nacho Mateo, and Maite Cordon. Muy bien. Muy bien. All right. Okay, and now we are going to invite our winners to stay on the stage. We let our VIPs go because they're busy people, they got things to do, but our winners, what they have to do now, absolutely. So you come over here. So we got Arcadia Space here, we got Reveni, we got Capto Plastic, and now we need Atom H2. We got Atom H2, Atom H2. Atom H2 is here. Excellent. Muchísimas gracias. Atom H2 is standing here. And then we have Libera, your good self. And then we have Calpec. Calpec aquí. Muchísimas gracias. We might have to scooch down a tiny bit. Okay, and then we have Albor Space. Albor Space, that's you're next here. And we have AWA Monitoring, that's you here. And Haptika, good man, you are in place. All right, this is the paparazzi moment. Listen, if you work with these lovely people, knock yourselves out, because this is a moment to make some LinkedIn gold. Just imagine, just whatever you do, if you're sharing it on LinkedIn, please do use the hashtag VDS2025. So again, we want to just share the amazing news about our wonderful winners who are all going home sharing a prize of 75,000 euros. That's absolutely wonderful. And we do leave a bit of extra time. Okay, I beg your pardon. And then we do what? Oh yes, and now with our wonderful, our VIPs. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you so much, Alex. Yes, wonderful. Can we have a round of applause for Alexandra, aka Alex, and our team here, because they do an amazing job putting these together every single year. It's absolutely wonderful. We got our VIPs on the stage as well. So yes, more paparazzi. Remember to tag, to share on LinkedIn. Use the hashtag VDS2025. Absolutely. Can we have a big round of applause for all of our winners? All of our VIPs, yes. And I'm actually going to get a photo as well because I'm so impressed. These are just great. Absolutely wonderful. Oh my goodness. All right, that was fantastic. So listen, take your time. Remember, spread the love, spread the joy. Congratulations if you're going home with a big stack of fresh euros in your bag. Congratulations. Spend it wisely. Don't spend it all at once, or maybe do. That's up to you. It's your company. You can do what you like with it. We are giving you this as the winners here today at the wonderful Santander X Awards. So listen, congratulations to all of the winners, congratulations to the finalists, and thank you all, one and all, for joining us today in Valencia. I encourage you, I invite you all to continue participating in the challenges and programs organized by Santander X. It is an incredible boost for your projects and possibly even for your bank account. I hope to see you on stage again in 2026. Muchísimas gracias a todo. All yours. Senior Business Partner at Grilla, Dorothy Mankey, and our wonderful moderator returning to the stage for the second time today. She is the founder at Engage Lab, and she is, of course, Anya Hajdrovska. So my dear friends, please, let's make some extra noise. We're filling the room a bit more now after the event, after the awards. Give it up for Anya, Dorothy, and Vanessa. Gracias. Muy bien.
Thank you for a warm introduction. Oh, perfect. Welcome, everyone. Just to start with, I will just start with a few words about myself. So I'm Ania Hajdrovska. I'm a founder of Engage Lab. And at Engage Lab, we really help teams and leaders to optimize the work environments so that teams can innovate better and they can really come up with the best ideas. Our approach is very much rooted in psychological safety. And we are a very big fan of also of immersive learning technologies such as virtual reality to help the teams to achieve that. And because of that, I'm very excited about the topic today because it's going to be very much rooted in the psychological safety. So we are going to talk about how to scale with soul and how to grow fast but maintain that culture where people feel safe, they feel valued, and they feel inspired to innovate. So we will also explore what happens when the deep purpose meets the growth, and how does that relate to the human-centered leadership that can drive not only the performance but also the innovation in the climate tech. So with that, I want to just also talk a little bit about the Gorilla because we are going to learn more about this company today. It's a great example of the journey. It's a Series B company, headquartered in Belgium with offices in US, Australia, and London, serving the energy sector with real-time data for forecasting and pricing. And now they have a new challenge. There is, of course, AI, not just for the climate tech solution, but also how do you support people and how do you support your organization. So finally, today with me, I'm very happy to have Vanessa Monsequiera, VP of People and Culture at Gorilla, and Dorothy Mankey, Senior People Partner working at the intersection of culture and responsible AI. So welcome.
Thank you.
And let's start, Vanessa, let's maybe start with you. We know that scaling always tests the culture. So when the company grows, what used to work when the company was small, it does not work anymore when it's a bit bigger. And you are, of course, scaling very fast, but you are always very deeply people first. We always hear that also when you communicate, also on social media, on LinkedIn. This is something that really energizes you. So what cultural practices have been most essential to keep that growth, but stay aligned with the values?
Thanks, Anya. So I think, can everyone hear me? Because it's cool.
Yeah.
So I think just as a preface, this is the second time Dorothy and I have worked together scaling a company. The first was Miro, a digital whiteboard company that grew from 350 to 1,000 in 1 year. And now we're doing something similar at Gorilla. It's not the same level of growth, but it's growing quite quickly. And a lot of the times when you grow from, say, Series A to B or Series B to C, people are always like, oh, the culture's changing around here. Oh, it's not like it used to be. And it's like, yeah, friends, it's going to change. Culture is not stagnant. It needs to evolve. So then we thought, well, how can you actually be part of evolving that culture? Because what people are actually saying is, you're changing something. You're changing my identity. You're changing my level of participation. So the way that we thought about it was, okay, the way that you can help people design culture is to make it more concrete. So we like to use something called the culture web. It's a framework, but it makes culture concrete in like 6 categories: rituals and routines, symbols, there's organizational structure, and values. But I think what people don't talk about enough in culture and what shapes culture the most is power structures and control systems. So we thought, let's do something crazy and let's co-design culture with our entire organization. So we put up massive sheets of paper around a room and did like a 2-hour culture co-design system. And we just called those things out. So how we hire, how we fire, how we make decisions. So all of the control and power systems, as well as the other things like, the merchandise and all of the fun things as well. We said, what do you like about our culture? what isn't working and what are some of your ideas? So that's sort of a way that I think when everyone says the culture is changing and culture is so important, most people can't actually make culture concrete, and we find that's a really important way. So that we've also open sourced a lot of our stuff, so if you want to reach out to us, we can share the whole design of the workshop. So that's something that we do in a practical way. And then the second thing that we do, that we look at how do you design people as a product. So just as you design an app or a physical product, how do you design HR in the same way? And in that way, we can look at how we're creating culture and more inclusive places together.
Love that. Thank you so much. So really trying to translate these values into behaviors and then open source it for others so they can...
I think it's values and behaviors, but a lot of the times when things come undone, it's the practices, it's how decisions are made. It's kind of the invisible part of culture where everyone's like, oh, culture is so hard to describe. It's not. It's just that people don't want to go into the dark and murky spaces.
Thank you so much. And Dorothy, of course, as the company scale, as we just said, there will be shift, there will be changes. But what risks do companies face when the culture actually doesn't evolving? And from your perspective, what do you think the leaders have to do to protect the soul of the organization, the core?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the way I often come at it is we know it's going to change, right? Like if you have 15 people working in a small co-working space and then you grow to 30 or 50 or 100, it's the old adage, what got us here won't get us there. Like, there will have to be things that change, whether it's your ways of working, your rituals. I love that example of we bring in a birthday cake every time it's somebody's birthday. Like, okay, that's great when you have 10 people, but when you have 100, you can't have a birthday cake every day. So asking really like, how might you think about the rituals that are deeply important to you as an organization and say, how could we change these or evolve these in a way that keeps the soul of that ritual but grows with the company? So an example from Gorilla is very early on, the founders introduced a coaching culture. So we had quite a few people who actually went through a short coaching kind of program to become coaches. But as the company grew and more people wanted coaches, some of our like really key people were spending a lot of their time coaching. And so what we were able to do is actually look at the program and say, okay, what do people really want from coaching? What do they want to get out of it? What do they want the experience to be? And then look at some other more scaled options. So we were able to bring in an outside coaching program that allowed more access and allowed some of the folks who are spending a lot of their time coaching, which coaching's great, leaders should definitely do it, but it shouldn't be all your job. If you're also like a real senior person, you should be spending time really focused on helping get the work done. So that's like one example of saying, what are the rituals you love that you want to keep? What's important about them, and then how might you replicate them, but in a more scaled way?
Yeah, thank you so much. And actually, I think you touch upon with that coaching culture. I guess you really need for that the leaders that are very aware and kind of mature in their thinking, open-minded. Maybe Vanessa, starting with you, what does that human-centered leadership looks like, and how do you model it at Gorilla?
So I think we keep hearing about human-centered design, human-centered leadership, and I think it's simple in theory, hard in practice. It's about saying, who's the person in front of me, what do they need, and how can I meet that need as a leader? I think a lot of the times, though, there's a lot of shadow work as a leader as well, if you can build that need around them. But what we really do at Gorilla, it's kind of in our hiring practices around what is your approach to leadership? How are you, like, in terms of the series of questions we ask? So I think that's one part. Something that's in our values is I think sometimes people lose the way when they want to be really human-centered. I think parts of ownership and accountability fall away as well. So that's what we're really big on. Yes, please listen, but actually listen to the human in front of you. But I think one of the big things in the space of people, HR, and leaders is when they want to create human-centered or warm cultures, HR and leaders are not there to make employees happy. We're there to create a culture where people feel safe, but that also means we need to create a culture of ownership and accountability to reach our goals. So I think, if I'm being really honest, we're still on a journey. So it is one of our values, which is ownership and accountability. And I think the hardest way to do it, you can say all the words you want, you can do things at company rituals. At the end of the day, we're trying to put it into our actual systems and processes. So who is hired? How do we do performance calibrations? How do you have human-centered performance design? So there's some of the key areas that we look at. But I think one of the key ways around it as well is our approach to AI, which I know we want to talk more about as well.
Yes, exactly. I would love to understand how does that kind of land in the picture, and because you talk about accountability, trust. Does anything shift when AI enter the picture? Where is the kind of focus?
Yeah. So something we did, the CEO was just like, cool, we have to get AI savvy. Like, I want to double productivity in a quarter. And we're like, okay, cool, I get that we want to double productivity, but what do we actually need to do? And we need to start with first principles. So we did two things. We had a steering committee we put together, and I think we have a lot of conversations about this. It is so important that you have the right mix of people in that steering committee, and I think leaders and particularly people teams need to be in there going, what is the ethics of AI and what's the human-centered nature of AI? An example of this is getting everyone to double productivity in a quarter. It's probably going to drive a lot of your people away, depending on how it's done. So the first thing we did as a steering committee is we did a pre-mortem. What are all of the things that can go wrong as leaders in this human-centered culture if we say to everyone, look, everyone, you need to use AI, and we came up with different building blocks and looked at how to de-risk them. And one of the key areas were AI ethics. And the second thing we did was we ran an AI readiness survey, and then our people gave us the data to do that human-centered design. So what we're really looking at in this landscape is 3 or 4 things. So our people have told us we don't really like how people use AI in some feedback and leadership, and I know, Dee, you're going to talk about that. We're an energy company, so there's a big concern about using AI and the energy exhaustion. And the biggest thing our people are scared of is the cognitive debt. Like, are we getting stupider using AI? And there's some awesome research from BetterUp that shows this model that if people have good critical thinking and they use AI, then they're pilots. Their performance actually gets better. However, if people are using AI as a passenger, where they're not really sure what to do, so they're getting AI to give them the answer, their performance gets worse because it's covering a gap. So in our level of human-centered leadership and how we bring AI forward, we're trying to think of who are the pilots, who are being passengers, and what interventions can we do to make sure, yes, everyone's being productive and using AI, but that our workforce is actually staying sharp in their critical thinking. I think our next venture, which we're not sure about, is what does AI actually mean for human-centered leadership, where the new hybrid leadership is leading agents and humans. Yeah. And I think we're all at the advent of that conversation.
Oh, wow, fantastic. And with that, Dorothy, because I know that you've been you've been experimenting with employee experience with the AI tools. Could you maybe give out examples? What did you already try? What were some lessons learned concretely?
We've had some really beautiful lessons that we've learned. So one piece is we heavily encourage people to use AI. So as part of our group that came together, we had some champions, so people who are already pretty well versed in using AI or were kind of further along on the journey, and they're there to help people. They're embedded in different teams, and we've really invited employees, we call them data rangers, to submit experiments. And we put pretty loose controls around it just from a security perspective, like what's the basis. And we've invited employees, tell us what you want to experiment with to make your job easier, to take the parts of your job out that aren't fun, that aren't the critical thinking. And so we've actually been able to see I think we've had about 40 different experiments at this point that have been submitted, and now we're starting to really see employees come back, and they will actually come into one of our channels and share what they learned and what the outcome was, or they do lightning talks every 2 weeks and share what they've learned. That's been really cool. On the people side, we were doing our performance cycle in the summer, and we said, let's really encourage people to use AI to help write performance reviews, because that can be like a really heavily anxiety-inducing piece for people, especially we ask people to write peer reviews, a self-review. So we tried to just make it really accessible. We wrote prompts that they could use for the performance review. And what we heard afterwards when we ran our survey was that leaders loved it. Leaders, if you have to write 10, 15 performance reviews, being able to use AI to help you do that more succinctly, great. Data rangers did not like it. And what they told us was, sure, I maybe liked it to write my own, although some people said, nope, it's really important to me to write the feedback for my peers or write the feedback for myself. But what they really said is, I'm missing that feeling of authentic connection from my leader or my peers when I read their feedback and I see the M-dashes and I see the clearly BS AI generated content about that's not actionable, it's not feedback I can really take, and it doesn't feel like someone actually spent the time to invest in thinking about me as a human and how I could improve. So that was really interesting feedback. As we move into our next performance cycle, which is just about to kick off, we're actually not going to change a whole lot. We're going to take that feedback on board. We'll give a little bit of guidance to people on how to better use AI to kind of take some of that away. We're actually going to give it another cycle and kind of see what we learn once people have done it a couple of times and have maybe more comfort using it the second time.
I think maybe riffing off that as well. So it's weird because our workforce is like, we don't want to use AI. It doesn't feel human-centric on some aspects, like writing and giving feedback. And then, once again, there was this piece of research by Better Up where they showed, it was staggering, last year, just 12 months ago, society as a whole looked at AI as an algorithm, as computer science, as statistics. And this year, when they ask AI people, how do you perceive AI? People are like friend, coach, mentor. So people have humanized AI. Whereas, as our CEO says, and he's got a PhD in computer science, AI is a bag of statistics, and we often see regression to the mean in ideas or the simplistic ideas. So we're seeing different employees and maybe others as well, using AI as a coach. How should I do this? How should I react? And it's kind of in this grey space. Is that a bad thing? Is that a good thing? What type of advice are they getting? Are they using it in that grey space of coaching and therapeutics? How do you deal with that as a leader? Perhaps some of you are on Slack or Teams and you have a conversation with someone and you both know that you're both putting that through ChatGPT because it's a weird conversation or uncomfortable, and you're like, we're just talking bot to bot here with human intervention. These ladies are laughing. I think we've all been there. I'm not going to lie. I've done it as well because I'm like, oh man, I don't have time for this. And then that really... So if, human-centered leadership, I don't think we fully all know because we're seeing some creepy, crawly behaviours come in as well. So I think that whole feedback and coaching space is just a TBC. I personally think if we can train an AI coach properly on different data sets that are built for different demographics and different problems, then maybe... And I actually think, there's accessible. A lot of people from marginalised backgrounds don't have access to coaches, so what's wrong with it? On the other hand, I'm scared because anyone who's interacted with different levels of bots or different engines knows that it someone said this beautifully, AI is the team member that always agrees with you. And so I think that's the question that we need to ask for is, what are the thoughts and critical thinking and beautiful ideas coming from our workforce, and what's coming from AI, and what's that messy grey space? And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know how to lead for that myself yet.
I love that. I also love the vulnerability, so that you admit that it is still kind of a scary place. And it sounds like you're balancing a little bit. On one side, you can get a speed, of course, and guidance through AI, but also on the other hand, people are still asking for the trust and that they want to be seen, heard, and valued. And that's actually brings me to another question about psychological safety, which we know is a very important factor in establishing those high-performing teams. So how do you, and that was a question to both of you, how do you approach that? How do you build the trust, especially now with AI coming into picture, testing those tools? You already start kind of saying you're gathering the feedback, but what's the thing that's going to really introduce the trust in the teams?
I mean, it's a lot, but one of it's just authenticity. You know, it's just people really crave that authentic human-to-human connection with each other. So an example would be we did just run our engagement survey. We got about 170 comments from employees, and we always respond to all the comments. So as I was assigning them to different leaders to respond, I just said, please do not use AI to respond to any of these comments. The more authentic, the better. Use some typos, no dashes, like just be as authentic as you can in response to these comments, especially the crunchy ones. So just like being aware of what are those moments where you can really build trust in a human-to-human moment, and trying to pull apart, like, when will I use AI and when will I use just my own individual authentic communication. Another kind of interesting piece that's starting to come up for us is we have a very global workforce, because we have people in all different jurisdictions, but a lot of our leaders are in Belgium. As an HR business partner, I am sometimes like, yes, I'm so glad you used AI to answer that question. That's a great question to use AI for. In other words, like, when you really need to make sure you're sticking from a compliance perspective, like, there are times when using AI can be helpful kind of in the long run if you're thinking, the person I'm responding to isn't my only audience. That might be, you know, someone down the road who has to read this comment in the future. And I do think that, like, there's some kind of trust to that, and people know what they're going to get in response. Or
I think for me, it was funny, Dee and I were talking the other day or the other week, and Dee was like, Ness, if ChatGPT was going to roast you, it would say Ness has a framework for everything. So I'm going to give you another framework, which is, I think, in my brain, one of the easiest ways to think a lot about psychological safety in a really practical way is a framework by Timothy R. or C. Clark, which is the 4 levels of psychological safety. So inclusion safety, do you feel like you can kind of be here in your own body? The second level is learner safety. Do you feel like it's okay to learn and maybe make a few mistakes? The third level is contributor safety. Do you feel like you can contribute in a meeting and no one's going to shut you down? And the fourth level is challenger safety. Can you be in a room with different people and the executive team and feel like you can challenge, and that will be accepted? And I think we're trying to overlay that and Amy Edmondson's work in the Fearless organisation on our journey in AI and on our journey in general. So a really practical example is in that engagement survey Dee talked about. Leaders are like, oh, I don't like that people give anonymous feedback. They should put their name to it. And I said, I will never, ever, whilst I am like the VP of people, have non-anonymous surveys, because if you take away that level of psychological safety, it's actually more dangerous. The organisation silences themselves. I said, at least we're getting signal. We can coach people on like, hey, please think about how you give the feedback. Please don't be nasty. Use like concepts of radical candor, care personally, challenge directly, or non-violent community. Non-violent communications. But for us, it's such a core piece. If you're going to create psychological safety, do not silence an organisation, because that's when leaders say, oh, but nobody told us. Is it that nobody told you, or that you didn't listen, or that you shut down different levels of systems and processes that made it safe? So that's where we're kind of going in this like non-AI and AI space, is how do we keep having levels of learner safety so you can just play around with it? So something we're doing in our team is I don't know if Lego will sue me, but I'm kind of doing AI serious play, like PLAI, where it's like, for 8 weeks, just go and play. Do dig prompting, go and vibe code. So we'll do it in 2-week experiments, but it doesn't have to do with work. You can do it on gardening or recipes, and it's kind of that axiom. If you can have fun with the problem, that's probably when you're going to solve it. So we're kind of looking at how do we create learner safety and then drip feed that in the organisation. And then I think every organisation, as they scale, this is the harder part, where leaders are just like, look, folks, we need to go this way. We took VC funding, or we're private equity. We need to get return on investment. And everyone's like, no, but the culture is changing. So it's like, how do you, I think this is the hardest part, how do you keep that psychological safety whilst you scale? And I think the hardest part is different people have different perspectives of what psychological safety is. And that's why I like a framework. Someone will just say, we say, oh, sorry, we can't do that. We don't have the funding. Oh, I don't feel safe here anymore. You're like, that's not what, psychological safety doesn't mean you can say and do anything. And we're going to jump on that. So that was like short story long. Basically, have a common understanding of what psychological safety is. And then design for that.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that because indeed there is a lot of misunderstanding around the concept, and it's definitely not about being nice. It's about being kind and respectful, and that's where actually you can give somebody a feedback, and and in that way you actually support that person. Versus when you are being nice, you are sugarcoating things, and you are actually not progressing. So at the end, it's not helping the person nor the organization. Love that. I have, before we go to the final wrap-up, maybe just a tip from you, because, and that's a question that we didn't discuss, but you, of course, you operate in a remote setting. In terms of the psychological safety, what do you do specifically, or any tip to share, one of you, about that you try to increase it through the remote systems? Is it maybe Slack, other channels that helps you with that?
Well, we were both at Miro for a long time, so if you're not familiar, it's like a digital whiteboard. We really believe that like bringing people together in ways that are kind of democratic or create space for multiple people to have a voice. So one principle we have is when we're doing remote meetings, it's the whole one screen, one face, one screen. So even if you're in a room with 2 people, often it'll be like, well, 2 or 3 people in Belgium. I'm in the US, so I'm almost always remote, but we'll say if you're dialing in, then you pull your own computer up so that everybody can see each other's faces and actually kind of feel more close to each other with the emotional responses. So I think that can really help when you're having that synchronous communication or coming together like on a whiteboard or some format where people can engage more democratically than just being in a Zoom room together.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll give like an aspect from a leader. I generally build teams that like the culture is so cohesive that they don't want to actually then challenge each other. They're like, oh, that's amazing, that's amazing. And I was like, if you actually want to reach and maintain performance, you're going to have to give each other healthy conflict and feedback. So then creating an environment where I let people challenge me and I show that it's safe, and then also creating an environment where they challenge each other and show that it's safe. Otherwise, we're going to keep it on a very surface levels. And I say this to the executive team, a team that does not have healthy conflict is not a team that will have sustained performance because you're going to just regress to the status quo.
Exactly.
And I think just to jump on that and kind of build off of it, I'm really passionate about how you teach people to argue, because if you can teach people to constructively disagree and challenge each other, then they'll feel more comfortable doing it. So I'm a big fan of Dr. Brene Brown and her work around daring leadership, and she has a whole structure around rumbling, which is like how to have open, honest conversations and challenge each other. And so we've brought in the Rumble tools. It's like a whole group of like starters, things you can say to kick off a disagreement or a way to get curious and dig deeper. So I think when you give people common tools and you agree as a team or a group, we're going to use these tools, then that also creates that psychological safety and trust where people try and sometimes they fail. And
can I just have a moment to shout Dee out? So she brought this in when we were at Miro. She's like, Ness, can I do this? And I was like, it changed my leadership. And then at Gorilla, I just said to the CEO, like, we have to do this. So she trained the entire executive team, then all of the team leads, and then the full company in our offsite. So it's kind of practicing, all levels went through this. It wasn't just like some HR initiative on the corner. And I'd like to believe that you're going to change a lot of people's lives in the future through that work as well.
Thank you so much. I think we don't have time for any more. And there's just a question. Is there a slide? Because I prepared something, but I'm not sure if there is a slide. Otherwise, we'll just... There was no next slide? If not, if you're interested in psychological safety and you would like to start measuring it within your team, please reach out on LinkedIn. I have a complimentary survey from Amy Edmondson. who is kind of the leading researcher in space, and I would be very happy to share it. There was supposed to be a QR code, but yeah, but I'm happy to share it through LinkedIn. But thank you so much for your insights.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for attending our session. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Thank you so much there, Vanessa, aka Ines, Dorothy, and Anya. That was absolutely brilliant. And listen, that is a really good survey. You need it in your life. Reach out to Anya on LinkedIn. She's easy to find. Or go and say hello to her right now to get that. I don't know what happened with the QR code, but you know, sometimes things go missing in cyberspace. It has been known to happen. But maybe this is an opportunity for you to get to know Anya. She's wonderful, so do reach out to her. She'd be delighted to share it with you. Okay, my dear friends, we have, believe it or not, reached the grand finale of the day here at the Santander stage at VDS. We are going to learn about moving from 2 wheels to 18 and learn about the future of electric and autonomous mobility. Oh yes, and I'm absolutely delighted to be introducing a power trio to the stage right now from all over the world. They're going to bring their expertise, they're going to bring their good vibes, and what we have to do is give them a really nice welcome when they come on stage, because it's the end of the day, so we've got to bring it as the audience. So, my dear friends, we are delighted to be joined by the founder and CEO at Voltrac, Thomas Hubrechtsen, by the founding engineer at Enride, Thomas Olsen, and by our wonderful moderator, investor at Food Labs, Julius Strauss. Give it up for Julius, Thomas, and Tom. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much. And welcome to our panel about moving from 2 wheels to 18. It's about electrification and autonomy within mobility. As was just said, I'm part of the investment team at Food Labs, which is an early-stage venture fund and venture builder based out of Berlin, investing globally. But I don't want to spend too much time on my personal intro, but rather pass it on to my great panelists here on stage. Starting with you, Thomas, could you please quickly introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Thomas, founding engineer at Enride. I've been building technology stack ground up, sort of specializing in autonomy. So what the company does is we provide electric and autonomous freight for global companies. We're live in 8 countries, 13 states in America. We're a 400 people team at this point, and we've raised closer to $600 million or so. And with debt funding, it's over $1 billion. But yeah, scaling like crazy, like always.
Perfect, thanks. And with that, over to Thomas number 2, or Tom, for the rest of our session today.
For today, I'll go with Tom. I'm one of the co-founders of Voltrac, together with Francisco Infante over there. My background is 10+ years of accelerating machine learning at Google X, BMW Research and IBM Research. Fran has a background equally impressive, but on the hardware side. Together, we're building unmanned ground vehicles for agriculture and defense.
Great, thanks. And with that, I think it would now be the right time to also quickly introduce the companies for which you are working or which you are building. Tom, you just started talking about software and hardware. What exactly is Voltrac doing?
Yeah, so we combine hardware and software by building a vehicle that is very useful, we believe, for agriculture, first of all, where we're looking into agriculture and we see that there used to be 17 million people working on agricultural fields in 2020. And it's projected by 2030, there will be a massive reduction by 10 million people available to work these fields. We all like to eat, we all like to drink. So what we're offering is an autonomous solution that can perform the tasks on the field, basically replacing fully the tractor.
If you talk about replacing the tractor and autonomy, I would assume you are also replacing part of the workforce on our fields. Why is that such a big problem, or what kind of problem are you solving there?
Yeah, so it's not so much replacing, it's that they won't be available. So the population in Europe is growing. We need more food, but the people that are around to perform it are not, they're not there. So we will need to look towards automation. The other way that we look into this is also that the few farmers that are left, they are left with very low margins. The margins that they're currently operating on, most people around will not be willing to perform the work that they are doing. With our vehicle, we have 70% less components in the vehicle available, and it results in a vehicle that is not only more reliable, but also cheaper to operate.
Then going from 4 to 18 wheels, for you, Thomas, are you solving the same problem, as in are there not enough drivers for your trucks, or what kind of problem are you solving?
Yeah, so it's not only that. So like I said, we're live at many, many places. We have autonomous freight live on public roads today in Sweden and the United States. But we're providing, for example, we have one of the largest fleets of manned electric trucks as well. So the big issue with electric trucks is, of course, there's many different things you need to provide in order to get it to work. Everything from charging to software to run the system, as well as drivers and data integrations to all of it. So planning is key. So we created this whole system where we can maximize utilization of all the resources, figuring out what to do optimally with the given battery we have, understand degradation, cost models, scheduling of chargers, all the different things. We're providing that as a turnkey solution for our large shipper customers. And a shipper customer might be somebody like PepsiCo that we have today, we have DP World, many of the global companies that you use every day, and we're shipping the goods. Because we need to make the transition to autonomous and electric technologies simple, and hence we provide the whole thing as a turnkey solution, as a service, over a longer term contract to finance the CapEx.
Okay, so what combines the two of you is that you are both electrifying different industries and also developing autonomous solutions for those industries. If we look at the status quo of those industries, but also more generally, as in what we see on today's streets and in our cities today, what is the status quo of this industry? As in, what kind of players do you see out there, and what are the latest trends that you're seeing in the market?
Should I go ahead? Yeah. So the freight industry is one of the most fragmented markets that exists. It's a $4 trillion market, so it's one of the largest there is after energy and food. The typical operator owns one or a few trucks. For example, in the US, the largest carrier in the country has about 1% of the market, which is Knight-Swift. And they still have many billions of dollars of revenue. So it's super fragmented. It's very low margins, so there's very little room for innovation to actually spend capital to change anything. However, with electric, you have this promise of more reliable units that are easy to maintain with a fuel that is significantly cheaper. However, you need to work on the planning bits. And those are the things we're solving to make the cost of running a fleet much lower than today, and thereby also having the room to invest in that innovation that's necessary. So super fragmented industry, run by the OEMs, complicated to move with the current technology, so a big shift is needed.
Anything you want to add, Tom?
Yeah, for us, if you look into the agriculture world, there is not a lot of innovation that has happened. Basically, if you look back at it, since the invention of the floppy disk, it has been incremental improvements to the tractor. And we really want to change it all the way around the same premises from first principles. If we use distributed electric propulsion, so much of the vehicle frees up in terms of space capacity, in terms of weight, in terms of how much the bill of materials is. And that gives a lot of opportunity for growth. Also in terms of automation, the state of the art for most of the vehicles is that they drive from GPS waypoint to GPS waypoint to GPS waypoint. It is not the most advanced system. And if you look at adjacent industries, cars are starting to drive autonomous on the road. Construction is becoming autonomous. Mining is becoming autonomous. It shouldn't be long before agriculture can also do that, and we believe we're the ones that are able to bring this.
Okay. Then if we look at sort of the history of both of your companies, Enride has been around for quite a while, was one of the first companies in that field when probably most people thought it was completely crazy to electrify that industry. Voltrek was started last year. Why do you think that now is the right time to accelerate? What kind of tipping points are you seeing in the market? Why is now the time to take this industry to a new level?
Yeah, I think foremost, let's start with just the battery question. So obviously, battery prices are falling significantly. We're just in a whole nother game than we were a few years ago. So when we started with electric trucks, they were expensive as shit. They were basically retrofits that hardly worked, but somehow we got them to work. But we still built IP that's enabled us to today run huge fleets more efficient than anyone else. So batteries have changed significantly, and the whole ecosystem around electric propulsion has matured so much. On the other side of things, on autonomy, in the early days of like 2017, 18, nothing out there had the safety functionality built in that it has today. You couldn't really claim a safety case. The data was spotty, it didn't really work. Machine learning wasn't anywhere near where it is today. The compute you could get in a vehicle, typically people would take like a server rack, put it in the back of the vehicle, you would drive it for a bunch of miles, it would basically shake to its death, and then you would replace it. So it was bananas. That's no longer the case. Today there is compute, there are sensors, there's a whole ecosystem built out that came from all of the craziness that existed a few years ago that the industry can now use. So it's a much more mature system, and obviously you've seen the Waymos of the world being live in many cities. So it's very visible that a lot has changed, and it is proliferating into many more industries like yours.
Yeah, so also for us, it's the decrease in cost and the increase in availability of crucial components like batteries, like compute. Also, they go kind of in hand. We have a lot of battery capacity, which means we can also easily power a lot of GPUs that perform the computation for our algorithms. The only additional thing is also the availability of connectivity. For us, it is important to still have a remote supervisor where the vehicle proposes a route, but that there's still a human that supervises first one vehicle and then multiple vehicles to drive down the cost. And this is only possible if you have good connectivity. This is coming both from 4G, 5G, but also more from Starlink solutions, which we're also investigating. So all these increases in technologies are what allows us to now go into the field.
I think it's crazy that in sort of 2019, I remember I went into an investor conversation in 2018, I think, and I said we're going to go for having 200 vehicles on public roads by 2020, and they said, you're crazy. Why they said that was, however, for saying, Waymo was saying they're going to have 1 million vehicles on the road by 2019. So they're saying you're crazy conservative for saying you're going to have 200 trucks on public roads by 2019 or 2020. So it was very much a crazy market back then. The other thing is remote supervision was and is a super important tool. Every autonomous machine, every automated system out there has some sort of supervision. And that's going to be the case in the future as well. It is the case, and it's going to be the case for every major platform out there. And for us, I typically talk about, if you look inside a factory, in automation inside a factory, you could think about how automation has gone there. Everything is electric. It's super reliable. You have automation that's predictable. You still have operators that might look for maintenance or diagnostics or whatnot, supervising multiple automated systems. So I think we're just going to see the same thing proliferate throughout many other industries, sort of in the same way that happens inside the factories.
Tom, you just mentioned the whole topic of teleoperations. Could you elaborate a bit on that, please, and then also explain what kind of implications there are on the overall business model within the industry in which you operate?
Yeah, so if you look at the tasks that we need to solve, they're a little bit different. We are in a vineyard. We are in a protected environment where there might be a stray cat or there might be a farmer, but there's not going to be 10 cars on an intersection. So for us, things are a little bit easier for what needs to be solved in terms of autonomous capabilities. Still, we believe there's going to be a tail end of use cases that are going to occur that we will not foresee. And for that reason, it's important that there is some form of supervision. Again, I think from a cost perspective, if you have one person supervising in the future, then maybe hundreds of vehicles at the same time, it is still a lot safer, and you will save a lot on developments, because before you reach truly 100% accuracy, I don't think we'll ever get really fully close to that. So I think that person always needs to be in the loop. Now, in terms of business model, for us, in the beginning, we anticipate that the farmer will be the one operating our vehicles from somewhere on their farm. For this, we need to sell to the larger farms, ones that are purchasing every year 10 multiples of that vehicles at once. But of course, this kind of has a clear end to how scalable this is. After this, we need to switch to some model where we have third-party services that would be operating our vehicles from service centers. We might own such a company, or somebody else might set this up. This would be very similar to what, for instance, Waymo, I believe, is using. So there will be a bit of a shift from the farmers operating it to third parties. And of course, the number of operators should hopefully over time decrease. That is what we're banking on.
Thomas, again, talking about business models and a shift between CapEx and OpEx, what have been your observations so far when comparing your own business model to the legacy players?
So, like with every technology change, one of the really important part of the innovation is figuring out the business model that enables the change. Because you can have all the technology you want, but if you don't nail the business model, the change won't happen. For example, for us, one of the really tricky things from the beginning was figuring out how to finance the heavy trucks. Because obviously electric trucks are new. What's the secondary market value of them is something a creditor would have to look at. And in order to figure that out, it took a whole lot of work with many different instances to figure out like a secondary market value on it. And then eventually we found institutions willing to take that risk with us. And that enabled us to take out loans on the contracts we had in order to finance the hardwares of the contracts. And we need to bake that whole cost into the model. Because obviously if we sell it as a 5-year contract with a subscription fee, then we take on the CapEx. But that's sort of the point, because typically why transitions does not happen is because you don't want to invest in the thing. But if we can show that the price over a certain amount of time makes the short-term investment plausible, then we can convince our customers to actually do this change. And of course, the longer term the contract runs, our trucks will be lasting better, so the margins will be better for us. They can probably keep the same cost. Early on, we were working very much with companies that wanted to transition to more sustainable freight. They were willing to pay a premium for it. These days, that does not exist anymore. We need to be on price parity with diesel, maybe even a bit lower than diesel. And today we are. We made a big study with Fraunhofer in Germany where we showed a 13% increase or decrease in total cost of ownership, which is significant in the industry where the average margin is like 5%. So electric trucks, it's like technology is here now. It's just a matter of using it in the right way. So that has certainly changed. But the CapEx, OpEx, finding ways of financing the hardware, super important when you're trying to make any technology transition.
When talking about hardware financing, but also overall the capital intensity of the kind of businesses which you are building, what are your thoughts around sort of weighing off speed in terms of execution, but then also remaining capital efficient? I know Enride has been around, as said, for a while, so you have had those discussions, I guess, quite often internally. So before you share your perspective on that, I'd love to hear from Tom what your thoughts are moving forward and then discussing those topics internally.
Yeah, also still a quick note on the hardware CapEx and trying to move it away. So one of the things we also observed was that for a lot of the companies driving electric mobility, specifically in agriculture, they would come with a tractor that costs 200,000. If the regular diesel tractors cost 80,000 to 120,000, you're a little bit in trouble. So because we were able to reduce our own number of components, our bill of materials reduces. Our bill of material is around 50,000, already at 100 units a year. So we are well below the price we want to sell it at. One of the other things that we shift around is that we make the batteries a lease as opposed to a one-off sales. And still, the price of the battery lease combined with electricity is cheaper than the use of the agro-diesel. So the customer is also very happy with that. So we're a very price-efficient solution from this regard. On top of that, we have software subscriptions for autonomous operations as well as some other packages. Then coming back, this also ties into what you were now asking about, the capital required in order to move. We incorporated last year, April, and we now have a full pre-sale unit being tested out onto the fields. We have facilities here in Paterna, close to Valencia, and we did all of this with 1 million euros. We try to make sure that the tools that we use are very cheap and very standard. I think we spent about 60,000 on tools so far. I see some lower, there we go. And also when we now want to ramp up our production to 100 units a year, we hope to not surpass 300,000 in terms of tools for our facility. So we really put a hard focus on how much we're spending in order to get these vehicles out onto the field.
Thomas, what were your learnings about this topic from the past?
So I start to think of early years. I realize I'm a dinosaur in the area maybe. But so back in 21, I remember this moment where we had some of our top investors saying that we need to just deploy the capital faster, as fast as possible, basically, to outrun the competition as soon as possible. Which we were we'd taken in a lot of capitals. We were, of course, depending on the investors and keeping up with the capital plans and whatnot. So we did a bunch of that, and then it took like 6 months. And then investors was like, why do you burn so much cash? And then we had to reorient again. So it's like you can have your own plans and everything, but it's not only that. You, of course, need to, well, you need to adhere to the rest of the market as well. And sometimes it is really crazy. And then you need to make sure that you sort of keep eyes on the mission that you're trying to achieve. But otherwise, we try to keep it fairly lean. We are in a crazy industry. I told you earlier about that. A few years ago, you could go into most of the offices of self-driving companies in Silicon Valley or us or anyone, and you could say that I'm burning, I don't know, $20, $40 million per year, or maybe a little bit more, and I'm super cash efficient. It's almost nothing, because compared to Waymo, they're burning $200 million a month. Which is much more. But these days, I guess even if you're Waymo burning $200 million a month, they can just say, we're super cash efficient. Look at OpenAI. They're burning billions of dollars per month. So stuff has certainly changed on what a lot of capital is. It is crazy.
Now that you mentioned OpenAI, I guess you can't have any panel today or these days without mentioning the topic of AI. In general, what kind of role is it playing for you in the development of your autonomous features?
Yeah, for us, most of the autonomy stack can be considered AI. I do think that people, in my opinion, often overestimate how difficult it is in order to drive the vehicle. Whenever they hear that we operate autonomously, like I set out before, we are in a very confined environment that is extremely predictable. And if you look into the history, if you remember Discovery Channel, they were broadcasting the DARPA challenges, where autonomous cars were driving through the desert for, I don't know, hundreds of miles. They were driving through the city. The city was confined. But the ability to drive through an environment where not a lot of humans and not a lot of other vehicles are present has been around for quite a while. That is also why we can move so quickly. But I do presume it's a little bit different for you, having to navigate on the streets at the moment.
Yeah, so streets are super messy, which is where, when you get up to a certain complexity level, there's basically no other way than going through, well, a huge hoop of machine learning to begin with, and eventually even LLM systems. So, for example, our main track in a stack is sort of a transformer-based system where we would input several modalities of data out of different sensors, and they would go on to create these internal representations that nobody knows what it is, and it would go into a BEV, sort of converting it to a bird's eye perspective, and then we would create these different modalities out of that. And all of that is sort of a magic transformer thingy. And then we would do our motion planning within that. However, here's where the LLM part comes. So the motion planner is the thing that plans your motion within a certain scene over the next 10 seconds maybe, or 20 seconds, depending on your speed. And what you can use an LLM for is to sort of influence the motion planner of how it should think about things in the area. You can say that on a certain piece of road, you can give it a prompt to explain how it should think about it. And it would, of course, not decide the safety of how the vehicle is acting, but it will influence how the motion planner chooses to execute the route on that given moment. So this is still sort of a researchy area, but the VLM, as it's called, the vision language model, it can grab the features from some of these transformer things that are moving into production right now and use them combined with a pre-trained LLM that you can then have influence the motion planning. So maybe that's a bit technical, but it's sort of how we use ML in that. And then besides that, we have a whole shitload of more traditional ML models that is hiding in the architecture.
Perfect, thank you. Then talking about fundraising, both of your companies have been quite successful in raising capital so far, still obviously at very different levels, given also for how long you've been in the market. But what has been your experience in raising funds for a hardware startup, Tom?
For me, a little bit of a shift. As I mentioned before, I've been in the field of software for 10 plus years. I co-founded Xtropic. I was a little bit afraid of how it would go going to investors from a hardware perspective, but so far it's been received incredibly positively. I think there's a little bit of a notion that if you focus purely on software as a service, you wake up every morning wondering if OpenAI performed what you were trying to perform. And I think there comes a lot of defensibility with having a vehicle out onto the field. So I do see quite a bit of a shift towards the physical embodiment of AI. Then, of course, we have a vehicle, unmanned ground vehicle, that can navigate rough terrain and transport up to 4,000 kilograms. And I am well aware that a lot of companies are currently pivoting to defense. However, for us, the transport of heavy cargo to the front lines comes very naturally. So that is also something we have been focusing on from the past. So we were very lucky that within the investor landscape, there was also quite a rise of appreciation for dual-use technology that's non-lethal.
Thomas, on your end, have there been any learnings over the years how easy or difficult it has been to raise funding for a hardware startup?
Oh, I don't know. It's been a crazy ride, for sure. But I think in the early days, we just tried whatever to find the financing. And of course, we're Sweden-based, but most of our capital these days comes from America. The mobility market in America is, of course, larger. It's an integrated country and the world's largest economy, of course. So we've had a lot of luck with sort of Silicon Valley investors who's also used to the type of technology that we're deploying. However, we still have Swedish investors that's caught along as soon as we had a lot of interest from the US. Hardware-wise, I think with autonomous driving, it's maybe been a part of that shift to invest into hardware, where people are saying that SaaS companies is just, there's too many multiples on them, and it's just not going to make sense economically in the end. So hence, you have to go for the risk of the hardware. And that certainly changed since we began. But in the early days, for the Swedish landscape, we could only find sort of SaaS investors. And we had to go to America to find hardware investors. And in the Valley, for sure, that whole environment changed a lot, moving into investing into hardware, which it for sure did not do much previous to that. And now in the latest, I guess it's more commonplace for hardware investments, but it's still like in a European context, like you know with capital, it's hard, and you need to have great contacts across the pond, especially for later stage things.
So was it mostly capital that made you focus on the US, or have there been also been other reasons, regulation, talent, that made you focus on that geography?
Well, I think the US market, the US freight market is of course larger than the European one, and scaling across it is easier. So hence, the business case for an investor in that is looking at, so if you manage to nail it in a part of the US, you can then scale to the entire market. That is not true for Europe, as it is right now. There's a lot of things you need to figure out in Europe to be able to scale across geographies. So hence, we are going to Europe because no other country or company is. We're basically alone in self-driving in Europe. There is a lot of interest in Europe, all over the continent, and I think a lot of people want to do things, but it is very different from the US. both in terms of the amount of risk you're willing to take on, but also in just experience of companies like us is not the same here. Of course, in Sweden, we've had a bunch of successful companies previously, but in the software space, mostly.
Okay, then, in light of time, since we have less than 2 minutes left, I would, as a final question, like to ask you, looking into the future, let's say in 2030, what do you think is going to be the state of the industry? Maybe Tom, for you first.
I believe by then we should be able to drive in a swarm operation type of setting. We might have already switched the service a bit more the business model to a service model where the farmers are renting the tasks that are performed on a service basis. It's not something that I'm particularly happy about. It is driven by the PE firms, the family offices buying up all the agricultural lands around the country and really focusing hard on the optimization of the margins. But I do think that that is the way to sustain our food security within Europe.
Thomas, same question for you, 2030.
Yeah, so I mean, some of the shifts has already happened. We know battery prices, as I said, is coming down. So I think for most sort of freight, electric freight will be the cheapest means of freight in most parts of the world. I think there is a shit ton of infrastructure being built out right now to support that. I still think the grid and some of these things will be limitations. But like I said before, it's just one limitation among many others that you need to optimize around. So planability enables the technology to be scaled out in a huge way. When it comes to autonomy, we're already seeing the way most of the world scaling up all over. So I think it's the path forward is fairly clear. And I think we'll see autonomous freight in most countries by 2030.
Perfect. That wraps it up. Thanks so much for joining me on stage today. Obviously, also thanks for everyone for listening.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Vielen Dank. Tack så mycket. What a great session. Thanks to Tom Hupresten, Thomas Olsen, and Julia Strauss. Big round of applause one more time. That was just fantastic. The future is moving fast. Don't you get left behind. Okay, my friends, speaking of which, it's thirsty work doing all this conference stuff. So we're going to have some beers now. I am reliably informed it is 2 beers for the price of 1 at our happy hour in the lake area. So buddy up, pair up. You're going to get half-price beers. It's going to be awesome. Or maybe you're going to be generous. Thank you so much to our wonderful team here in the Santander stage. Thank you for being here. Muchísimas gracias, Diego, Juanan, Laura, Ellie, Marina, and the entire AV camera team all around here. You are absolutely brilliant. We're going to be back here tomorrow, hasta mañana, at 9:30. Thank you so much for being here. I will see you at the bar. Adios. Oops. Dear.